So I should be live on. I should be live on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok. So let me check that out. Let me see if I'm live. So if everything is set, then I should be able to just um, I should be able to just kickstart it. Okay, seems I'm good to go. Let me check out. I can see I'm live on um, Twitter. I can see I'm live on Twitter. Let me check out TikTok. Um, okay, seems I'm live on TikTok as well. Beautiful. I can see that. I just want to be certain if people can hear me. TK, if you can join the live on Twitter, Fatah Integrity. If you guys can join the live on Twitter, the is it pink or purple? So pink, yeah, it's the pink, you know, um, pink logo looking. It's not a regular space. If you see me there, join and see if you can hear me loud and clear. I want to confirm that before we proceed, please, guys. If you can do that real quick and let me know, yeah, then I could just proceed. I won't bother myself using StreamYard. I'm just going to focus on this one. So I checked out TikTok. TikTok looks good. Let me check out Facebook. Um,
Civic studies. A question asking students to be
okay, 1 minute, guys.
students to be start.
Okay, Facebook. Okay. I can't see anything. Okay. No. I can't see anything on Facebook. I can't see anything on Facebook yet. I don't know why it's not showing on Facebook. Uh,
Yeah, Jimmy, I can hear you clearly on Twitter Live.
Beautiful. Thanks for that. Thanks. Yeah. Let me check out. I don't know why the Facebook one is not on. I'm trying to figure that one out now. Let me also check YouTube. YouTube. Okay. Right. I'm live on YouTube as well. Okay. It's just the face. Yeah, it's just the Facebook I'm having issues with now. I don't know why it's not showing, but let me check that out. Hold on a minute. Let me check that out. Not now. Um, Facebook. That's absolutely strange. I don't know why people cannot see me on Facebook. I honestly don't know why. Um, but so let me do this. I'm about to kick it off now, but I want to be certain everything is crisp. If anyone wants to try and join me on Rest Stream because I normally use StreamYard. So I want to try out Rest Stream. I'm gonna put the link in the comment section. Anyone can join and let me check that out. I still got like 5 minutes before the actual time for the. Okay. So okay, let me put that in the comment section. So guys, in the comment section, just put up the link to Rest Stream. If you want to click on it and join me on Rest Stream, I want to know how that one works. It's the first time I'm using it. I want to figure it out before the show proceeds. Yeah. Hola, Actus. Okay, someone just popped in now. Hola, let me add you. Hey, bro, can you hear me? Thomas! Your mic is muted. Hold on. Oh, I cannot hear you if you can hear me. So I don't know why your mic is not. I can see your face, but I cannot hear you. I can see your face, but I can't hear you. And I don't know why that is. Hold on. Setting volume adjustment here. Okay, let me try something. I want to be certain it's coming from my side or your side. Right.
The reason why we're having this conversation is because people have.
So it's coming from your side, Ola. It's coming from your side. So you check your mic. There should be a mic icon where you can speak and I'll hear you clearly. And everyone should be able to even hear you as well. I don't know why that's not coming up. Okay, hold on. I'll mute. I still can't hear you. I still cannot hear you. I don't know why. I still cannot hear you. That's absolutely strange. Okay.
Jimmy, I can hear you, but you can't hear me, and my mic is okay.
Yeah, I think it's because you're on speaker here. If you want to drop from here and go back there, and let's try it again.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah.
All right, thanks. So maybe that should work fine. If that should work fine, because I can see myself on TikTok now, which is it's a good one for me. Okay. Okay, 1 minute. I think I can. I think I can see you now. 1 minute. Now I can hear you.
You can hear me now. Very good.
Everyone can hear you now.
Oh, that's good.
Great, beautiful. Thanks for confirming that. I think it's because you're on the speaker section on on Twitter.
Okay. All right, that's good. All right,
Yes.
let me join back on Twitter then.
All right, thanks for that.
All right. Yeah.
It's the Facebook that is left now. I don't know why Facebook is showing. I don't know why Facebook is showing itself. Let me try that one more time, and we're good to go. Okay, let's try this. Okay. Actually, it's meant to be. It's meant to be. Copy this link, right? and send it to myself. Okay. Copy that one. Send it here. Okay. Mm, Okay. Maybe we're not gonna do Facebook today. It's quite sad, but yeah. All right. I think we just have to proceed. All right. So let me readjust properly, and we should be good to go. Okay. Welcome, guys. I see every single one of you. Fatai, Icon, Integrity, Dr. O, Take Care, TK, Ola, Congress, Osham, Behin. I see every single one of you. Let's like, retweet the space so people can actually be part of this. Now, when I want to shut down there, that's when they will start requesting for mic. But I guess they wanted to, bubble up a little bit before they start joining. So we're getting closer to having a solid push around with OBG Foods. We're making great progress. They reached out to me yesterday. We finalized on some adverts, jingles to use. They sent me a couple of those. I sent some to a couple of my OAPs in Nigeria, and they did some great jobs for me. So you'll be hearing from them pretty soon. But today's topic is quite an interesting one, and I want everyone to sit back and fasten their seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy one. It's going to be a bumpy and interesting one, to be honest. But I'm here to enjoy every bit of it, and so should you. So should every single one of you. It's going to be an interesting space today. It's going to be an interesting live stream for people watching me across the globe. I've got about 28 people already on live stream currently from all channels. So I have 2 people watching me live on YouTube and about 26 watching me from X, none from Facebook. I'm not shocked because I can't even see myself on Facebook. So before we start, let me just use this opportunity to share with my people what I do and what this is all about. There we go.
Taciturnity, they say, precursors ill luck, while a problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí bá ń gbé lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí èkó inú agolo, ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbésí ayé ẹ̀dá. Ẹ pàdé Jimmy Hulk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, engaging real guests narrating life's ordeals from personal experiences and overcoming them, discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, social media addiction, suicide, healthcare, etc. Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these.
In a world shaped by events and happenings, how do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listening on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
Are you yearning for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. Why choose Obidi Foods? From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. Obidi Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients. Obidi Foods, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obidi Foods. Whether you are in Nigeria or abroad, Obidi Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients. For our smoked knife fish and banla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor, fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grains. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obidi farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm-sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, ukazi, oha, and more, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings from Ihuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper. Our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. Email info@obgfoodslimited.com. Website www.obgfoods.com. OBG Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
Give me better food to shop.
Are you yearning for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. Why choose Obidi Foods? From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails, Obidi Foods offers a diverse range of traditional.
Sorry, that came earlier on.
Give me better food to shop.
Are you yearning for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range.
Give me better food to shop.
Are you yearning for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of.
All right, I think I've had enough of that. Sorry about that. That was a glitch. I was trying to stop it, but yeah. Okay, welcome, guys. Welcome. It's a beautiful Friday from my end. I've done the mic check. I can see people on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and I'm glad people can hear me loud and clear. Welcome, guys. Before we jump right into today's conversation, I'm going to be speaking on a few points regarding today's topic. But before then, I normally have my inspirational talks before the program proceeds, and I'm going to do that in a minute. But I want to use this opportunity to thank OBG Foods. I know you're hearing. I just saw the message you sent now. To thank them for their support and willingness to be part of my program. It's such an honor. Thank you so much, guys. I see the great work you guys are doing in the background, and I do appreciate every single bit of it. Thank you so much. Before we jump into today's topic, masculinity versus extreme toxic masculinity, which we have a lot to talk about regarding that particular topic. And I do believe people are going to be learning a lot from today's topic. I have no single doubt. I've got a couple of talking points that I'll focus on, and I want people to know that there is this culture of silence that's been going on for a long time, and we've encouraged it in not just Nigeria, Africa. We're going to talk about that as well. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about other talking point that has to do with this particular topic. We're going to be citing some examples, real life examples, and that will be my focus for today. It's a beautiful weather here in Chicago, Illinois. Not sunny, chill inside. Temperature is quite okay. Sometimes next week we should be diving into summer. It's going to be an interesting summer, but I can't wait to actually give myself a break and just probably go on holiday. All right. Thanks, guys, once again. I don't still understand what is going on Facebook, but as time goes on, I believe we'll get a hang of it. Probably gonna sort itself out at a point in time. Right. So today, my inspirational talk will be titled "Your Mind is the Battlefield." Your mind is the battlefield. Um, I decided to talk about that in regards to today's topic, and I believe it's somehow connected, and I'll leave the people to do the judgments regarding that. You see, most people think there are enemies out there, but guess what? The loudest war is often waged in silence, and we don't pay attention to that. It's between our ears, which is our head, our brain, the things we have going on. We face a lot as human beings, and sometimes you think you're fighting yourself. Let me give a short story. I remember reading about a man. Um, his name is James. He used to be a former boxer. In his prime, he could take punches from the best, and he could throw the best of punches as well. He's good at what he does. He knows how to fight. He knows how to guide himself in the ring. At a point in time, he went for 12 rounds with a heavyweight champion, and he actually won the champion. He won that heavyweight champion. In fact, he walked away without a single scratch on his face. But after he retired, he confessed something that was actually shocking to a lot of people. He said the hardest punches he ever took were not in the ring, they came from within. They were the punches of him talking down on himself regarding what he could or could not do. He said the punches he received that did a lot of damages to him were the thought he had in his head about the possibilities of things he could do and the things he could not do. And what that meant was he was fighting depression. This dude was depressed, and it was almost like a transfer of aggression from what he was going through to punching people. And whenever he gets punched physically in the ring, it feels like they're not doing any damage to him. Like what he had in his mind is doing more damage than the punches that were coming his way. At a point in time, he questioned his words without spotlight. What am I without the spotlight in the ring and the people chanting my name? What am I? Who am I without me being in the ring? Who knows me? What am I capable of doing without the gloves? Who am I? And eventually he realized he had trained his body for battle, but left his mind defenseless. He doesn't miss any gym, exercise, workout. He doesn't. He has done everything to keep himself fit physically, but his mind was left defenseless. He didn't pay attention to that. And this is not just about James. This has everything to do with every single one of us, because that's the truth for many of us. We guard our homes with locks, protect our cars with alarm, but we leave our minds wide open to fears, lies, and self doubt. We replay every failure like a broken record in our heads, in our mind, in the way we do our things every single day. In fact, we believe we are not good enough, we're not smart enough, we're not ready enough. And then we sabotage opportunities before they even arrive. Not because we're not willing to do it, not because we're cursed, but because we've conditioned our minds in a way whereby we think we don't deserve it. But guess what? We can rewire our mindset. It's within our reach, it's within our grasp. We can rewire the battlefield. The battlefield is our minds, and what we do is totally left to us. We can start by catching our thoughts, the way we act. Every time your mind whispers, you can't, answer back, watch me. It all happens in your head. All of a sudden, you have this negativity going on in your head, flashing and letting you know, I can't do this. In your head, in your mind. And the only thing you can do, no matter how stupid it might sound to you, try and say it out or quietly. Watch me. Every time your mind tells you you are not enough, remind it that if I can survive to be alive right now, then I can do it. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're from. And that's why people say when there is life, there is hope. Don't underestimate yourself. As long as you do the right thing, you're on the right track. Don't get derailed. Do not underestimate yourself. Speak life, not death. Speak progress, not perfection. You'll get there at a point in time, but speak progress. Easy does it. You just take it a step at a time. Eventually, you get to a perfect position. Speak healing. Speak healing and not wounds. Because if you can win in your mind, you can win in real life. And that's the fact. I've been through that too before. There was a particular time I was engaging someone and I was telling them about, I don't know how it is you can forgive someone. And the person said, there's no special way of going about it. When they tell you, can you forgive me? How do you forgive someone? At what? How do you forgive someone? Is it by knowing in your heart that you've been forgiven, or you say it out? I think saying it out solidifies it. Saying it out, like I have forgiven you. It might not be in front of the person, it might not be to the person, but just say it out. I've forgiven Lagbaja. Just put it out there. And that's it. It took me a while to get an hang of that. But at the end of the day, I kind of, see it from a perspective of, you know what? It's not just saying it. You mean it from the deepest part of your heart. Okay, you know what? I've forgiven you. Move on. Let's just move on with life. Your mind is the battlefield. Guide it like your future. Guide it like your past. Guide it like your present. But focus more on guiding it like your future because your life depends on it. It does. And that's my message for today. Thank you so much, guys, for listening. It's off the cuff with Jimmy. I do this every Friday, 11 a.m. Central Time, 5 o'clock or thereabout in Nigeria, some other European countries. I deal in talking about the most difficult topics, what people don't like talking about, what people shy away from. It's not your regular podcast. It's a bold, truth-telling platform that tackles life rawest, realest issue: depression, heartbreak, trauma, rape, kidnapping, name it. Unfiltered interview with people who lived through that hell. I'm the host, Jimmy, the fearless truth seeker. I do this again every Friday, and I'm glad to have every single one of you with me here today. General Lucha, I see you. Icon, Dr. Oteke, Chukubiu, I see you. TK, Alhaji, me, myself, and I, Penny, Uba, and Afam. I see every single one of you. And 58, sorry, scratch that, 61 people watching me live on StreamYard Rest Stream. I see every single one of you. Welcome. Today's topic is a unique one. Today's topic is it's a follow up from what happened last week. It's a follow up from what happened from last week's topic. It's what the people demanded. It's what they requested for, and I think it's only fair for us to talk about it today. But before we jump into today's conversation, I want to speak about a silent battle we don't often talk about. There is this kind of pain that doesn't leave physical bruises on you. It doesn't leave any scars on your skin, but it leaves heavy burden on your chest. The pressure to be strong, silent, and unbreakable. Society taught men to hide their tears, swallow their fears, and wear their egos like armor. But here's the truth: silence is not strength, suppression is not masculinity, and aggression is not leadership. Real strength is being able to feel without fear. Feel masculinity is something a lot of people depend on as a way of bagging, bringing something to the table. Real masculinity is being able to listen, reflect, protect, and not destroy. So today, we're not just drawing the line between masculinity and toxic masculinity. We are redrawing the blueprint of manhood itself. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Off the Cuff. Jimmy, let us talk how these cases can be put together. As I mentioned earlier on, I have a couple of cases I need to talk about to share with the people to let them know what we mean, what I mean, what I refer to as extreme and toxic masculinity. My talking point number one: masculinity under threat or ego is out of control. Nigerian men didn't just kill their wives, they executed them when they felt powerless. Let me repeat: Nigerian men didn't just kill their wives, they executed them out of control when they felt powerless. I'm referring to the toxic form of masculinity that we've not been paying attention to. And the cases I investigated over the past couple of days was focused on Nigerian men because my audience are going to be here to state their own cases, and many of them are Nigerians, by the way. So I did a little bit more search on the toxic side of masculinity and how it has enraged a lot of men, especially in the United States. And I got to realize that more than Nigerian men, more than 9 Nigerian men actually executed their wives based on toxic masculinity. I'm going to be explaining all those cases one by one. I've got a clip to play for you guys to listen to. But the point is, the search and the research was based on a comparison between extreme feminism and extreme masculinity. Or better yet, toxic feminism and toxic masculinity. It is shocking that the men they've done a lot of damages. We men, let me put it that way, because I'm a man as well. We've done way more damages than the so-called feminists. These are facts. We've done so much damages than these women based on facts. I mean, statistical facts, evidential fact. The statistics are out there. But I'm not gonna just ask you to go through that because I did some of those and I'm just gonna be putting the numbers out for you. When I did the search, I got to realize that things that led to these men killing their wives um, is because they couldn't stand the fact that their wives were the breadwinner of the family. Many of their wives were nurses or breadwinner playing role kind of in the family. And that challenged the traditional masculine dominance. They couldn't stand it. This is where masculinity crosses the line into toxic masculinity. Because the Bible tells you to be the head and the woman the neck. Because she's making money, more money than you. Masculinity is not the problem. The extreme part of it, the toxic part of it, when power, ego, and cultural entitlement turns into violence, that is what we're talking about today. If your masculinity crumbles because your wife earns more money or wants independence, it was never masculinity to begin with. It's basically just a fragile ego. That's what it is. That's absolutely what it is. You've been dealing with a fragile ego. The masculinity in diaspora right now is a hidden epidemic in the United States. Cultural pressure from home and legal system abroad. When those two combines, my goodness, it's going to be disastrous. And that is exactly what had happened. That is exactly what is still happening and will keep happening and will lead to more of these disasters we're talking about. Many Nigerian men feel emasculated by women having legal backings, no room for polygamy or violent dominance instead of adjusting or some of them resort to death. They want to reclaim respect, but they want it done their way, not the Western way. When tradition cannot adjust to modern reality, men become violent. And that's a fact. And I'm speaking based on the research I did for share that. But this is me speaking based on the research I did. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a foundation to the topic. It is me explaining my findings so far. And I did find some other things about women as well. But what I'm here to do today is to give room to both sides to have a platform of expressing themselves. The way I gather facts for women is the same way I gather facts for men. I know some feminists are going to come here and say otherwise. I have facts to push back. I'm going to be playing a neutral ground. But first, based on the topic, because I did the same thing last week, based on the topic, I did research on women, extreme feminists, and extreme cases of feminism. And I laid those points out there. I'm going to be doing the same thing with the men today. Um, the line between masculinity and madness is very thin. Again, there is no problem, there is no issue with masculinity. It's leadership, it's protection, it's responsibility. But you see, the extreme toxic masculinity is possession, control, silence, and violence. When your response to conflict is to end the person, you didn't draw the line, you just erased the line. At what point does a man, being a protector, turns into a predator? All of a sudden, at what point, how much of our definition of masculinity is rooted in dominance rather than dignity? We have a lot of work to do as men. The cases I was referring to, 9 Nigerian men, 9 Nigerian female nurses, all murdered. They couldn't handle a wife with a voice, a salary, or freedom. Um, Masculinity did not kill them. Toxic masculinity did. And that is why we're having this topic today. Masculinity versus extreme toxic masculinity. Where do we draw the line? This is the topic for today of the Coffee with Jimmy. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. People already requesting for Mike. I'll pull you guys up in a minute. I just want to set a stage for the conversation so we can have a robust conversation. I'll be looking forward to both genders coming up to speak on this, and we'll keep it civil as we always do. We'll keep it professional, and we'll keep it real. We'll keep it real. Thanks, guys. I'm beginning to see messages from Facebook, but I still don't know why people can't feel me on Facebook. Nonetheless, we'll carry on. So before we proceed, I have the list of the cases that have happened. I'm going to read them out later on, but let's start with this. Let me see if I can pull up the video. Actually, I have 2 videos I actually want to share with people to hear their perspective about about the video. You know, I just want to hear their perspective about the video. I want to know what they think about the video and which side they're on. I'm not sure if I saved this video. Let me confirm that again. Sorry. I hope I saved this video. I hope. I got hold of the video yesterday. I just hope I saved it. Okay. While I wait for that, let me play the other one. While I wait for that, let me play the other one. 1 second, guys. Okay.
Hello, sir.
My friend, I said I shot this demon in the face. Yes, me. CBK. It's always wrong.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir. I know you're very upset, but can you please tell me if there's anybody else hurt? Hello, sir. Are you there? Hello, sir. Is somebody else hurt? Oh, you hurt yourself? Hello.
No.
Okay, sir. Thank you for that. Now, can you please give me the address to that location? Can you please confirm the address? Sir?
Chukuna, CBK. So this is how it is for you. What, Jojo?
Oh, okay, sir. Emergency personnel are on their way as we speak. I need you to put down the gun so we can talk.
No, I can't do that. I can't do that.
I understand that, sir, but for right now and for the safety of the...
I will shoot myself before your people near me. Eh? You think I'm playing? Eh?
Sir, I know, I don't want you to do that. I don't want
Tell
you to
me
do
that
that.
my brother cannot come and live with me. You cannot come and live with us in Towers. Eh? Who the hell are you? Eh? You're enough, so you are going to be. Eh?
Sir, are you there? Are you there?
So you can build house in your father's village. You can build house in your father's village. Eh?
Okay,
But I cannot
sir,
tell you
okay.
nobody. Eh? Please. I don't be
Sir,
there.
okay.
Come and answer us for permission. Spend my money.
Okay.
Eh? I'm also evil. Money spirit evil. Money spirit evil. That's what you
Sir,
are.
please.
You're a bitch. You're a bitch. Eh? You kicked me out of my own house.
Sir, please calm down. Sir, please calm down.
You want to be the
Sir,
man of the
please
house? Impossible. I'm not gonna request you. I'm not gonna request you.
Hello, sir, are you there? Please speak to me. Sir, are there any children in the house? Sir, I would really like you to...
Oh, look at me. Look at me. Look at my face. Look at my face. Me that shot you. So you think you can mess me up and go for free? It is me that shot you.
Okay, sir, can you please put the gun down? Can you please put the gun down, sir? Please. Okay, I have emergency services en route to your destination. All I need for you to do is put the gun down on the floor. Can you please do that for me? I will give...
You think you can ruin my life? My destiny. Spoil my name. Ma, if you kill me spiritually, I will kill you physically.
I understand you're very upset right now, sir. But I need you to please calm
what are
down.
you talking about? Are you having better? Me upset?
No.
Did I say you broke my bone? I said this one man just finished my life. And she took everything from me. All my hard work. For what? For what? Because she's enough, Because she's enough.
I understand your frustration, sir. I understand. But if you don't want to put the gun down, can you please go to another
I
room?
made you. Ask everybody. I made you who you are. She was in the village begging me to marry. All her family members. All begging me. It was me. You was nobody. You were nobody. You become a nurse and then you start crying. You're carrying shoulder. You're carrying shoulder acting like madam. So that you will not give me your check anymore. I'm not breaking anymore. I'm not breaking anymore. I'm not breaking. Anybody leave? Tell me I should leave the house.
Are you?
Tell me that I should leave the house now. So tell me to fuck my load from the house that I bought.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Can you please speak to me?
You know
Can you
how to
please hold the
talk
phone?
Wake up and call it now. Wake up and call it now.
Hello, sir. Pick up the phone. Hello? Hello? Sir.
Right, I believe we all heard that. There is a pattern to this. There's a pattern, and there's an observation to this particular incident. Um, Many of the victims, you might want to call it coincidence. I think not. Many of the victims were registered nurses, and it's around the dynamical change of financial and social empowerment, whereby many of these men, not just Igbo men, it is popular amongst Igbo men and Yoruba men, based on facts and evidences. What they normally do is go back to Nigeria and look for a novice, a lady they think they can control. And eventually, and the reason why they do this, let me push back a little bit. The reason why they do this simply because they believe the women here, they are exposed, they are enlightened, they can call them different names. They can even tag them as promiscuous, so they don't want to be with any lady that's in the world. Okay, fair enough. They want the virgin, the traditionally well-trained ones from the village. So what they do is they go back home, marry them, bring them back to the United States, and they marry them. They sponsor them, send them to school. They end up becoming nurses. So all these things they're doing, they're not doing it because they're supporting their wives. They're not doing it because they think they want a betterment for her. It's a way of investment to many of them. It's a way of getting return of what they've invested. So it's like they want the whole package. They want a novice that will respect them, that will jump whenever they say so, and even ask how high. They want someone that would submit to them. But guess what? The moment the lady enters here, it is bound to happen because she's going to go schooling. She's going to mingle with people. She's going to get enlightened. They're going to talk. They would talk to the level at which she would open up and let them know the husband is the one taking the paycheck. And that is where problem enters. That is when she gets enlightened to let her know her right. And when this happens, she changes accounts, she opens her own account, she starts saving money, and all the money is coming to her. She decides to build house at home. And this is where the normal, the conventional agreement in agreements kind of thing pops in. And it turns into chaos. It turns into chaos. Like they want things their own way. At the moment they cannot have it, it's either if I can have you, no one will. And they just hand it. I know about 9 different men that kill their wives because of what I just explained now. That is toxic masculinity. So we're drawing the line. And the line we're drawing was the same thing we did last week. We have feminism and we have extreme feminism. We have masculinity and we have extreme toxic masculinity. This is the toxic part we're talking about. Um, for the sake of record, I'm going to mention a couple of the names. It's out there. It's on the internet. Um, the names of the killers, their age, everything is on the internet. Just type in Nigerian men killing their wives in America. And by the way, the moment I finished doing that, I did another search. Nigerian women killing their husbands. Well, shockingly, three names popped out against nine. Um, you can do the same thing as well. So it won't just be what Janice saying, but I'm going to read out some names. Kelechi Charles, 36, January 2nd, 20, 2007, in Maryland. Stabbed his wife multiple times with kitchen knife simply because since she became a nurse, she started saving money. She built a house for her parents without the husband's consent. The husband believed before you can do anything, you need to consult with me. You need to tell me before you do it. And it's a compilation of this incident. It's a compilation of tiny misunderstandings. And you know, one thing here is if you have a misunderstanding with your spouse and the police are involved, especially if you have kids, you as the man, you'll be asked to leave the house because they believe the woman can look after the kids and the kids they need a shelter over their head. You're a man, you'll figure it out. And most of the time, these things can't, well, doesn't go well with a lot of men. I mean, I paid for the house, I bought the house, so why am I being kicked out of the house? But that's how the system is. And these are the things, the resentment, the compilation of anger that leads to unaliving these ladies. There was a particular man that actually went back, killed the woman himself, and I think the kids. And I spoke about this on Twitter Space at the point in time. You see, there's a difference between pointing a gun at someone and pulling the trigger and getting close to someone and actually stabbing them. You need to be on a different level of rage. You need to be on a frequency of madness. You need to be on a different realm to have that guts to stick in something into someone else. As tiny as a needle is, injection, I don't like it. And when people say it's only coward that uses gun, to some extent, it's quite true because number one, you'll be shooting from distance, and number two, you don't even get to see the blood. You can shoot from distance. But you see, the rage at which you're close to someone and you actually put out a knife to put it inside that person, that is madness. And most of the mothers ended up that way. A man actually choked the wife in the back while she was having a bath. She was having, I think, bubble bath. Drowned her. Another man used sledgehammer. The one with the sledgehammer, I think, is a Yoruba guy. Baba Jide. Yes, Baba. No, sorry. Moses Egbarive. Moses. He used a sledgehammer on the wife. And the guy is 35. When that happened, we have Baba Jide Okeowo, mother's wife, Funke Okeowo, shot his wife in the car. All the stories are online. Toxic masculinity, extreme masculinity. The other video I was looking for, I'll put it out in a minute. It's I'm not sure if it was meant to be a content, but it's about a woman complaining that the husband doesn't listen to her when she speaks or tries to weigh in into the family's issues. The husband doesn't listen, and it was a lengthy conversation. And the husband actually explained the reason why he doesn't listen to her. He gave, in his own way, a compelling reasons or reasons why he can't listen to her. He made his point. I'm going to try and look for that video and play it for us so we can all hear it. And I'll land there for now as a foundation of today's topic: masculinity and extreme masculinity. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and I'm the host, Jimmy. I'm here to anchor the program, live stream currently platforming on the major social media platforms: YouTube, X, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram. Thanks for being part of this. At the Logic, you're the first to come up. I believe you have something to say urgently. Chief, you've been going up and down, been seeing your emojis. I would love to listen to you. I would love to have your take on this. I saw a couple of people come up earlier on as well. They dropped. We're just starting the conversation. It's going to be an interesting one, I have no single doubt. And I'll be waiting on all the macho alpha male in the building to come and defend their case regarding this particular topic. Again, masculinity is not a problem. It's taking responsibility, protecting, defending, providing, and nurturing. Getting extreme and toxic is where we draw the line. That's why we're here today. Other Logic, my brother, how you doing? Good day. Jump in. Other Logic, you there? Okay, I guess not. Mr. Teke, welcome. Thanks for being part of the call with Jimmy. I think this is the first time I'm actually having the honors of having you on my platform. Thanks for being part of this today. How you doing, my brother? Jump in. Teke, you there?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking to our day
No. He wasn't responding, and I immediately switched to you when I saw the request. How you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing great, Jimmy. Some of your topics scared the bejesus out of me, so I stay away from them. Some of them, they're so thought-provoking and emotionally, jarring that, one has to be calm or in a serene place so they can think calmly to hear some of these things and face them for what they are. And today is one of those days, but there was something you said that made me want to just lay down a little bit of premise to your overall definition of some segments of what you described about the men. So this is not me taking the men's side. This is not me taking the woman's side. This is me presenting a mental state that some people cannot walk out of when they find themselves in this situation. And I'm only coming here to say, to kind of expand the part where you talked about typically the men go to the village, marry a woman that they believe is compliant or whatever language adjective you want to use there, to and bring them to the States or UK, wherever, and train them as an investment. And that's where I have a slight problem.
Right.
Yes, it is true. The men train them, but I don't want to necessarily see it or make it holistically. Like, oh, I'm training you as an investment, and so therefore I should reap all of the investment in love. Because it sounded as if at the end of I trained you and you're an investment, and so you need to make sure that everything that you own or you earn comes to me. And I think that's the one premise I just want to build it. I think you could do better by building a broader foundation to understand the state of mind as it occurs in this environment that both of us are in, to help maybe paint a broader picture, and then before you narrow it. I don't know if you want me to hear a little bit from
Yeah, I mean, if you can do that, I would appreciate. So I'm not saying all men do that, and the ones that do, um, some of them are actually doing okay. Some of them are still, married and they're okay with whom they're married to. But I'm focusing on the research I did and the nine examples I pulled up. Everything that happened in those nine instances all boils down to the fact that they went to Nigeria to pick up a lady from the village, bringing them back to the United States, getting married, and all these women were into nursing rather, and that was how it played out. In fact, it's now a pandemic in the United States that they I think they gave it a name. I've forgotten the name they gave it. I'll try and pick up the name again. They gave it a name where it explains the purpose of them going to Nigeria, pick up someone, and bringing the person back. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the intention of all men that are doing that. Okay, some are doing it for the purpose of they want a woman that can cook the local delicacies, someone they know probably not promiscuous in their own world, right? And that is the reason why they're doing that. Some people might even say they want a virgin, right? It's their preference. That's okay, right? But I'm focusing on the nine cases that I mentioned that coincidentally point out to being what I just explained. The nine of them actually went back to Nigeria. The Igbos and the Yorubas, they all went back to Nigeria, picked someone, brought them back, and all did nursing courses. They graduated, started working, making a lot of money. And another shocking thing about the nine is the husbands, they don't have um, a job that is more productive or that brings in more revenue than the wives. It's either they are cabby, driving cabs, or just doing. And don't get me wrong, they've probably been in the country for a very long time, so they've saved money, and the money they save is what they use in financing the woman to come in, down to America. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. It's based on the stories of this nine incidents that had happened, and they are all coincidentally pointing how to be that trend, and that's just what I was addressing. But I'm not saying that is what everyone that goes to Nigeria to marry does. I'm only pointing it based on the nine examples that I've used as a foundation of this particular topic: masculinity and toxic masculinity. I don't know if you get that.
That's great, and thanks for doing that, because I think that's where I have a problem with the definition issue. very broad. Bringing it down to that. Look, guys, this is focused on just these 9 men, and so people don't walk away with the wrong impression. So excellent, yes. Thank you for doing that.
Right.
Because so the second example you gave, or more than one of those examples you gave, I was familiar with each of them in all of these cases, since some of them even happened, in my neighborhoods, stateside. So
Really?
Well, Maryland, yeah.
Wow.
When they happened freshly, it was all over the Nigerian community. So almost everybody and everyone knew either the man or the woman. So it's it's not a pleasant. It was not then. It's still not now a pleasant thing. But the good news in that whole disaster is that people are finding better ways to handle this kind of things now.
Right.
Because, like you said, the man, a cabbie who works all his life,
right,
goes home, spends all his money, and bring a woman in so they can have a family.
Right.
And they now have that family, and he keeps sponsoring her. And then he's seeing that, okay, instead of contributing to the home and making the home better, you're spending your money outside when the things we need to do here right now, we're not doing it.
Right.
So I completely, I get it. There are lots of triggers, but outside of the 9, every day I learn something new. Because some of these men that do this to these women, some of them leave. And, I know one in particular I just found out literally 3 weeks ago. The guy left this woman to another woman and, totally wrecked this other's wife's emotional and mental state. Like, when I say wreck, I mean completely wrecked this woman.
Wow.
And she was a carcass, emotionally, physically, and mentally, So it took her friends coming around her and building her up and getting her back to where she had to be mentally. And letting her know that, hey, this man has left you for another woman. It's not the end of the world, you have your kids, and that's your focus. And the woman successfully got out of that mental and emotional pretty much destruction she went through. And now the man is begging to come back. Guess why?
Why?
The woman continued in her nursing, progressed to establish her own entity, providing medical services. And like two years ago, gross revenue was over 3 million.
Wow.
Bro said, I'm still suffering with this second baby I go carry. I think I go make peace with the first one, just so that.
But it's too late already.
Idiot thought Okafor's law will take hold. And, but
yeah, it's already too late. The trade is already gone.
It's gone because everybody, including male and female friends. So I think the entire that community gathered around the woman just to make sure that, hey, no matter what you do, you never can take this man back. So and people are conscious about these issues and like dealing with them and providing support, because a lot of these things happen. Most people are not even aware of the issues either the man or the woman is dealing with, and they don't find ways outside of the immediate space to address them. And that's where it escalates to the level where things like that happen. And with things of the emotion, you never know how they will go.
Right.
Especially in this country, it's where anything and everything you need is available for you to do anything and everything you need to do.
Right.
But that's all I wanted to just step in there to make sure that you narrow this within the 9 that you're addressing with, because I don't want it to make it look like
right.
It's something else that somebody might be thinking about.
Oh yeah, that's thanks for that. I mean, you came up for the right reasons and very important because I just tried remembering the name it's called now, and it's telling me something you just pointed out. It says we can address this as it can be known as human trafficking or forced labor. But the thing went further to say the scenario is described where men might marry women under false pretenses with the intention of exploiting them for financial gain in America fits the definition of these scenarios. But importantly, remember, not all Nigerians in America or Nigerian men marrying from Nigeria involved in this practice. There are many legitimate marriages and positive relationships between Nigerians and people from other countries, which is compelling. And exactly what I mean, to be very naive of me to push that narrative, I only focused on that because of the research I did. And the whole point of the research is to um, set a clear a clear narrative between the feminists and the masculine alpha males. When it comes to violence, the men they've done more damages than the women, and I know a lot of people are going to come up here to argue about the false rape allegations and everything. I checked that one out as well. In fact, it's between 2 to 10% of all rape charges that are false rape. And if we just oppose that to the actual rape that happens, we're talking about um, 90% to 98%. And 90% of 98% is done by male. Like if we want to put this down based on statistics. So, but yeah, thanks for that, Ogateke. That was beautiful notification, and I'm glad you brought it up. So our listeners won't mix it up thinking that is what all men does. It's not. There are wonderful marriages that started this way and they're still kicking till date. It has to do with mindset. It has to do with the mentality. What we're fighting here is the point of understanding if you want to export your tradition to the Western world, right? A lot of people want to bring in the culture, the tradition, and everything to the Western world. The Western world, their tradition and culture is the rule of law. So you cannot force anyone to do that with you. If you have someone that you can relate with, you both agree on certain things, that's fine. But trying to force people to do things they only do back home here, it doesn't end up well. And that's the fact. And the reason why I'm saying this is simply because when these people spoke, by the way, many of them they have 911 conversations and confessions afterwards. Um, because out of the nine, I think about seven didn't kill themselves. I think about two killed themselves, but one died in jail. But others, there are seven life sentences now. Couple are probably on death row. But the point is, um, they're facing the consequence of their action. But before they were taken to court, there was either a 911 conversation recorded, or when the police got there, they confessed into what they did. There are a couple of videos on the internet. There was a particular one that I saw. The man used a sledgehammer, and I think while trying to slam it, it struck his own leg. His leg actually broke. Um, I think it was a back and forth with the lady. The lady fought back. I think she stabbed him and he did more damage to her. She died, but he didn't. But he was bleeding. And when the police came, they asked if he had a gun. He said no, and only the hammer and knife on the ground. Told him to crawl away from that. He did, and they asked him what happened, and he said it. He said he killed his wife. She's in the other room, and we see all these confessions online. we hear some of these recorded 911 conversations. These are the issues. But anyways, I'm not here to talk about it alone. I want people to come up and let's discuss this. It's going to be an interesting one. Ogateke, thanks again for coming up. I really do appreciate that. I think this is your first time on my platform, even though you've given a crippling excuse on why you just listen. One of the anonymous listeners, you just don't want to be, on the stage simply because they are thought provoking. That's the whole point. The difficult topics that people shy away from. I'm here to talk about that.
Yeah, so thanks for having me on your stage. I'm going to go back to the seat where I'm more comfortable in and listen.
Thank
If you
you.
don't mind.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice having you
All
here.
right.
Thanks a lot. All right. This guy dropped. All right. Let's go. Chief, jump in. How you doing?
I'm doing good, though, Jimmy. I'm doing good. Finally, as we take talk, last Friday, you're going to come to us.
Well, the people asked for it.
Yeah. It's very, very important because at least for those that wants to learn, places like this is very, very important. You hear people's story. It will also help you to adjust your mind and adjust your doings.
Right.
So, to the topic, Jimmy, the honestly truth is masculinity is not a problem. It's not.
So what is?
The problem is pretense. People pretending to be who they are not for a reason. Let me tell you, the issues those incidents you mentioned.
Right.
They come over to Nigeria, get married to a girl without properly knowing that things are not the same here and there. That these are two places whereby the culture and the way of life are totally different. So because they live a pretense in their head, they will start having this mindset that even though if they bring this girl to America, that the girl will continue being under them as it's supposed to be. Do you understand? So the thing is, a black man and a man generally, born all this changing of laws, a man's mind is wired to rule, to be a leader. That is how God created a man. So anytime a man feels he's no longer in charge, he's going to get agitated. These things are the facts. And these facts are things both male and female. Our ladies out there, they hate it when you tell them. But these things are the facts. So a man got married to a woman and the girl go to the US, start working, start making money, and probably start earning more than the husband. And to this guy that went to that village or wherever he went to get married to that girl, he's not getting married to a girl that will maybe come back one night and say she's tired, she can't cook, go to the kitchen and make something to eat by herself. That is not what that man has in his mind. So now the problem is our women, can they be able to, at that particular time that they even work, are they able to manage their homes? The answer is no. So they will state
Our women.
Well, that God created a man to be a particular level. For a man to be a leader, for a man to always feel like, yes, I'm in charge. Knowing fully well that, and women know, they know. You will still marry a man that pretended to be who he is not created to be. Just like I said about feminism, these things are things that have the fundamental foundation issues. The foundation of all these things are the problem. The pretense from a man not accepting that, yes, I'm a leader, I'm created to be a leader. And a woman also not knowing fully well that at some time, there are some certain times you have to massage a man's ego. These things are the truth, Jimmy. A man's ego, if you want a man to continue being a man, his egos must be massaged sometimes. So, the problem of these issues, masculinity, Jimmy, today, minus this feminism nonsense that is all over the place. Masculinity is always masculinity. There's nothing toxic about it. It's the pretense that brings toxicity into it. It's those pretense. You're pretending to be who you are not. And the woman is also knowing fully well that a man is supposed to be like this. Wants to trample on your distance. She wants to match your shoulder. Because she is aiming more than you. So the control and those pretense are the problem. It's not masculinity should be allowed to be where it is. So to those that feel that have our own type of mentality, because we are Africans, and our cultures can never go away from us. If you want to marry such a man, there are things you as a woman that you have to keep aside. And you as the man, stop the pretense. Don't, maybe because you met this girl, you like her, you start lying your way about, trying to be who you are not, trying to be that soft man that will take anything. So Jimmy, we are not the problem. Masculinity is not the problem. It's the foundation. How did they start? How did they start?
What do you mean, how did they start?
Now, what I mean is, like those couples you mentioned, you came to Oyo State, got married to, maybe you meet this girl, and you're living in the States. And one of the reasons why you came back here to get married is to get married to somebody that you will be in charge and lead. Because you're an African man. There are many ladies out there in the US for you to get married to. But because they want somebody they will be in charge of, they will come down here, expect that when the girl gets there, knowing fully well that laws over there are different, that the girl is still going to learn and unlearn some certain things. So these things are the issue. You will come, pretend, not letting the girl know what you are. You will be giving her this American assurance. And she comes there, start living an American life. You will get agitated. Because you did not do what you were supposed to do.
What was it supposed to do?
Eh?
What was it supposed to do that I didn't do?
Now, I tell my friends that live abroad, Jimmy, and all of them will tell you, if you're my friend and you've stayed years in wherever, whichever country you are in, if you tell me you're coming back here to marry, I will tell you don't do that. As long as you are not coming back to Nigeria, to base in Nigeria finally, don't do that. Marry in America, marry in London.
So is it a crime to come and marry in Nigeria?
Now let me tell you, Jimmy, no matter how you want to put it, our laws, our culture are totally different things. Taking a Nigerian girl to the US, my brother, you should prepare your mind. But our guys cannot prepare their mind because they are Africans and they are coming back here expecting they are going to marry somebody that will be under them. So I tell my friends, I tell them every day if we are talking on the phone, I'll tell them, you want to marry a Nigerian, marry somebody that have been living there. A Nigerian that knows the law. If both of you agree that you can do it, then go ahead. Or you don't come here, marry somebody and expect the person not to unlearn when he goes to the US and unlearn some certain things. These things are lies. It's all pretense. So masculinity is not the problem. It's those guys that will, maybe as we're in this space now, they will come and be preaching how good they will be, how the best husband they will ever be, how they can accept the wife any more than them and all that. Then once they get there, low self-esteem will set in. So those are the issues. Masculinity will never be the problem. It's just the foundation. How do you start? How do this woman know who I am? Does she know what I represent? So those are the problems, Jimmy. Thank you very much.
Right. Thanks. Before you go, I have one question to ask. Can you respect a woman who doesn't cook, clean, or obey?
Come again, Jimmy.
Can you respect a woman who doesn't cook, clean, or obey?
Or obey.
Right. I mean, as your wife, can you respect a woman who doesn't cook, clean, or obey?
Jimmy, what if I can't get those things you just mentioned? What am I entering marriage for?
Okay. So the purpose of you entering a marriage is for the woman to cook, clean, and obey.
I'm telling you, it's one of the purposes. Every man enters into marriage.
All right. Tell me how the purpose is. Like giving birth to kids.
Yes.
What else?
What we are normally created for.
Wow. And that is based on what your Bible says, right?
Not based on that is what nature said. Biology said it.
Wow.
See, Jimmy, let me tell you something, Jimmy. Let me say this here. One of the issues we have today in the world we are in is just not accepting the truth the way it is. People have run away. People have run away from the truth for a very long time. You know the joy it gives you, Jimmy. I cook, but it's not something I do every day. But you know the joy it gives that you have a woman in the house and your woman goes into the kitchen to make you something to eat. You know the joy. Because you're a man. So these things are the things we want to pretend. No. A woman, you have to feel respected. You have to feel, let me tell you, even God himself, for those of us that are Christians, a woman is supposed to see the husband as the God he's facing.
So say that again. A woman is supposed to see
her husband as the God she is facing.
God, as in God, God, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Because God said it that a man he gave the man the power to rule all over, like over his home, to be a charge. So anything far from that, Jimmy, is going to be very, very dangerous. It won't work.
Let me ask you this: if your wife, sorry, let's scratch that. If your daughter, marries a man like you, would you be proud or would you be worried?
Let me tell you, Jimmy. One of the things I've sworn to do, is to instill my culture, my belief as an African, everything about me. I'm going to teach my daughter how to be a wonderful wife and be under a man. It doesn't change your perspective. It doesn't change your profile. You can be a professor. You can be everything and still be under your husband.
Under.
Yes.
When you say under, what do you mean by that?
Your husband must be in charge of everything. Your husband's decision should be taken as a God's decision.
Interesting. Okay.
I'm not saying suggestions. Wife are not supposed to suggest. But if your husband says this is the way, this is the path we are going.
So what's the point of suggestion if you're not going to take it or put it into consideration?
Jimmy, there are suggestions that have been taken.
Yeah, so what if you don't take it? What's the point? Because from the things you've said now, I can guarantee that if she suggests things to you, 99.9 of those suggestions will be disregarded simply because it's coming from her. It's not because they don't make sense. It's just simply because it's coming from her.
Jimmy,
right.
let me tell you something. There are some certain patches we'll be able to make today that back in the days, it's not even possible.
Like what? Give me an example.
Now, let me tell you. Let's say I'm buying maybe shoes from America right now. And I get married and my wife is like, hey babe, there's one of my friends that did this, that did that. They are buying from maybe Tokyo. This is the way it is. This is the way it is. Jimmy, I'm going to tell her no problem. I will make a research. If it happens that yes, her suggestion is well okay and is going to profit the family, I'm going to embark on that business. But there are some certain things a woman can wake up maybe today now. Maybe my junior brother is in my house. Maybe because she doesn't like her, I should be like, this boy has to leave this house. Jimmy, such suggestion cannot be taken by me. Do you understand? Selfish suggestions will never be taken. So, the lies are things we need to. Most marriages are all built on lies. And that is why you get all these problems everywhere. They're all built on lies. Pretense. Maybe because a man is ready to get married, everything goes. When a woman is fucking up, he will just take it. When he knows he can't take it normally. So these things are the problem.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks. I love the engagement. Thanks for that. Hang on. Let's move on the mic and hear other people's view. For people just joining, thanks for being part of this. Welcome. It's Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where we speak the raw, unscripted truth to thought-provoking, unfiltered topics, unrehearsed situations, and real-life incidents. And we're here again to follow up from last week's topic, feminism and toxic feminism. And we're here for the men. We are here for we the men. Masculinity versus extreme or toxic masculinity. Where do we draw the line? I laid a foundation when I started. For the benefit of people just joining, 9 men on record murdering their wives simply because they're beginning to turn into the breadwinner of the family, and that seems to be beneath them. They couldn't stand it, and that's where we want to kick off the conversation. We heard Teke's view on this, which was a redirecting one to let us know that not all men that goes to Nigeria to marry actually end up in this way. So not to use one brush to paint everybody, and that's absolutely correct. We're talking about the extreme masculinity. I played a video earlier on to give us an example of where toxic masculinity went out of line. When men can't stand the fact that their wives are doing better than them, earning better than them, and they just slide into rage. It's a rampage over rampage over rampage. It's chaotic and it needs to be addressed. Right. Other logic you've been dropping up and down. Would love to hear your take on this topic, and I've got a couple of questions for everyone else that will be speaking. After Ade, we have Ibrahim, Alhaji, and Tina in that order. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Off the call for Jimmy, and we're discussing masculinity versus toxic masculinity. Other logic, I hope you're here now. Jump in.
Uh, yeah. Uh, Thank you, Jimmy. Good day, everyone.
Oh, your background is giving this static noise.
I'm very sorry. Can you hear me now?
All right, we can manage. Go ahead.
Better now. Good day, everyone. Thank you, Jimmy, for this wonderful topic. And for everyone that has spoken so far, and I really appreciate your view, honestly. I would like to approach this stuff from you've done a great job by providing solid evidence and things that are happening at the status quo of the realities of we are facing, right? But I would like to just point our attention to two things. You have the masculinity and the extreme toxic masculinity. There are two different things, and our job here for this particular topic is to tell us where to draw the line. At least before we try to draw any line, you have to identify what these two is. Sadly, in our society, we have some set of people who are actually into extreme form of masculinity, like toxic masculinity, all in the name of exercising facing their masculinity. And we have this other side of society where just to speak against the extreme or toxic masculinity, they kind of actually rule out what is masculinity. Mind you, masculinity out of itself is some form of social construct, like this depend on the society where you find yourself. But the basic is simple here. Yeah, there are some characteristics associated with nature just now, and which is enormous. Not it's not it's not narrowed as we have in toxic masculinity, and the characteristic of toxic masculinity we have here is that it just narrowed. Like there are different things that are being included in masculinity. Just ignore all there's ignorance, and when it comes to that part, and it just limited to okay dominance, aggression, and like so. And this is what we are to speak out against because it's really devastating the adverse effect, the consequences we suffer in our society. Now, this goes down to the definition of masculinity and what we call and the way the society perceives it. Now, if we come to Nigerian context, here we believe there are certain things that we believe are required of men. Men are a symbol of strength. Also, women are a symbol of strength. But in a situation where we are, let's take for example, we are experiencing a disaster. It's required for men to stay emotionally strong. So it's encouraging men to be strong. That doesn't mean they don't have any weaknesses or they are not weak in certain aspects. But it's trying to encourage them to be brave. But sadly, what we are having, as in case of extreme toxic masculinity, is that no, you cannot show that you have weaknesses. And trying to do that, they go at length as forgetting that kindness, compassion Gentleness is also part of masculinity. So all these being will be ruled out, and this being ruled out will actually encourage more of what we call toxic masculinity, and that's not limited to that. It's also encourage what we call toxic feminist, extreme feminism. Like last week when we spoke about this feminism, I don't want to divide from this topic that we're talking about, but someone mentioned that if you are staying in a toxic relationship, like for a woman, is it not more advisable for the man to leave the toxic relationship than to stay in it? And the answer is more like, in the first place, why should the relationship be toxic? And part of the answer is because of this very toxic masculinity that's being experienced in relationship. Yeah, because once we just narrowed what we call masculinity into aggression, aggression, dominance, and likes, those other aspects that are necessary for a relationship to remain will be neglected. Like, for example, gentleness, kindness, like human beings, these are not objects. They are also they have equal rights just like you are now. It's not taking anything out of you listening or being gentle, being nice, being kind to your fellow human being. So it doesn't make you less inferior and less respected or so to say. And these are the realities we face in the modern world. So that's why I would love to say this thing now. First, John, I have to understand that when we talk about masculinity, we talk about strength. A man is not a weak person. I know you can have a counter argument on that, but it's not strength without kindness, without gentleness, without forbearance. Yeah. So we don't talk about strength without those things. So it's not something mutually exclusive. It's something that deals with all of these factors. Because if you look at the history, we can't neglect, we can't say that evils are because of men. Actually, although most of these disasters we can say it is all upon men, and the reason is simple, because in history we have there are bad leaders, we have bad peoples, bad whether masculine or feminine entities or character, but those people that actually get to stand up against them, we have both men and women, and more of this is just come from men. And stand up against it's not going to just come in form of a subtle exchange of what it can happen like that. But sometimes it has go as far as involving war and lights. And these are we can't deny history. These are what we have in history. But that does not neglect or what we have masculinity, because in the part of focusing just on extreme masculinity without actually recognizing what masculinity actually stands for, it will actually give us more problems than do more good. Because now in society we are now, we have a lot of things. Sorry to say, is crushed, and it need a lot. It needs spaces like this room for us, is where we can discuss and share ideas. So we can't talk about masculinity is not about although men in their nature of characters, they will love to rule and likes, just like Chief said. But it's not in dominance, not like some dominance, like you have to oppress another person to do that. You don't need to oppress anyone to dominate. Like, it's something of the leadership role. You don't need to oppress others to actually to actually lead. Right? You don't need to oppress others.
Do you want to wrap
It's not
up in
about oppressing a woman.
like 30
Yeah.
seconds?
Yeah. So let me just wrap up the question. So basically, what I'm saying is that masculinity is something that encourage men to be brave and strong, but also with having compassion, kindness, gentleness, and showing weakness is not a crime, right? You can cry, you can cry if necessary for betterment. It doesn't mean that it doesn't remove any value from you. It doesn't make you less of a man. And
When was the last time you cried?
We don't really. Last time I cried, actually, when I saw something when I saw something that really pained me. I don't cry on the issue. I cried when I saw that an action is not being taken, like the case of people dying in Palestine. When I saw that and I saw the action, the response from the sorry to bring this in, of the United Nations, they actually give sanctions, but
people dying in Palestine.
Like a slow response. And, yeah. So actually pain me because it's kind of questioned what we humanity really is. So children dying, women dying, and a lot of people, some people are just coming out. It's not about debate. It's not. You have to stop this kind of madness and like so.
Did you
some people coming out to speak?
Did you cry on people getting killed in the Middle Belt?
Sorry, can you?
Did you cry with people getting killed in the Middle Belt? Adults, mothers, kids, men getting killed in the Middle Belt. Did you cry?
Yeah.
You need to be honest with yourself.
Actually, I must. Yeah, I'll be honest. If I say I cry, because I'm actually crying when I felt like much like something better could have been done, and it's not being done. And I felt like being restrained. Like I would have wished to do a lot more better to actually help this situation. And the only way I could express this, to release all this emotional energy, just to let's cry. It's not like I'll be wailing or weeping or like so. Just cry. The tears will come out, and I just after that.
All right.
Kind of.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So
Logic.
That's what.
Yeah. Thanks. The bottom line is you don't hide behind your masculinity. You actually let out the emotions when need be, which I mean it's a great thing. So I was only being can you mute your mic? I'm having a terrible feedback. Thank you. I was only being playful when I asked if you cried regarding people the Middle Belt, because you said you cried regarding people in Palestine. But nonetheless, I think I understand the message you're trying to pass across regarding your own definition of masculinity. Clear. I get that part. But I think it's way more than what you've put out there. But anyways, I'm not here to be the judge of that. We have other people that are here to speak. Let's have Ibrahim should go next, then Alaji and Tina in that order. Ibrahim, how you doing?
I'm fine, Jimmy. Good evening. How are you?
Good day. I'm doing great. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate. Thank you for hosting this space and giving the opportunity to speak. Okay. In respect to the topic, I think let me start by saying that words actually find our reality. In the sense that with language and all, we tend to understand our environment, our reality, and how we tend to perceive the world. And how we perceive the world, we use words to actually translate how we feel, how we think, and how we tend to see things. And when certain words are now being misused, it tends to blur reality and it tends to blur how you tend to perceive the world around you, in the sense that the concept of toxic masculinity do not necessarily sit well with me. The reason why is because I think last week, I think you said that you host a space regarding feminism and toxic feminism.
That's correct.
Yeah. And feminism is an ideology, and a political ideology. Femininity is an archetype. Masculinity is an archetype, not an ideology. So now, if you are going to play both angles together, understand, you are to a large extent, you actually do a strong disservice to masculinity by attaching toxic masculinity towards masculinity, because masculinity is not a political ideology, it's an archetype. that is being centered around men in general. That is an archetype that men tend to have. And might be and are different type of male archetypes out there. You like of the alpha males, you like alpha, yeah, you have sigma, you have the beta and mega and whatnot and stuff like that. Omega and whatnot and stuff like that. Then in respect to masculinity as well, you also have the priesthood, you also have the guideline, you also have the creature and whatnot, you also have the warrior, you understand, the hero and whatnot. So now these are male archetypes. And for female archetype, which is femininity, you actually have
from the ones you mentioned. Now you didn't mention killers. We have male killers as well.
I'm coming.
Okay.
I'm getting somewhere.
All right.
For femininity, you actually have the maiden, you actually have the mother, you actually have the heroine, and the what do you call it? The maiden and whatnot and stuff like that. These are female archetypes and male archetypes. Now, when these archetypes are not well managed, yes, you actually have the dark side of it. Like everything actually has its own dark side and all that, but it actually has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it politically. It's just the bad behavior that these archetypes have actually gone out of hand. You know, they're actually not performing the way they're supposed to perform. It's just a behavioral issue at that moment. Like this person is actually acting outside his behavior. But when you now politicize masculinity to the way it's actually being centered on according to the Western mainstream media, you're actually doing a strong disservice, because the concept of masculinity, if you look at masculinity to the large extent, to its core, it's all about choices, protection, accountability, and bravery and whatever. And you actually need all these archetypes, all these things, to actually protect the society, to move the society forward. Now, when you now start turning it, when you now add toxic towards it and all of that, it should not be said that when a man actually acts brave in a certain situation, you can actually say that this man is actually acting in a toxic bravery way, or is actually acting in a toxic accountable way. At the end of the day, it's actually give a very vague reality, because at the end of the day, you're actually not doing justice to such, because in general, masculinity actually have a very good anchor towards it, and same thing regarding femininity as well. But when it comes to political movement and whatnot and stuff like that, yes, there's always the extreme side of it. No matter the political ideology actually have. Some people actually want to take one religious belief or philosophical belief. Some people actually want to take it to an extreme. Because they want to use it for their own personal gain, either for power, for wealth, for control, whichever way. They tend to use it for that. But for masculinity and femininity as well, I think toxic towards it, you actually do a strong disservice to it. And as for the men that you actually highlighted that story earlier, for me personally, I don't see that behavior as toxic masculinity. I see it as a bad character. That these are men that have actually gone out of hand. And
bad character, you said?
Yeah, bad character. Yeah, bad character.
So what is your definition of toxic?
Toxic?
Yeah.
In what sense?
In the sense of what it is toxic. What is your definition of toxicity?
Toxicity is actually, from my own perspective, you actually say toxicity is actually strength from bad feeling. In a sense that when something is actually polluted.
Sorry?
When something is polluted, it's toxic, polluted. When it's polluted, like toxic waste in water, toxic waste in your environment, and whatnot and stuff like that. Just like that.
Okay,
when something is polluted, it's generalized toxic.
Okay, so you're putting context to this. Okay, interesting. Yeah. So here's my point. My comparison is between the two words. You're putting bad above toxic, right? You're putting
I'm not putting bad above toxic. I'm not saying that toxic as masculinity has nothing to do with toxic.
Really?
There's no toxic in masculinity. Yeah.
Okay.
There's
Go
no
ahead.
toxicity in masculinity. That's the point I'm trying to make. And there's no toxicity in femininity. But you can actually put toxicity when it comes to political ideology. Because, like I said, in general, femininity archetype comes from a place of positivity. Same thing with masculinity as well. It comes from a place of positivity because you actually need these archetypes from both male and female to actually move the society forward. However, a political ideology can actually translate into toxicity. Now, whenever a human being actually does a bad character, you treat that person that, okay, you did a bad character, and that is why you actually have correction system, to correct such behavior, either through jail or through prison and whatnot and stuff like that, or through fights to correct such behaviors and whatnot. But when you now target towards certain archetypes, when you now try to like give a flip of it, because that's one thing about, because for me personally, the way I actually view the world, I don't view the world from the Western ideology like that. Yes, every civilization and every region actually have a way of viewing the world. The Western ideology have a way of seeing the world. The East ideology also have a way of seeing the world. The African ideologies are same thing regarding the Middle East as well. Every region actually have a way of seeing the world. However, there's a need to actually broaden one's horizon when you're actually approaching certain topics. And in order for the West ideology to actually put, because the West ideology is all about putting things in a certain box, boxing a lot of things. Once you don't understand something, you tend to box it. That this is it. Since I can't understand, I'll just box it into this, and everything will center into this category. And I see it like, that is not a good way of seeing the world, because the world is not necessarily black and white or binary like that. There's a lot of gray areas there, and you have to also put all these things into account. There's certain behavior that even though your language, you actually don't have a word for it, definitely you can actually go to another civilization or go to another language and borrow from there for proper understanding. Like I said earlier, language is what we use to actually understand our realities. And when we start blowing those lines with certain words, then definitely our reality starts looking blurry. Then when certain behavior, when certain issues start arising, you may start mislabeling such things by taming them or by tagging them with certain words that does not necessarily correlate with it. Now, that's the argument I'm making.
Okay, fair enough. I still don't understand how you've managed to consider toxic not compatible to masculinity. I can't. But anyways, I have some questions for you. Do you consider yourself an alpha male?
Some people might say alpha, some people might say I don't consider myself. I actually don't consider myself as a male that try to do something according to my cultural belief and my religious belief to make sure that I do good, I do things honestly and sincerely and all like that.
Okay.
But whichever archetype people want to tag me on and all like that, that is left for them.
Right. Can you respect a woman who doesn't cook, clean, or obey you?
Respect in under what context?
So respect as in respect, like it doesn't change anything if she doesn't cook, if she doesn't clean, if she doesn't obey. It doesn't change the way you see her as your wife. It doesn't change the fact that she's your partner, she's your other half. Can you respect a woman who doesn't cook, clean, or obey? I asked Chief that question, and he went straight to the point. He said, "So what's the point of marrying someone that doesn't cook, clean, or obey? In fact, that's the main reason why he's marrying." So, what is your take on that?
Yeah, I actually also have so much similar answer as well, but not the way you actually put it, in the sense that both of us actually owe ourselves responsibility for each other. And me as the husband, there are certain duties and responsibilities that are actually automatically ascribed to me to perform. Once those things are not on the table, you understand, certain level of respect or certain level of responsibility from our end won't be given to me in general. Because either we like it or not, it is assumed that I should take care of our responsibility, protect her and whatnot and stuff like that by default. Now, on our own hand, there's also a bargaining chip as well attached to it, in the sense that as a married or the traditional marriage rights, she's to take care of the home, cook and clean, and also be submissive according to the traditional rights and what and so on. If she does not do these duties or these responsibilities and all that, yeah, no doubt, my respect towards her will actually diminish because she's not actually fulfilling the end of her own bargain, her own end of the bargain. Because at the end of the day, it's not like, okay, if you are not going to do these things for me, then why are we now together? In that essence.
So the purpose of marrying her is for her to cook, clean, and obey.
It's not necessarily that's the main major purpose. It is part of it.
So what are the other purposes?
Other purpose is to be a helpmate. Other purpose is to to get her own perspective, about life. Whatever decision I'm actually making, she's not comfortable with it. She actually have every right and every duty to actually tell me that I'm not comfortable with this. I can actually bounce off idea from her. She can give me her own perspective about it because we are two. I need. Okay?
Yeah. Sorry to cut you short. I mean, so what if she doesn't? What if her perspectives about she doesn't feel comfortable, cooking, cleaning? What are you gonna do about that?
Yeah, it means that our ideology does not align, and there's no issue with it. And there is no essence for us to actually continue to proceed in our marital vows and stuff like that. Okay. Just like if she feels like she's actually okay with a man not protecting her, not providing for her and and stuff like that, that is her own worldview, and it is fine. I have no issue with that. But as far as in this situation, I feel like we are not compatible with that essence because we both of us, certain things are actually required from both of us.
So it is transactional to you?
Not everything is always transactional.
Right. So my point now is it's give and take. So if she cannot cook, clean, and obey, you cannot provide, protect, and spend money, right?
Technically, yeah.
Technically, okay, right. So officially, you're one of the alpha males. I love the mindset.
Jimmy, you don't do that. You know why I say you don't do that?
Okay, go ahead.
You know why I say you don't do that. Now, like I said, you just tag me now because of a particular take regarding a particular subject. You just tag me as an alpha male. And that's, like I said, that is actually the wrong way of viewing the world. Because sometimes there's always a need. There's sometimes in life, or so when it comes to certain topics, there's actually going to be a bit of overlap here and there when it comes to certain ideologies, and it is fine. But because I actually have a take regarding a particular topic, that does not necessarily make me that. It just makes me that yes, I ascribe to this particular side, and in other side, I can actually be a bit lenient here, and that, you understand, the world is not black and white in the sense that you don't start somebody instantly here because you actually see something from this particular perspective at this moment in time. And like I said, it's pressure. So
I didn't just tag you. You see, I've purposely written out specific questions to ask people before I jump into my conclusion with them. I see you, German Prince, my brother. Welcome. How you doing? Chief, you don't come back up. I know something triggered you, but don't worry. I'll get to everyone in a minute. So from every single thing you said now, I'm going to redefine it based on the things you said. The characteristics of an alpha male is protectiveness, high ambition, assertiveness, decisiveness, physical presence, dominance, leadership, confidence, not the cockiness kind of thing, but you've just displayed all those things right here due to the questions I asked you. And at the same time,
Sigma also have those same characteristics.
So sorry?
Same thing as Omega. I say Sigma males also have those same characteristics as well. Same, likewise, Omega males as well. Like I said,
I'm referring to Alpha. I'm referring. Okay, so which one are you? Which one are you?
Like I said, I don't belong to them. Like if you want to tag whatever you want to tag, it is fine because of the kind of questions you ask.
No. It's not because of the questions I asked. It's the responses you gave to the questions I asked.
Which actually prompts me to give you the kind of answer that I give, which I know that it will give you that alpha kind of response, which I understand.
Right.
But however, the point I'm trying to make is this. I don't necessarily belong to any of those tags because I don't want to put myself in a box. I see it as not a good way of viewing the world because the masculinity is actually very, very dynamic. You know, depending on the situation that you are in. Sometimes you act this way when the situation is required for it to act that way. And sometimes you actually act in a different way when situation actually allows you or make you act that way. So that is why for me personally, I don't try to ascribe myself to a particular box and not like that. So that's just it.
All right, thank you, Ibrahim. That was beautiful. Thanks for that engagement. I mean, I'm not doing this to do a back and forth. I'm just here to put out the questions, and people are listening. It's an international platform. People are listening from every part of the world. Chief, you have to hold on. There are people here that they've not spoken. I see you. Don't worry, hang in there. German Prince, my brother, welcome. Thanks for joining. Let's quickly do Alaji Tina, and we go to German Prince in that order. Then Chief, you can chime in. Alhaji, how you doing? Jump in.
Yeah, I'm doing well, Jimmy. Special shout out to you, big shout out to you. My guy imperfect German Prince, I will always give you a regard everywhere I go to. I greet you, boss. Everyone, Chief, Tina, everyone of you, Ibrahim, and everyone who was listening. Okay, I actually wrote some. Hey, it's not yet. Okay. It's here now. I've seen it. All right, so I actually wrote some stuff if I will do my presentation. Just firstly, all extremes in the world, any type of ideology that are extreme do not tend to end well. They don't do well. I used to have this misunderstanding of feminism up until I did these personal studies on my own. I took some hours and I read through documentaries, saw the beginning of the whole movement, and I agreed with the position of the feminists in the world. Yes, I agreed with their position. I used to be someone who was antagonistic to those ideologies. I felt the way it was presented to us, all of the old false accusation in those days, in those times when this arena was tossed, this Twitter was. But I have a personal philosophy. If I don't understand something, I tend to go do my own personal studies of findings, so I can, when I'm presenting my position in the future, I'll be presenting the position from a very proper standpoint. So I did my own personal studies on feminism, and I can tell you the ideology where it started from, the intentions are actually very, very sound. They are not wrong, right? And what we are not seeing in recent years or recent times are the extreme form. I think also with the whole alpha meetings and the whole stuffs, I think the rise of alpha meeting and all those things on the Nigerian side, the Nigerian X spaces, started from those times where you have the extreme version of feminism. So it was like we are matching your madness, and that's why it gave rise to some of these big handles that are so big on X in that arena, right? However, extreme forms, just as you're saying with the terrorists of the world and what's not, the fanatics of the world who are going extreme, they are not really good. But if you look at it from the fundamental levels, they're not really bad itself. So, so let me learn my point. So I listened to start of the space, all the examples and the videos you poured out, and all I could hear was entitlement. No one owes you anything, not even the person you sponsor through school. This is one brutal truth people should come to accept or live by. Not even your children. Yes, actually yes. Like, people will find it hard to agree with it, but it's the truth. No one owes you, even if you actually do raise them up literally with your finances. They can choose to be stupid tomorrow, and you can't go and kill them. You can't go and kill them. I think I've seen where this issue lies. The issue lies here is that while the women are growing, right, the men are stuck in their level. I mean, even men in our association, you find out that over there, this is a topic people will not agree with, right? even though it's the truth, you find out that over time, as you're advancing, your peers who are not advancing with you tend not to be on the same mental space with them. And this is what has happened over the years. I used to tell people, right? I used to tell people, no, on very few occasions, not like I used to tell people, a very few occasions. On topics like this, very rarely, I won't lie. My woman, for example, she's currently BS. She just finished her BS and everything. Now, because she has gone through BSc, I'm going for masters.
I like it. Sorry to interject. Quick question: are you married?
Yeah. I'm married.
Beautiful. Go ahead.
Yeah. So she's leveling up. I first to get an BSc. When I met her, she was NC, and I insisted that for the sake of growth, I ensured that she gone through her BSc and everything. And today, she just says this pastor, she's waiting for NYC. Now, this year, I'm going for my master's. So at every point, she also did some other professional stuff. I also have done some professional stuff. So at every point she's growing, I tend to also grow too. But I'm not going to watch her outgrow me. She's not going to watch me outgrow. We are going to be matching ourselves in that arena, intellectually, personally. Growth, have to be very intentional and deliberate. And this is, if anyone who is actually a trader can relate this properly with me. When you buy a coin, for example, I used to use this in Bitcoin. When you buy a coin, for example, the reason why you are going to sell those tokens or coins most times because you're not seeing a value with it. But there are some coins, if you go and sell it, you will not sleep well that night. You'll be turning on your bed because why? There's a potential, there's a possibility that coin might do well.
Right.
Might a 10x, a 5x. So that's how it is with human relations. I think people stop growing when they get and they are married and everything. They just stop growing, and that might not be attractive. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So I see. No one is a slave. No one is a slave. No one is a slave. Let me answer your question, Jimmy. My woman knows this truth that she can decide not to do anything, and I love her regardless. And I mean, I tell her that. She can decide that today I'm not cooking, I'm not doing anything. Either I do those things or go and eat outside. Yes. She's not my slave. She's not my slave. She's not my slave. I married her. I love her for who she is. I love her for the biggest reason I actually married her was for companionship, actually. Not even for children. My children will leave me one day, just as I've left my parents.
Right.
She can do crazy things, and all I'm seeing is not the crazy thing she's doing. I'm seeing the part I saw that got marketed to her. I lost over my woman. It should not make sense to you because I mean married and I mean no way to see. Even I myself, I don't have the best character. I think people should realize this. You're not the best in it. You're not the best in character in anything. The person married to you also is compromising in one side too. There's some part of you she's not liking that she also. I'm growing steadily. Like this. Okay, let me let out. It's very small. It's not a really good example, but let me just let it out. This argument that happened recently. Everyday boxer, one boxer. I used to be that person that why would I watching boxer every day? But the moment that one, she's super sensitive to death. So I speak to you. I only wear one boxer per day. I don't wear one and the next day. I have to learn. I have to buy. It's a learning thing. There's some behaviors now you see me now is the beat. It was not like this for me 5 years ago.
Right.
Now you see me now in your space, you'll be thinking that what happened to you? Right? So growth is something that is deliberate. I take courses to study, how to please my woman. Because this is the person that will be with me for the rest of my life. Nobody will be with me.
What kind of courses? Please enlighten some people that don't know about these things. What kind of courses?
Yeah. So I take some courses on marriage, yeah.
Okay.
Some courses on human psychology, how to get people to like you, right? She's in my phone right now. No, stop. Okay, so I want to.
Is she listening as well?
I love. Yeah, she just came in now.
Oh, okay. Regards to her. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I take courses on human psychology, how to make friends, how to please people and all that. Because, I want to learn. This is not by default. There's no one. I wasn't born with these abilities. Yeah, I wasn't born with abilities. I have to learn. So for me, I think when folks go together, it makes the whole journey interesting because you're watching out for each other.
Sorry, I like you. Where are you based now? Are you in Nigeria or diaspora?
I'm in Lagos, Nigeria.
Nigeria. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Lagos, Nigeria. So let me wrap up by saying this. Yeah.
Right.
For me, my woman is not my slave. She's not my. She's not. What does that mean to say? Man is this, man is woman. No, she knows at every time. She's my co-equal. She's equal to me.
Right.
Yes, the woman is very equal to me. Like if my guys, everybody know, my family they know. In fact, my family knows to get through me most times you have to get through her. She has to kind of approve those things because they say tendency it gets to me and she doesn't like it. It's 95% sure that I will not. So you have to. And so everyone knows that arrangement. Like you must recognize my woman. You must give her all the respect and everything. If I sense that you are regarding that, you will never see it from her hand. That one is 100% for sure because she's that. She's going to be the person that's going to be with me for the rest of my life. Nobody else in this world, not even my children. And that's the truth and that's the passion. I didn't marry her for her cooking skills, even though she cooks, or for her washing skills. If I have a washing machine and she doesn't like using it, she says, the thing doesn't wash well and everything. But me, sometimes, because if I just sense that this one, no, or she's stressed because I can be very busy. But when I sense that she knows she just wants to on her phone, she wants to talk to her friend and everything, I take my computer and go and wash myself. And I don't wash I hate washing my hand. I use my washing machine. She doesn't like washing with washing machine. She uses her hand and she does it extremely out of her convenience.
Right.
So that's for me. It might not make sense to everybody else, but this is what I'm going to hand my mic.
Thank you. Beautiful. Haji. Thanks for that. It's actually nice hearing from a different perspective. We cannot all agree on the same thing, and I welcome every view regarding this topic as long as we keep it professional, civil, and mature. Double Chief, I've been seeing you waving, and I allowed you to finish. I'm gonna pull you up. Please just mute your mic and wait your turn. Don't interject anyone. No one is gonna interject you. Okay? Right. All right. So Tina, before you go, actually want to play an audio, but I don't know. It might be a
Jimmy, can I engage the last speaker? I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, you don't worry. I'll create a platform.
Yeah, but I don't want him to leave the speaker section before.
So you're gonna have to wait. You can write it down. You know how I run my spaces. You can write it down. If you're in a hurry, you can go down.
Some of the time people speak, and before you call me, they already left the space, and I don't get to ask my questions.
Yeah, so
it happens all the time.
Yeah, it's
like a deliberate target.
So it's not about you, and I have no reason to target you. I'm running a space here, and I'm trying to make sure everyone on the speaker section get their time to speak. I don't even know if he wants to, engage in any question and answer. But here's the thing: there are people waiting before you, so it will be absolutely unfair on them, and that's just the point. But I get the fact that you still want to ask me a question. As I always say on my platform, get a pencil and a paper. I cannot emphasize on this. It's a learning platform for people to take note. I do take note as the host. I write things down. I have a lot of questions to ask people that I don't end up even asking them. Please, I want to employ my listeners to know this. Let's come up with the habit of writing down questions and just play by the rules. I beg of you. Thank you. Tina, do you want me to play the audio now? It might give you a foundation of how you're gonna,
You can go ahead, Jimmy.
navigate your submission. But let me just do that. So for the sake of people listening.
You're married. I am married, but my husband never listens to me. He doesn't listen to me at all. He doesn't take my advice as a woman. I don't have that relationship with my husband, and I don't know why. I've done all the things I know how to do, taken advice from everybody, but it's just not working. And that's why I just want to officially ask him on camera, let me know if there is anything I even did to warrant this. Baby, why is it that you don't listen to me? You don't take my advice as a wife, as your wife. You don't, things you do, even when I say, okay, buy black.
Why would
my husband will come back.
Why would I listen to you when you talk to me?
If you raise your head, let me be hearing you very well.
I said, why would I listen to you when you talk to me as if I am your age mate? You know that one thing that does some of you young married women, especially once they have before they see or during the once you guys are married, because you pronouncing your husband's nakedness, you forget that this man senior you with 10 years, 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, 3 years, 2 years. It was you are talking to him as if he's your classmate, as if he's your age mate. No man will listen to you if you're talking to him as if as if you are her age mate. I will not listen to you. So that is one of the privileges of a man. I may not shout at you or anything, but I am for it against it.
Oh my God. Are we not partners?
Yeah, who is partner?
You're my husband, I'm your wife. We are partners.
You're not my partner.
I don't understand. You're my partner.
You are not my partner. Partner is what Oyibo brought.
Ha.
Partner is what Oyibo brought. You are my wife. I am your master. You're not my partner.
Interesting.
If I'm your partner, as you are giving birth to 2 children, you will wait. Me, I will get pregnant too, and I will born my own children. You will bring in 2 children, I will bring in 2 children. Monday, I will go and make money. Tuesday, you will go and make money. Wednesday, I will go. Thursday, you will go. If I pay house rent this year, you will pay house rent next year. As I came to pay your bride price, you come and pay my own bride price. I am a partner. You understand? I am your master. That is why our forefathers' marriages worked.
You'll be comparing this modern generation with our forefathers.
Is it not the same Utu? Is it not the same Utu? Is it not the same what they did to give birth to us that we do to give birth to our children? Is there a modern way of giving birth to children?
Our forefathers' marriage and relationship, you can't compare it with what modern people have. Okay, besides, let me not dispute what you're saying. Yeah, you said you are the master, right?
Yes.
You said you are the master.
Yes.
No, I'm not sharing master.
Partnership is what Oyibo brought. I am Onina. I am your master. Talk to me as somebody.
So you are my master, and I'm your servant.
It's not you will not use that word servant.
So what am I?
You are my wife. You are my wife.
Okay, fine. You are the master and the wife.
Yes.
But it's no now. Let's make it how it is. They don't have master and wife. It is master and servant, husband and wife. So if you say I'm your master, you are my master, that means I'm your servant.
They say that Christ is our master. Does that make Christians Christ servants?
It is not like that. Don't turn the table. They're just trying to twist it to favor you. I'm just trying to follow what you said. Even if you are the master and then I'm your servant. In master-servant relationships, servants advise their masters. masters listen to their servants. So why don't you listen? Since obviously
you're not my servant, you're my subordinate. That is the word, subordinate. You are under me.
Subordinates still suggest to their superiors.
That is your problem. That is your problem. You don't suggest. You don't suggest. You instruct.
I am your wife. We are one. In marriage, his husband and wife are meant to be one. They are meant to be the same.
We're not one. We're not one. We are two.
We cannot be two. That's the problem.
We are two.
For that, a man shall leave his father's house.
You are quoting the Christian Bible. We are quoting the Christian Bible. Normally, in marriage, a wife has where they call cooking, where the wife stays.
I'm not a traditionalist. So stop thinking all this.
That is that is your problem. That is why I will not listen to you, because you have to accept the one I said that we are.
But you were listening to me while we were dating. So why did you now change after marriage?
I love this part.
I was listening to you while we were dating.
You are not listening to me while I got married.
I was campaigning for an election. You want to go? I am not to my constituents. I want to win their votes. I want to win them to me.
This guy is
of course, a man has to do what it takes to get a woman that will procreate with him. That is where a man is very, very reasonable. As I come to you, I do what it takes to win your heart. And as I've won your heart, there is no going back. No, there is no going back. No, I couldn't get it. As I have applied that sense, I did not come and do win your heart. Now that you are inside now, you now have to apply your own logic to also win my heart. Because your husband don't get you.
I should apply logic to win my husband's heart.
Yes, now you have to apply strategy.
So I don't have your heart right now.
If you have my heart, why were you complaining that I don't listen to you? If you have my heart, listening to you will be as easy as ABCD. And there is a way to go about it. There is a way to master the man's ego. Oh, brother, why don't you listen to me? Why don't you think I'm not a Christian? I'm a traditionalist. I'm not a realist. He got a poor baby girl. Did you know a day? Not say I don't have a do. Did you know me? Not say I don't have a do. No, and go book that. Okay, I'll be poor. Call there. If you don't come into a husband's home and be showing him that you are intelligent, that you are opinionated. Who says we are?
The way you are saying, are we dragging it? Are we competing?
We're not competing.
So why are you making
but you are not winning. You are not winning. You are supposed to win.
So I'm supposed to win in my marriage.
Yes.
When I and my husband should be a force to win outside, then you want me to be winning in my marriage?
No, you have to win in your home first before you guys will now team and become a force. If I did not come to you to complain, it's you that on camera and started saying that your husband does not listen to you.
Because you don't listen.
It means it bothers you.
Why would it bother me?
Your husband is now telling you how you can make him listen to you.
You've not said anyhow.
I have anyway.
No, you've not said anyhow. You have not said it. The only how you are your traditional father, your ancestors. You want me? Am I your ancestor?
Okay.
So I should be doing what your great grandmother did. Okay. Are you your great grandfather?
Yeah. I put down here. That is the same thing that I'm complaining. You are talking to me because one of one.
What? Why you? When they're talking about in marriage, there is nothing like age. You don't bring age. You are not my mate. Why did you marry your age mate? Why would you not marry your age mate?
Okay, oh yeah, make me listen now.
No, why did any small thing saying I marry age mate? Why did you marry your age mate? You wait to marry somebody who will control you. You cannot control me. We are one. It's not any small thing saying because I've seen your feet, I've seen your this. We are one. You have not seen my.
I don't want to control you.
That's what you want to do. That's what you want to
do. You will be in this house, and if you are doing what they call monologue. So you are talking to yourself. Just know that you are married to a deaf and dumb. I will not listen to you with this your character and attitude. Until you stoop, you will not come.
Can't you stoop? You must have been what you stoop.
I think my English.
Can you not?
You did not come across a book, a play, because She Stoops to Conquer by Oliver Smith. You don't come across that book? You have to stoop to conquer. Since you want to do that.
Well, I mean, I did a lot of research on the topic, and I came across a lot of crazy videos. I'm still going to share with you guys. It's going to be a long day, an interesting one, an engaging one. I just had to play that for you guys to understand what we're dealing with. Again, it's a platform for me to create, for both sides to come and hear their point of views. And I do also have videos of ladies stepping out of the boundaries. There's a particular one about a wife slapping the husband you know, in a studio, and live in a studio, and the recording was going on, and the whole place was shocked. Like the presenter and everybody, they were just stunned by that act. So I'm not taking sides, but what I would do is
You should actually play this video for me before I actually give my take, because it will have actually make you understand the angle that you
right. So don't worry, you can still hang on. When people that have not spoken have spoken, you can go again. And that's the reason why I want people to cultivate the habit. When I say it, it's not because I want to impose it on people. It's because I want my platform to be an educational one for people to come and learn. I have a pencil and paper for a reason. I note down when people give their submission, I note down points that I want to ask. So I'd like us to cultivate that habit. That way we can't, or we won't forget whatever it is we want to talk about, we want to ask, and we can have an intellectual platform where we can come learn and unlearn. And that's the whole point. Let me wrap up with the video with the remaining 1 minute, and we go to Tina. I see Integrity. Welcome. I know you want to chime in. We have a queue. We'll go according to that, and everybody will have their go. But before then, let's wrap up with the 1 minute.
You understand how to follow enough. See the energy, because I'm sitting down, I'm standing up. How will I listen to you?
These things don't matter.
Whatever.
Don't matter. Because you and I, we are one. So even if I do that over,
understand.
My innermost heart.
I did.
My heart. What is
I don't know your heart.
There you go.
Am I the
That's it. That's the end of the video. I love the fact that it somehow overshadowed the first one that I played. It has to do with the man shooting his wife, and this is a different one entirely. Tina, jump in. I hope I've created a foundation for you to lay your case.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to everyone on the speaker section and also on the listener section. So, this topic, masculinity versus extreme one, where do we draw the line? I just want to first make a case for masculinity, and in my own understanding, I actually see it being various things. It has to do with a whole lot of responsibility. And what you have to do about responsibility in masculinity is a lot. It comes with so many things that you are expected to do. It comes with a lot of things that you're expected to make sure you come out of it better. There's a lot in your hand you have to take care of. There's a whole lot of responsibility that come with just being masculine in nature. And then on the other side, consideration. You have to be very considerate with people around you. You have to take into consideration about their views, about the way they see things. You must be very open to critics, and you should allow people to criticize you. Take the feedback. If you want to make a point, you understand. Don't be condescending about it. Make it in a very good way when it comes to masculinity. And also, most importantly, I believe masculinity also comes with being resourceful. You should always be that person people can always go to get a lot of things done. When they look around the room, always take it to this person. You always have a good idea about things. You understand? Being resourceful and being masculine, you have to be very, very resourceful around you. So you are that kind of a person. When you are not around, your presence is being felt. You understand? And then it's all centers around what's being masculine is all about. You have to show the positive side in how you can lead people. So when I was listening to that tape,
I don't support the views of that man. I believe, at the same time, is not trying to understand why he has to be a partner with his wife. And at the end of the day, I think it actually talks a whole lot about the age we are in. Things are being done differently right now. Like they will tell you the world is evolving and you have to evolve with it at the end of the day. Because economically, it has now been very, very valid. Yeah, economically, it's very valid that income from both husband and wife is needed to support the home as we keep on going. We are getting to that point, you understand? So when you have a woman that is also contributing to a certain extent to the finances of the home, well, why would you not want to evolve as a man and try to understand, like, we are partners, we do things together, we should reason together. I believe you're not getting married to a child. You're not directing somebody over your home, go and get that for me. You have conversation with open mind. You want to increase the confidence in your kids, because when they see the type of conversation you have with your wife, how you are open with having conversation with your wife, how you relate with your wife, from there, even the confidence of the kid build up from that. You understand? This is a home where people are positive minded, they air their views, you understand? They are not feeling in a certain kind of a way whereby they don't want to hear their views, or they are being careful, somebody's going to shout on them, they are drawing back. No. Because when that confidence is there with the way you build up your home and you engage with your wife, it's going to trickle down to the kids as well. They build confidence from that particular level. And then also, being masculine also means that at the same time, you could be somebody that can build a legacy. You understand? You could build a legacy. There's a whole lot. I would say it comes with a whole lot of responsibility. It's like a leadership role whereby people have to learn from the examples that you exhibit. So I see it being a whole lot of work. And when you want to call yourself being masculine, you need to look in the mirror and see, can you do all these things? Can you be resourceful? Can you be respectful? Can you agree that in a marriage, even in relationship, respect is earned? You have to earn your respect. It's not just a clothes whereby you just put on and everybody starts giving you a thumbs up. You have to put in a whole lot of work. And just like I listened to some people drop their submission, and being not able to understand that we are evolving in this age, things necessarily doesn't have to be the way it has been before. Like I said, economically, it is being proven as time goes on, like to actually withstand and build a home, you understand? Streams of income could actually come from both partners. It is not the way whereby one income is going to sustain the home. So at the long run, there have to be a workaround. And firstly, the man has to understand that being masculine means that the respect, you have to earn it. It's not just a title whereby you are just putting out like a cap on your head. You have to earn respect. You have to show the reason why people should see you in the room and respect you. You have to be that person that can solve a whole lot of things. When things get tangled, you can come in and get things solved, and being considerate at the same time. So I just feel that's one of the positive side of what you actually look at yourself and call being masculine. And on the extreme side, which I feel, if you are not being considerate and you are not being open to have an honest conversation, like you don't want to be criticized, why? That is being extreme. Take the criticism, and when you have the critics, it's a feedback, work on it, and believe, like, if you have done that, so why won't you be able to advise your partner in the future also? So that is one thing I really feel partners need to look into. So on the domestic violence side, when you are not trying to exert your manliness or masculinity through physical force or violence, which is very, very, very wrong. That means the communication line between such partners is broken down. You should try to understand, like, even if you don't have all the answers to the question, when you want to have an honest conversation with your partners, with your peers, you understand? You can take down your points before you have those conversations, you understand? And be honest, like, oh, you are open to learning new things, and this is the way you see it. Understand? And you are open to learn from their own view and try and work it around. That is how I feel a community and a society is being built. So on the extreme side, I feel men that are not being considerate to even their peers, even their wives, even in families. You don't want to listen to other views. You don't want to be open to being criticized. You just see yourself like, oh, you have one title because you are now stronger. You can beat up people. On the extreme side, I think it is very, very, very clear. Somebody like that will stand out in the room, and these are the people that a whole lot of women will now start using those tags that are out there, like, oh, you are being misogynistic, oh, it's very patriarchal in nature, and all those nomenclature that can come with you when you show these traits. So as the world is evolving, I believe we should evolve with it, you understand? And if you believe you can use the technology in this world, so why don't you want to share your views about how a home should be run in the 21st century? So that's what I see. Anybody that is saying you want to keep doing things in the past way, then why don't you go back the way they are doing things and don't use the technology, just cut away from the world and go back to the 19th century and live your reality back there. So that's just how I see it, Jimmy. I hope I've been able to share the bit of light.
Thank you. Beautiful. I love that. I mean, it's your opinion, and that's the reason why I have the platform for people to hear their views. I don't have to agree with everything you say. I don't have to agree with what anyone else says. I'm just here to create a platform so the world can listen to different people's perspective, and that way, the listeners will be the judge of what they can learn from and what they can discard of. But thanks, Tina. That was a splendid submission, and I'm glad no one interjected you. Right, without wasting any much time, I'm gonna take a new cue now. Double Chief is gonna go next. After that, Integrity. After Integrity, we have Chi, EXO, Best, and Ada in that order. Thanks, guys, for your patience. If you have questions for Tina, you can write it down. If you have questions for Double Chief, write it down. And after all the speakers have given their submissions, we can open the floor for questions. We can ask ourselves questions. We'll do it that way, civilly and in a very mature manner. Please, guys, let's do that. Oh yeah, Imperfect is coming back. Then that will change a lot of things. Imperfect is actually meant to go next. He dropped. It was in my DM, so if he comes back up, he's probably gonna go next. But till then, Double Chief, you're up. Double Chief, are you there? Double Chief, you've been yearning to speak. It's your turn now.
Hello.
There we go.
All right. Thank you.
5 minutes uninterrupted, right?
Okay.
All right.
So this issue of masculinity and extreme toxicity, toxic masculinity, I don't believe in it. I don't believe men could be toxic living in their masculinity. I think what has happened over the years is like, because we have evolved as a people, there's a deliberate effort to weaken men and take away their voice in the society. And I've come to that realization. I almost fell for those mobs, trying to create a movement to weaken men and, to fall for that victim. But I just came to my senses. And I, also based on statistics, our fathers, grandfathers, how come they did better in marriage than we're doing now? So after I saw all that and I saw the situation that's going on, I'm like, I might be better off, going back the way they survived, their marriage, the way they went about doing their business, than following the trends, which hasn't worked. It hasn't benefited anybody. And most of the time, like I was going to challenge Alaji or whatever his name is that's talking about, you see, men that are productive, when everybody play their role, if a man plays his role, the woman automatically will fall in place and play a role. So I've seen a lot of kind of men that are unproductive, and because they're unproductive, they have a lot of time. It's in life, time and money, you can't have both. People that are productive and they have money, they don't have time. People that have time, they don't have money. Because there's no way you could have both. So if you are productive and you're doing what you're supposed to do, your wife will fall in line and do what she's supposed to do automatically without no question. There will be less fights. But because everybody's trying to play each other's roles and we're trying to say, let's try different things, it has brought us into more chaos. We have been more confused trying to do things other than the way we've always known how it's done. And I'll give you some examples. I've seen people that follow this, let's us be equal, men and women be equal. And I've seen marriages ruined. People don't get along. They thought it was going to work better for them. It didn't. Until the man became more productive and focused on what he's supposed to do. And he's killing it in his business, doing what he's supposed to do, became more productive. Automatically, the woman falls in place and began to play a role naturally with no problem. And when they were following trends, trying to do, we are all equal, they were having so many challenges in their marriage. So many, it's one problem or the other. And the man will talk one, the woman will talk 20. Very toxic marriage. Until the man says, well, you know what, I'm going to focus on my business. I'm going to be about my business. And he started, fulfilling his role, being productive, going about his business. Everything is sorted out. Everything the woman wants is sorted out. She doesn't have to do much. Because when you tell a man to begin to function as a man, a woman, to begin to function as a man, then don't be surprised if she starts reacting. And that's why in the Western world, people complain a lot about, black women in the Western world, the way they are very reactive, they are very vocal, and, they don't care. Because they are being put in a position to act as a man. They will be the father, they'll be the mother. Most of the time, they'll be like a single mom, and you'll see them having that manly energy. And people will be surprised. Why are they acting like this? Why are they? Because they cannot take up that role of a man. A man, it's a godly position that God has put a man. That position of being the head of the family, it's a divinely orchestrated position that God has placed a man on. So people that want to remove themselves from that position, then they are the one that don't want to be placed in that position. But those that want to play that role, they are fully effective playing those roles. And you could see their marriages working. We've seen a lot of success story in our society. Even, can you tell, like someone like Tony or Lumolu or all these people that are being productive, and a woman will come and talk to them the way all these women are shouting, or you could see maybe Mike Adenuga or Dangote. People that are changing lives, that are being productive in the society. They have no time for nonsense. So I've always believed that if you are focused on in our mission, and everybody knows their role, that as a man, you have to be the provider. You have to go out and kill it in the business world, and then bring the gains back to the home and make everybody live a soft life. You will see that there will be less argument, there will be less, people fighting each other. There will be less of all that. But all this ideology of, little from your wife, little from here, even if she's bringing anything, she should know that whatever she's bringing is just a token. It's not like my income is not enough to fend for us. It's just for you to take care of yourself. And even if you stop working, I could still carry the load. I could, make sure everybody is fine. So there will be respect like that. But a lot of men, they relax. The man that will say, my wife, I can't do anything without my wife. I know she will live with me. Let us ask, how productive is he? Is the wife any more than, I'm sure maybe the wife is any more than him. I'm sure. So people like that, they will, of course, they'll be subservient to their wife.
Is there anything wrong in that?
They will be subservient to their wife. There's something wrong with that. As a man, you have to double your hustle and make sure you earn more.
Right.
So that's why there's something wrong with that. And that's why you will always say that talking point. You will see that talking point that they are being subservient to their wife. They listen to their wife more. And you do this. A woman. I'm shocked.
Don't you think there's a lot of expectation being placed on men?
There is not a lot of expectation. It is not, as a man, there's much. I'm sure your father put a lot of expectation on you than your sisters. He invests more time in raising you than your sisters.
That's not true. You don't know that.
Yeah, that's true. That's why you're an African man. I know that for a sure, for a fact.
No,
unless we want life to ourselves.
No,
I know that for a fact.
So it's
unless,
not.
You cannot tell me the same time the way your father raised you is the way they raised your sisters. It's not possible as an African man.
In fact, they raised them better than they raised me.
They raised them better
than they raised me.
In a different way, but they raised you to be tough.
No.
They raised you to face challenges and be able to tackle it.
So
to take care of women.
So they raised them in a conventional way because they are elders. They're older than me, right? So it's not because I'm the first. You see the whole bullshit of first son of the family, even though I am. But there's
it's not a bullshit. You see the problem?
It is. It is. It is a bullshit because what if it's a situation whereby you don't have any boy child? Are you going to automatically dismiss that your female child are not worthy? Are you going to say because you don't have a son?
Nobody is saying they are not worthy. If you don't have a male child, then you raise them. When they get married, they have that expect. The way you raise them. I'm sure if you have sisters, you still want them to get married.
I do. And they're all married.
So yeah. They prepare them in that direction. How to, take care of their man and all that. But for a man, the expectation is different. That's what I'm saying, because you have on you a legacy that you have to carry on. Are they going to take your father's name when they get married?
Well,
you have a legacy. This is about legacy.
Some women do still keep their father's name.
That doesn't make any sense because it doesn't hold any water.
To you, right?
It doesn't hold any water.
Right. All right. So wrap up in 1 minute. Wrap up.
Oh, now I should wrap up because you don't like what I'm saying.
No. It's because you've been speaking for 6 minutes now. I actually extended the time for you.
So I really want any like the first speaker that say, is it right? Or is it soothing to your ears that you cannot take a decision? So you ask your wife. It sound to me. I just felt that shouldn't be the sound of a man that is in charge of his own. A man that is, as a man, you have to be in charge of your own and know what is going on. Be provider to your children, your wife, so that even when you say that when you are not home, your presence should be felt. It's financial. It is being the security of the house. Being the one to feel your presence, not be in a subservient way. That if you want to talk, if you want to do this, my wife. You have to be there, but you have to be the provider. That's what it means to be a man. And if you have a son, what legacy are you passing to that son as well? Are you going to make him a feminine man? That's why in the society today, we have a lot of men that have lost their voice. They can't even talk as a man. They're acting feminine. They can't hold the ground. They can't. And that's part of the problem in the society today. Men are no longer acting as men. So,
Double Chief, can I ask you a question?
Lucifer, one second. Don't worry, you have a go. Man, the request session just went up now. Okay. So if you want to join me on StreamYard, you can easily do that. The link is in the comment section. I give privileges to people on StreamYard over people on Twitter. If you can do that, you speak, before anyone on Twitter. I guarantee you that. I can see Sonia. Sonia, are you here with me?
Yes, I am.
Ooh, that's loud. Okay, thanks for that. Thanks. All right. Let me quickly do this. I think I saw Imperfect in a minute now. What happened? Okay. Well, you already told me is at work. Is working. So I have a couple of questions for um Double Chief, but I don't want to go against the rules of my own platform. I gave that rule. So I'm just gonna hold on. I've written down my questions for him. Please hang on. And by the way, guys, check if you're using an Android or iOS. I don't know about Android. There's a new update for Twitter. Please, you might want to update it because a couple of people have been dropping and coming back. So check the app, please. Thank you. So after Double Chief, we take Integrity, Chi, XO, Best, Ada in that order. Integrity, thanks for being part of this. I'm certain you're probably at work, just trying to chime in and give your own 2 cents on this. Thanks for being part of this program. Welcome. How you doing today?
Oh, Jimmy, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Live
Happy
and well.
Friday.
Live and well. Thank
Yes. And thank you for picking me so quickly. Yeah. I had a lot of questions for Double Chief, but I think I'll pass.
Right.
Because it's gonna, I think you see, it makes sense when we come to spirit. And thank you for having me. Hi, everybody. I don't know. I don't know how old Double Chief is. I don't know what he does for a living. But I think it makes sense when we come to spaces like this for us to be more realistic with things we say. When you talk about a man providing, are you providing? When you talk about marriage, are you married? When you talk about how a woman should, do you have a woman at home? You get what I mean? Because these are not, you're not just coming in here to just, talk, out of the blues. We have to be realistic what we're talking. If you talk about Tony Elumelu and how powerful he is, are you like Tony Elumelu? Do you have the kind of money that Tony Elumelu?
Yeah, no, it wasn't asking a direct question. So,
I said I wasn't going to talk to you. Nobody interrupted him.
Right.
Keep him in check.
Yeah.
Keep him in check, please.
Right. All right, guys, please let's not make it rowdy. Double Chief, I understand where you're coming from. She mentioned your name, and it was due to the fact that you just made the last submission. The question is not directed to you. It's a question for her to make a case based on your submission, right? And the reason why on the normal day she wouldn't have done that, she was just referring to the fact that you're the last person that made the submission.
Yeah, and I want to tell her I have a woman like her at home that for 10 years I'm managing.
Okay, fine.
So,
we know that now. Please don't interject. Don't worry. I'll give you a time to get back at every question anyone has for you. Again, please grab a pen. Doesn't have to be a pencil. Grab a pen, pencil, and paper. Write it down. I'm listing out questions. I'll keep emphasizing on that so people know when they come on my platform, pen and paper is always important. So that way you don't lose your train of thought or you don't forget the questions you're meant to ask. We're here to get educated, learn, and unlearn. Please, let's keep it civil, all right? Thanks for that. Integrity, sorry about that. You're regaining your time. Go back now. Thanks.
Oh, not a problem at all. I know him. I'm used to him. So I expected him to act that way. I wasn't asking him a question. I'm not going to waste my time asking him any question. What I said was rhetorical. It was not a question to you.
Yeah.
And quickly, Jimmy, Double Chief, is he still here? I don't.
Oh yeah, he's here. He's here.
You don't have a woman like me at home. You will never in your life have a woman like me at home. You don't have a woman like me ever. You cannot. You cannot afford a woman like me. So when you want to speak, be civil. You say you live in America and you act as if you're in the village. So don't say you have a woman like me at home. I didn't insult you. I did not insult you, so don't do that nonsense.
You called me out.
I did not insult you. That is the point. My point was going towards what you said, that I did not insult you. So do not do that. You cannot afford a woman like me ever in your next life.
Are you a young graduate?
Yeah,
first of all, you don't have self-control. You don't even have self-control. I'm speaking, you're speaking. Nobody interrupted you.
Integrity, 1 second. So
nobody interrupted him.
Right.
So you should keep quiet.
So Double Chief, I don't think there's an insult in that.
You can't afford a woman like me
So
in your next life.
you gave you chimed in and you said yes, you have a woman like her, right?
Exactly.
And you said 10 years.
So you don't insult me. You
said the woman is managing.
Yeah, 10 years.
Excuse me. I said I have a woman like I am addressing as a woman.
Right.
It's not like
you can get a bit loose when you speak.
Oh, okay.
If you're so much of the man, then you should. There's something called self-control. You should have a bit of self-control.
We have a man, dude. Shut the fuck up.
You don't have self-control. Let me not interrupt me.
Right. Chi, please, let's not do that. I beg. Please, let's not do that. I understand emotions are high. Please, there is no need for the foul language and name calling. Let's keep it.
I'm sure this Chi is not married though. The one that is telling me to shut the fuck up.
Double Chief, just I mean, you're a man. Come on.
Who told you now? Who told you? Who told you this last statement you made? Who told you?
Okay.
Exactly.
Sonia, I'll mute on that. But yeah, let's try and let's keep it civil. I mean, Double Chief, real question. If you have a misunderstanding with your wife and she yells at you, is this how you yell back? I'm talking to you directly. No, Chief, I'm not talking to you. Chief, I'm not talking to you. I'm asking a direct question.
Like that. She respects me because she respects all men.
No. It doesn't. You mean she serves you? That's the right word you want to use. She serves you.
No, she plays her role as a woman, and I play my role as a man.
Right. Okay. So you don't. Okay. Maybe that's the reason why. My point is this: when there is an issue like this, masculinity, it's about emotional intelligence. No matter whatever it is they're saying, you can just hold on and act like, thick skin, just act like it's not there. From
That's the silencing I'm talking about. Trying to silence them.
No, so it's not silencing. It's guys, please. Chief, I don't want to drop you. Please don't do that. You know how I run my spaces. Please, let's just.
Jimmy, I don't want to lose my chain of thought.
Don't worry, integrity. You gain your time back.
To what I'm doing.
Right.
I'm actually at work.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. I'll regain your time, please. I beg of you. Sorry, 1 minute. I just want to clarify something. Double Chief, I'm saying this because I don't want you to interject her, right? And not just her, anyone else. We can listen to people, even if they mention our names. You can write it down, and you can do so. I want us to have an intellectual and mature conversation here. Okay? You saying you have a woman like her at home, you don't know who she is. You don't know who she is. So, she's way older than you. She is way older than you, and I want us to have this at the back of our minds, right? When we come on social media platform like this to engage, especially on my platforms, let's be respectful, because some of us, we are people's father, husband, wife, we're married, And when I say marriage, we can put years on it, 20, 30, 40 years of marriages, right? So let's put that at the back of our minds when we address ourselves. And the people that are not even married doesn't mean you should talk less on them. Please, let's have that at the back of our mind. It's the quality of our engagement that makes us who we are. Please, let's respect that. All right. Thank you, Double Chief. Integrity, you regain your time back. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you, Jimmy. So there are some things I want to correct, if you don't mind. You see, when we come to a public space like this, we're not seeing each other. So it doesn't matter anybody's status. I've never believed in titles, old, young, rich, poor. Everybody should be respected. Everybody should be respected. As long as you're on this forum, you should be respected. So I have nothing to do. No, that's why when I come to forums like this, I don't want you guys calling me Madam Integrity. Or I want to flow with every other person. Otherwise, I will not be here. So that is one. What I think I found a bit insulting, which was expected, was him saying he has a woman like me. Just like me coming here to tell a man, any man here, I have a man like you at home. You can't be, you can't always, can you disappoint us at times? I'm talking to Double Chief now. And Jimmy, you see, when people are a certain way, talking to them at times will not really solve. You have to do what you have to do. If he's fond of interrupting, when people start speaking, I think it's better for him to keep him somewhere where he will not need to interrupt and you will not need to bother asking him not to interrupt, because that is his MO.
Yeah, I just want to. I want to treat everyone with equal.
It's not to interrupt.
Yeah, it's gonna.
Saying the same thing all the time.
Yeah,
when he starts to speak, you take him to where he can be controlled, because he lacks control. He lacks it. When I finish, you can come up and insult me. I don't care. But my point is, we cannot say. Talk about a rich person when we are not rich. A man should do this, a man should. Are you like that man? Is it realistic that every man on earth must be rich enough to provide for the family? So that's the point I was trying to make. Is it real? Are we saying that women don't marry poor men and their marriages do not work? So those absolutes have not really helped us. Okay, a man has to be rich for him to be able to control a woman, or a man has to be rich for a woman to be able to respect him. That is not true. Some of us built with our husbands, and he did not take away the respect. He didn't take away anything. He didn't change anything. So that is what I'm coming up to challenge. I didn't plan to speak, but this mentality that it has to be carved in stone, it has to be a certain way for it to work, it's not realistic. Some of us are living it. And that was why I asked him, are you married? And what do you do for a living? Because I know you're not like Tony Elumelu. I know for a fact that you are not like Tony Elumelu. And this idea that because a woman is working, then she will not respect the man. It makes sense for some of us to come in here and that is why when I come in here when I come to spaces to speak, I like to use my own experience because I've lived it. I'm not going to just be talking from the blues. No. Let us be realistic. Marriage is a realistic thing. Being with a woman or a man, or having sex, or having money, are all realistic things. Are not something you just, build in the air and, you make some analogy. Those are realities. Everybody cannot be like Johnny Elumelu. And many marriages in which men are not as rich as Tony Elumelu are working. They are working. I built from scratch with my husband. We started from scratch. There are many things that I did for because I filed for him. He joined me from Nigeria. There are many things that I put in place for my husband to be where he is today. And I was the woman, and I was young at that time. I was in a foreign country where I knew nobody. That I had to put him through because, of course, if you're living in a certain clime and someone comes to join you, you have to put that person through. So this mentality that we have as a society, that a man has to be over masculine, over what we call the alpha, more than himself. He wants to be almost like God. For things to work out for him in a relationship or in a marriage, it's not true. And I know a lot of people here. I mean, I should see one or two people here who I know are married, even those who are not married. You don't need to have money to be respected. Life doesn't work like that. And people who also have the money are also having divorces. You don't have to be overly manly for a woman to respect you. And Jimmy, the reason why I even came up to speak, the main reason was the thing you played, where the man and the conversation between the man and the woman. Any man, and I know some people, that is their reality, that marriage will not work because the woman is challenging him. They're not compatible. So if you know you're that kind of a man, the woman that will fit you will be a woman who you can control, a woman who is a yes member, because compatibility matters. You're not going to be have that traditional mentality and you go and pick a woman who is otherwise, who is opposite of that, or what we call a modern woman. It will not work. So if you know that is how you are, because, no matter how much we speak in spaces like this, we can't change certain mindsets. Because once people are formed, they have their mentalities. And if most people change, it is because they want to change.
Right.
Because from 18, people are formed, so you can't really change. So we can't change the way people think. But we can come in here and, speak our truths.
Right.
Speak our truths, and then, it's up to people if they want to take it. It cannot work when the two people have opposite mindsets. So if you know you're overly masculine, the worst thing you will do is to find a woman who is, who holds her own. It's not going to work. It will not work. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Leave it there.
Thank you.
Jimmy, thank you so much.
Thank you, Integrity. Thank you.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, thanks for that. I mean, let me lay out some points before we proceed. I actually need to take a 2 minute for commercial break. So I think there's been a misunderstanding between masculinity and toxic masculinity. It's a very thin line, right? And we're not paying attention to that. So let me redefine this for us to have a clearer picture. Nobody is saying masculinity is not a good thing. Nobody is discarding of it. Nobody is talking down on it. Masculinity is actually healthy, and that's a fact. What we're trying to do here is to draw the line between toxic masculinity and masculinity itself. Masculinity, by definition, is a positive expression of traits commonly associated with being male, such as strength, leadership, and responsibility. And a toxic masculinity, by definition, is a distorted version of masculinity that glorifies dominance, emotional suppression, aggression, and control. The core trait, masculinity, has to do with strength, protection, discipline, emotional resilience, leadership, and integrity. No pun intended. And toxic masculinity is aggression, control, emotional repression, entitlement, misogyny, and homophobia. And that's a fact. Emotional express by these two individuals. Emotional, they actually encourage emotional intelligence and vulnerability when needed. You see, the other one, they consider it as an insult when people say something. A masculine man does not get riled up because of that. They apply emotional intelligence to actually disseminate that information and take a deep breath and listen. It won't be attack on first sight. It will not be attack on first hearing because the toxic one would consider it a shame. They consider, how dare you talk to me like that? I'm a man, and it cannot come from a woman. But some of these people, if a fellow man talks to them, they can do shit. And treatment to others. Masculinity. They respect women, other men, different identities. They lead by empathy and example. But you see, the toxic one, they belittle women, they see them as inferior, they see them as a tool, they see them as a property, they see them as they own them because they want to prove their dominance on them. I'm the boss. And that's the reason why we have the video I just played. Did you hear what the guy said? He kept emphasizing on the fact that I am your master. I am your master. And from what he was saying, it's a traditional thing, it's a religious thing. They use tradition, culture, and religions to back up these things. You can hear him say that, our grandfather, great grandfather. You can hear him say what the Bible says. These are the things we've been talking about. We have a long way to go. I'm not here to enforce anything on anybody. I'll speak my own view, so as everyone else. And as I always say on my platform, you don't have to take everything hook, line, and sinker. Learn and unlearn. Whatever you think it's useful to you, take it. Whatever is not, you simply discard of it. You don't have to take everything hook, line, and sinker. Sonia is on Rest Stream, which is a platform where I already mentioned earlier on that you can join me. The link is in the comment section on Twitter. You can join me there. People on Rest Stream, they have higher chances of speaking before people on Twitter. And the reason is obvious. People on Rest Stream can be heard on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. But people on Twitter, only Twitter people can hear you. But before we proceed with that, I would love to go on a short commercial break before we do that with our sponsor, OPG Foods. Please stay tuned.
Are you yearning for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Obidi Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. Why choose Obidi Foods? From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and okazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. OPG Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients. OPG Foods, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. OPG Foods, whether you are in Nigeria or abroad, OPG Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients. For our smoked knife fish and panla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor, fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grains. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obiji farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, okazi, oha, and more, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings, from Ihuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper, our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. Email info@obijifoodsLimited.com. Website www.obijifoods.com. OBG Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're still tuned into Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where conversation hit deep. Big shout out to our sponsor, OBG Foods, the king of flavor. Whether you're seasoning, you're cooking, jollof rice, fried rice, OBG brings it right to your doorstep. They have the best of ingredients, all in the 50 states across America and in Canada right now. So if you haven't stocked up, please do so before it's too late. They have new shipment now. They sent me another package. I don't know how long it's going to take me to devour all this. In the next coming week, we'll be giving out vouchers to our listeners, people following us on Off the Cuff with Jimmy platform, on all social media platforms: TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Now that we've fed the taste board with OBG folks, let's go back to the topic. As we always do it, raw and unfiltered. Masculinity versus toxic masculinity. Where do we draw the line? I mean, we've cracked open the definition, we've challenged the meat, and now it's time to get even deeper. So grab a drink, sit down, get a chair, and enjoy. I envy people in the listener section. They're just listening. You're probably at work, listening. You're probably driving, listening. It's such a great feeling when you listen to conversations like this and you don't even have to do a thing. Thanks for being part of Off the Cuff with Jimmy, guys. You could probably be on other spaces, but you've decided to come here with me. Thanks for being part of this. Again, as I mentioned earlier, people on the live stream, they get privileges over people on Twitter, and I cannot overemphasize on that. So therefore, I'm gonna move on to Sonia on the StreamYard platform or Reststream platform. The link is in the comment section, guys. If you want to be part of that, click on it, and you have more priority over people on Twitter. Nonetheless, I still have a queue. We're following. So after Sonia, GXO, Best Ada, and Karigwe, my dear brother, is always here to chime in and give his own views over certain inputs. Thanks for being part of this. Let me use the moment to acknowledge people that are here: Fatai, Tudo Bams, Dr. O, Ninja Mind, Ikem, TK, T, Daniel D. Wow, been a minute. How you doing? Ola was actually the first person that popped in. Thanks. Metaphor, I see you, my brother. Princess, Blue, Peel, Saint Wilson, every single one of you. I can't keep listing. And the people in the anonymous section, I see every single one of you. Welcome to Off the Cuff with Jimmy. And I have new requests. I have new requests on StreamYard now. Okay, we'll get there in a minute. So please, guys, hang tight. And as usual, let's keep it civil. Sonia, how you doing? Jump in.
Hi, good evening, Jimmy. Um, okay. So first of all, if you don't mind, I would quickly.
It's always crystal clear when people speak from the platform compared to Twitter. Everyone can hear you crystal clear. Go ahead, my sister. 5 minutes.
Okay. So first of all, I want to say this. I want to say this about what Double Two said before. I move to my submission. I do think that men who think that they have to subjugate or be above someone else are actually the weakest people, weakest ones in the bunch. That's the first thing I want to say. Secondly, I want to let him know that Africa, for example, was once a matriarchal community where children were identified by their parents. Because I remember, I think it was you, Jimmy, who asked, who was saying that some people want to bear their father's names, right? And he was like, that is wrong. That is wrong. But the truth is that Africa was once matriarchal. That's why you still have cultures where children are addressed after their mothers, because men were polygamous. The only way you know which child belongs to who is actually saying, "Omo, this person, Onya." You understand? For a long time until the colonial masters came in, right? So this is actually a Western culture as opposed to African.
Right.
Now, let me come to masculinity. With masculinity, you see, when I hear men want toxic masculinity, because I do think that a lot of people haven't gone to go and research on the difference between masculinity and toxic masculinity. It's because they do not realize the mental problem and the effects of toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity is the reason why a man cannot come out and say, listen, I was sexually abused. Why? The next people who are going to emasculate him are other men. Oh, I was sexually abused as a child. Now auntie. Oh, it was I wish it was me. That's number one. Toxic masculinity is the reason why men do not have safe spaces to talk about mental health. Toxic masculinity is the reason why men are successful at committing suicide. No, it's not because of the pressure. It's because there's no place to unburden. Unlike women who are created a space for themselves to unburden, right? We can say whatever we want. Now, toxic masculinity is violence, misogyny, pushing your trauma on others. Because I do think that it is sometimes. Think about it, Jimmy. On Twitter, for almost 2 months, people were analyzing the tears of a young man called Eddie, or a month, because he cried at his best friend's wedding. And there were various spaces asking if it was that, why should a man cry? Should a man cry? Is he not human? Was he not formed with a tear duct? Why shouldn't he cry if he wants to cry? Why is it that it is our masculinity? Please, Jimmy, I need a minute. Please. Somebody,
all right. I can sense that your network is actually glitching. I was gonna say if someone was trying to reach out to you.
Jimmy, can I respond to? She called me out directly again. She mentioned my name. People cannot keep mentioning my name, and you wouldn't let me respond to them.
All right,
it's a direct attack, and you're letting them do it without any rebuttal.
So
that's an unfair thing to do.
Right. So
if you mention my name and they called me out directly, give me the chance to respond to them.
Yeah, you will. So
it only makes sense like that. But that's the only way.
I understand, but at the same time, I want you to understand that I'm trying to run a space here. So here's the thing. In as much as they mentioned your name, this was due to the fact that you made a submission that was triggering. And mentioning your name was
what do you mean it was triggering? Why would you tell my submission as triggering?
Because when you made your submission, that was exactly when people requested for Mike.
No, those are not so because some people you spoke a lot of trash. That's why people keep mute your mic. You are gay. What do you know about marriage?
What?
Yeah, if I'm gay, I will be better than you. I wish I'm gay. You are gay. What do you know about because I'm a better man. I'm a better man than you. You are not even a man.
So, double chief, what him being gay, what does that have to do with anything?
I don't even know. I don't know.
Well, I'm still gonna bring up that topic in the nearest future. This homophobic, and it's one of the traits of toxic, masculinity I just mentioned.
No, Jimmy, you know the funny thing, and he keeps wondering why people call his name.
Yeah,
He keeps wondering why people call his name.
I respect the fact that it's a conventional, traditional, man.
No,
Jimmy, let me say this. There's not. Sorry, I'm back. Carry Sorry. There's nothing masculine. There's nothing traditional about a man like Jimmy. Jimmy is a patriarch without patriarchy money. I mean, you don't see who he go if he go to compare masculinity with. If he go Elumelu, ask him that if they put his clan members together, do they have money like Elumelu? But he wants to do traditional man without patriarchy money. Nigga, sit down, please. Anyway.
To be fair. Yeah, so
what you were talking about it now.
It's not just double chief on that stage. Chief himself. I don't know why is it that all of them are chief? You guys are just you have so many things in common. This one is double chief, the other one is Chief Ochwendu. Is it Ochendo?
Jimmy, they are just giving that name, Chief, a bad name.
Yeah, so the two of them.
My dear, there's nothing cheaply inside that thing.
The two of them have a similar ideology. I mean, they have the rights to that. But here's the thing. Sonia, you regain the remaining 2 minutes you have left. But what I want to say is this.
Carigwe cannot speak to this topic. Carigwe has never
Everything the guy is saying.
He has never been in a relationship, talkless of being married.
All right, so is that all right? So
are you married?
Hold on. So let me reestablish this. Sonia, don't worry, you regain your time. When people ask you if you're married, it doesn't mean being married is a way to measure how masculine you are. It's basically trying to get a point of view from where you're talking from. Your submission is what will trigger those questions. A lot of people have actually come here to make submissions and nobody questioned their marital, views, right? There is a certain level of naivety in some certain submissions that would require people to ask those questions. And that is exactly what happened. And when people now ask those questions, it will now be based on how old is your marriage? Because it comes with experience. But then again, it doesn't mean that people that are not married, they don't have sense more than people that are married. You getting married doesn't mean you necessarily have sense. Doesn't necessarily mean you get it right. Okay? It's just a way of trying to understand how your spouse is managing with you based on your views. Nobody has to agree with your views, and you don't have to agree with other people's views. But the point of the triggering questions is based on your submission, which I have no problem with. But these are questionable things because to a lot of people, they are considered primitive. They are considered old views. They come up with this biblical, narrative, traditional narrative. They are questionable. You've managed to evolve as human beings. You've managed to evolve as men that we have, right? This is 2025. But you somehow ignored the religion and the teaching of that religion. You've decided not to evolve based on that. Whereas the teaching of that particular book was designed for a particular period when they were riding on camels, when they were riding on horses. They never knew there would be a skyscraper. They never knew there would be anything called the internet. They never believed that they would have a woman ruling a nation. It was never, one of those things that were predicted. Never. So we've evolved. Why can't we evolve religiously? Why are we using whole doctrines to manage the new century that we're living in? These are the questions. Double Chief, I think you're entitled to some responses, as you've mentioned, but let's hear from Sonia. I'll give you 2 minutes to do that. Then we'll move on to the next person. Sonia, 2 minute wrap up.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
So I was saying,
So I was saying,
I've noticed that anytime
since the
men
any
want to talk
men
about
want to talk about
masculinity, it's never
masculinities,
in
never
a positive
in
way.
a
It's
positive
actually
way.
most
It's
times
actually
it's
most
actually
times it's
when it
actually
comes to
when it comes to
inflicting or being
inflicting or
oppressive.
being
Because
oppressive.
think about
Because
it.
think
If you
about it.
think you are
If you think you
protecting
are
anybody,
protecting anybody,
please protect us
please
from Tinubu's
protect us
reign,
from
please. Can
Tinubu's
you help
reign.
us?
Can you help
Can you
us?
help us?
Can you help
Can
us?
you help us there?
Can you
As a
help us?
man
There as
that
a
you
man
are,
that you are.
have you helped your
Have you
village from
helped your
Fulani
village from
herdsmen? The answer
listening?
is no.
The answer is
But you're
no.
inserting
So expressing
masculinity on people.
masculinity
In
on
fact, I even
people.
heard
But
somebody
I
say
don't
here,
say here.
my wife knows how to respect all men, even if the man is a low down dirty bee. You'll be respected. Is that not
Is that
wonderful?
not
Wonderful.
wonderful?
For
We're not going to have a conversation here if she decides to make it a political space. This is the
Right, Double Chief, you don't
You
get to
see,
tell me how I
this
feel.
man
This
cannot
man
even
cannot
control his
even control
testosterone.
his
A little
testosterone.
bit,
A
just a
little bit,
little,
just a little,
just a little bit.
just a little bit.
She's making a point.
Anyway,
I
I'm going to
already
say
told you
this.
I'm
I'll
gonna
give
say
you
this.
2 minutes to respond. You don't deserve it. It's not a privilege. Please. I'm just doing it out of the fact that you've been mentioned a couple of times. So don't come on my platform and tell me what to do. Please. It's just you're muting them. Even the second chief said he's been, civil, raising up his hand, throwing emojis, but let's keep it civil. I'm not gonna drop anybody, but just let's keep it respectful, right? When Sonia is done, I'll give you 2 minutes to round up the people again and let people request for the mic because I know you're gonna do just that. But till then, please just hold on and listen to what she's saying. You can write things down. I can overemphasize it. Pen and paper, please. Thank you. Sonia, 2 minutes. You regain your time.
Okay, so
Okay,
I'm just going to
so
say,
I'm just gonna
I
say,
have a son. I mean, I'm raising a son.
I'm raising a son.
And one of the things
And
that
one of the things
ensure
that
is that
ensure is
societal
that
expectation
societal
of what a
expectation
man
of what
should
a
be,
man should
I
be,
do not put it
I do
on
not
his
put it
shoulder.
on his shoulder.
I remember when
I
my
remember
father
when
died, my father's twin
my
sister
father's
died.
sister died.
And we had certain
We had
cultures that said
certain
because he's
cultures
his
because
twin,
he was his
he was
twin,
not allowed
he wasn't
the
allowed the
closure of
closure
seeing her
of seeing
corpse.
her
So he could
corpse.
only
So
come
he could
out
only come
after
out
she had been put
after she had been put um she had
put
been
to mother earth.
mother
And
earth.
I remember that he
And I
was
remember
really
that he was
crying.
really
And
crying.
some man just
And
came
someone
out.
just came
What's
out.
ordinary? What's
Ordinary.
ordinary? No, 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 no,
Ordinary.
no, 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 no,
No,
no.
no, 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 no,
You
no, no,
should
no.
not be crying.
You
You're a
should not be
man.
crying. You're a
And I
man.
remember
And I remember
screaming. I'm like, please
screaming.
get
I'm
out
like,
of
please
here.
get out of
He's not a
here.
man.
This was a
He's not a
man.
human being.
He's a human being.
Did he lose his twin?
He lose his twin.
This is someone he has known all
This one
his
he has
life.
known
And
all
you're
his
already
life.
telling
And
him
you're
that
already
he's
telling him
a
that
man
he's a
and he
man
should not
and he
cry.
should
He
not
should
cry.
bear
He
it. Then
should
tomorrow
beg.
when he
Then
carries
tomorrow
the
when he
rope
carries the
and
rope
hangs
and
himself
hangs himself
in pain,
in pain,
you will say,
you
oh,
say,
he should have
oh, he
said,
should have said,
oh, don't, you should have
oh,
been,
no, you
he
should have
should have
been
been man enough.
man
We
enough.
only say man enough
Enough.
for little
For
things. We
little
don't talk
things.
about
We
it in
talk
terms
about
of
it in terms
creation,
of
in terms of
creation, in terms of
development, in terms
development,
of
in terms of
protection.
protection.
It is only
It
when
is
it comes
only
to
when
the
it comes to
belittling of
the
another person and emasculation of each other. And that's what brings about the toxic masculinity.
masculinity.
Dear men that have
Dear men that
sense,
have sense,
it's okay to
it's
cry.
okay to
It's
cry.
okay to be
It's okay to
human.
be human.
Your masculinity
Your
is not
masculinity is
defined
not
by when you
defined
cry.
by when you cry.
It is defined by
It
your
is defined
emotional
by your emotional
intelligence, your
intelligence, your
ability to wake up
ability
just
to
like
wake
every
up
human
just like
being and
every
go
human being
out
and
and
go
hustle.
out and hustle.
It is
It
determined
is
by how
determined
much
by
of a good
how much
person
of
you
a
are,
good person
by
you
how
are,
you
by how
protect
you
your
protect
community
your
and
community
make your
and make
society a
your
better
society
one.
a
It
better
is
one.
not
It is
defined
not
by whether
defined
you think
by
a
whether you
woman
think
should
a
drip the
woman
inside
should drip
under
the
your
inside
scrotum
under your
sack.
bottom sack.
It's not defined
It's not
by whether
defined
a woman
by whether a
kneels down to
woman
feed
kneels
you.
down to feed
That
you.
is not masculinity. And I don't
Masculinity.
know
And I
about
don't know
your
about
family,
your
but in
family,
my
but
family, my
my family,
father
my
treated my mother as an equal.
equal.
Sorry, my father treated my mother as an
My
equal.
as
And not
equal.
only did he
And
treat
not
her as
as an equal, he was the primary provider. Because if they remove money from some of you, the remaining things If they remove money from some of you, all that is left of you is shaft, nothing else. You have nothing to offer a working society. Let me just leave it at that.
Thank you, Sonia. Thanks for understanding. Thanks. That was time up, but yeah, thanks for keeping it that way. It still doesn't change the fact that you have more priority than other people on Twitter. If you'd like to speak more sooner, you can join the platform. The link is in the comment section. Double Chief, you have 2 minutes to reply what has been said so far. Please, guys, I would appreciate if it's not interjected. But I bet you, if nobody interjects
Jimmy, what if I give him the taste of his medicine?
Yeah, I know. You have the.
Jimmy, this mic,
you need to be civil on my platform. He's asking a very decent question because you always love to interject people. Look, it is not your right to speak on my platform. It is a privilege. Treat it as such. There are other people here that have not actually spoken at all. I'm only giving you the opportunity to speak based on the questions or the comments that have been made about you. I have GX here. I have Ada here. They've not spoken. I have Tina here. They've not unmuted their mic. Let's keep it civil, Double Chief. Please. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. You see people that speaks on platform, especially some women that push this feminism on our modern women. It has destroyed them. And there's a lot of repentant feminists that I see around, and I see how, they become depressed. They become, they don't even want to live anymore just because of the narratives that have been pushed and how they've been asked to live their lives. And they don't need a man and all those narratives. And now the chicken is coming up to roost. And they've seen the negative side of it, that in a society like this, we truly need men to play their role and women to play their role. And, when she said, I forgot, that's why I like to respond immediately, because I forgot what Sonia said when she called my name. There's nothing that I've said here that's...
If you're a man, you would have written it down so that you don't forget.
Look at this gay ass nigga talking.
Oh my goodness.
Someone that's never been in a relationship with a woman. I said in this space that I said before, Jimmy, if you remember, I said, if you're a married man, to be in a relationship with a man is more difficult than running a Fortune 500 company. That's why most successful men, and it only takes a few men, some real men, to manage marriage and to be in a relationship with a woman.
Wow.
Real men, because it's tough. So you have to be a man's man to be able to manage a woman successfully. It's not a child's play to be able to manage a woman successfully. And I will never, because it's something that I was part of the people that believed in this equality, that, a man and a woman, blah, blah, blah. It didn't work until I switched back to, to the wisdom of my elders, the wisdom of my grandfathers, my fathers, like what worked for them. And ever since I did that, and I focused on my business, and she's focused on her business, it's been smooth sailing. We've had the best marriage.
So you're the master, right?
Well, I'm playing my role. I don't know if you call that master, if you call that whatever you call it, but I'm playing my role as a man, and she's playing her role as a woman.
So the role you play, can you share with us? I mean, for people
I'm the provider.
Right. Let me write that down. Provider.
Yeah.
What else?
Make sure the security of my family is number one. No matter where I'm at in the world,
Chief
the
security
of my family, I make sure
Chief Security Officer. Okay. Number 1, provider. Number 2, Chief Security Officer. Number 3. Okay.
And I'm available to them for whatever they need. I make sure that I provide for them.
Okay. Besides those 3, anything else?
I mean, I work with them as well. Whatever we share emotions. If those 3 are paramount.
You share emotions.
those things, Jimmy, wait, those things that you said, just those three, if you fail in those three, you fail in all. Your marriage is failed.
Double Chief, you share emotions. Do you have emotions?
What do you mean, do I have emotion?
Are you emotional? You, Double Chief.
Of course.
Really? Oh wow.
Of course.
So you follow us the gay now.
So if I say I share emotion with people, it means I have to be gay.
No, I think
no,
you.
That is it. You said because I'm emotional, I'm gay.
He's
so
gay.
if you're emotional, you're gay.
No. The reason why I said you because you've never managed a woman, you've never been in a relationship with a woman.
That's because
you don't know how women think.
That's what you think. That is what you think.
I've spoken. I know Carrigo now. He has spoken.
You know me from where?
I know you. You've spoken about your background. You talk about your relationship.
You've met
everything.
Hold on. You've met him in the gay club before.
He said he's never been in a relationship with women in the past 10 years.
Is that the only way you knew him?
If he's never been in a relationship with a woman in the past 10 years.
That is exactly the problem you have.
You said that on the space.
Wait. Because you're
any man here to come on
that is the problem. Because you don't listen.
Any man in the speaker session can live without a woman for 10 years.
You don't listen to
come and say in the speaker session that you can live without a woman for 10 years and you are straight. So, that's my rebuttal.
All right, thank you. Thanks. I mean, I'm glad everyone listened to you. Thank you for that. And thanks, guys, for not interjecting, except Caribou couldn't handle the fact that he had to gay him into the conversation, I don't know if you guys have met in a gay club before, but the over emphasizing on Caribou's being a gay is just out of this world. Has he
has never said this is not the first time
has he wooed you before? Has he approached you before?
And then, Jimmy, there's a lot of women in the comment section that agreed with my submission.
No. I'm asking you a question. Don't divert. Has Caribou wooed you before?
No. I'm being serious now. There are a lot of women that agreed with me. There's a lady that on the comment section that agree with my submission. So you could see there are more people that agree with me.
And what did the lady say?
They said they're retired feminists. They are going back to the old ways of what marriage is.
I just went through the comment section. I did not see you.
You are a liar. Go read again.
Oh, okay. Is that Tina? Tina, right?
Yeah, Tina.
Okay.
In fact, I'll give you 50,000, Tina. Don't worry. Send me for having that mindset.
Oh.
I'm gonna send you 50,000, and I encourage more women
to
come out like that.
So Double Chief, that's the thing. What makes you think you can just throw around money? What makes you think she's even in Nigeria right now? What makes you think she's even a Nigerian woman?
It doesn't matter.
So you just believe?
I want to give her. I'm showing
50,000. Do you know if she understands what 50,000 is as a currency? Do you know if she's a Ghanaian, Kenyan? You see,
whatever currency she wants, I'll send it. So it doesn't matter.
My goodness. All right, let's put that aside. Before we proceed, Chin XO has been patiently waiting. Ada has been patiently waiting. I'm coming to you guys. But let me clarify something real quick. ABM, is this Rambo? The Alpha and the Omega?
Not the Alpha, the Omega, no. But yes.
Rambo.
Yes, the reference.
Oh my goodness. How have you been? My goodness.
How are you doing?
My goodness, it's been a long time. Rambo himself.
You're hosting a good space. This is why I'm here.
All right, okay. Beautiful.
If my name enough time, then I'll be here.
I know. I totally understand. Yeah, it's a conversation I would love to have with you. I remember your stands on Twitter Spaces. Beautiful intake. I would love to have your intake on this one. Thanks for being part of this. Thank you. Nice to have you around. All right, without wasting much time, guys. Let's go to Chin XO. Thanks for your patience. I know you want to aggressively tear some people up right here. Let's go. How you been? 5 minutes.
Finally, I just finished making semo for my husband.
Oh my goodness.
And then someone here said I'm not married. But that aside, anyways, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Jimmy. Nice space. So I wanted to first of all address the double cheat, because there's no way I'm not going to address him. There's really no way I'm not going to address him.
I'm getting ready for what I have to say back to.
Yeah. So,
can you just
double chief. Sorry, chief. Double chief. People are going to obviously mention your name. Let's try and keep it civil and be mature. It's based on the things you've said. So they're not attacking you. They're just addressing. You're mentioning your name based on what you've said. So they're going to address you. So just hold on. Again, get a pen and paper. Be a man. Write it down. I'm writing things down. Jot things down, please. Let's do just that. A lot of people are going to mention your name. It doesn't mean they're coming for you. They are making a point from your submissions. So there's no big deal with that. Let's try and build up shock absorber to absorb these things. Please. Chi, go ahead. Regaining your time. 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. So I think he has like hormonal imbalance. Anyways, I wanted to just touch on what he did. What he did was an example of toxic masculinity, because there was a speaker, a man who brought his own marriage pattern, how he respects his wife, how he kind of like views his wife, like his wife's how I put it, he kind of like respects his wife's choices. He doesn't like anyone, like trying to disrespect his wife and the rest. Then this double cheap guy, came after the guy. And then he just bullied him, saying his own opinion on he's like a weak man for saying that, for putting his wife first, saying that his friend shouldn't kind of like, I don't know how he puts it though. He just said he kind of like respects when his wife gives an opinion. Whenever you want to talk to him, you have to pass through his wife. There's the way he said it though. But this double chief, right, came after that guy. I don't know if the guy is still here, but I think he did that. So my own is now okay. Yeah. So my own is now you came up to bully someone because of their own opinion, and then someone else did that to you, or you made the space a center of like you're the center of the whole topic. I hate people like that. Frankly, you can't eat your cake and have it. You did it to someone else. Now they're doing it to you, and you feel triggered. You need to chill. The world doesn't revolve around you. We are not here. Like me, I've been using my data since you've been talking. You talk a lot. You've been talking, interjecting. Nobody interjected you. That's just what I feel like. You now call yourself a man. When you're triggered, a lady just came and called you out. You couldn't even mute your mic. You had to interject her. It just shows like that's an example of toxic masculinity. If you check it, you bully other people, but then you don't allow other people bully you. It's wrong. You just bullied a man based on his own opinion on what he said, or how he sees his own family, and then you want to call him a weak man based on that because you feel like you're an alpha male. Now back to the video, please. I saw that video. I know this couple.
Which one of the videos? Which one of the videos?
The one about the Odogo and Aisha, the one played.
Oh, okay.
I know those they're kind of like content creators. So basically what they do is just, come and use their marriage as a way of, creating content, which I don't really like. I believe marriage you shouldn't put your marriage out there because there are a lot of bad people. But they've been doing it for like a while and it's working for them. But there was sense in in that video actually. But my issue is, why do men like to speak about the forefathers, talking about how forefathers were treating, how their marriages worked? You can't compare those days to now, because those days women were oracles. Women were just housewives. They were oracles. They didn't do anything. All they did is just procreate, enjoy their husband's money. They were not working, and it worked for them then. You can't compare it to now, where a man will tell you straight up, what do you bring to the table? And he doesn't want to marry. No man wants a liability for a wife right now. Most women are working. I work. I'm married and I work. My husband works too. So it's not as if he'll now come here and start bringing olden days mentality. And because it's a traditional, it's not going to work. Because part of the reason why the dynamics kind of like has been affected is because of this change. When you change the pattern of things in life, there will be consequences. the way women now are kind of like embracing masculinity, you have a lot of masculine women who feel, because they work, they kind of like want to challenge men. It's literally because of this cycle that has changed, right? Before, like I said, women were not like, they were oracles. They were not doing anything. And thanks to feminism, women now work. And feminism has been, to me, it's kind of like, how will I put it? It's not a bad thing. But what we're seeing on Twitter is not feminism. That's just men hate, which I don't support. But the real purpose of feminism is to create equal opportunities for men and women. Feminism also supports men. That's the big joke in all of this. It's not selective to women only, because there are men who are feminists. It's not just feminism is like okay, I have a child, a daughter and a son. I don't want my son to be excluded from society. I don't want my daughter to also be excluded. I want equal opportunities for them, whereby, you know, if a woman finds herself in an environment filled with men, maybe all these engineers, women who are in engineering fields, they don't feel subjected to these men. They feel, okay, I can also I can also fight for a position. You know, even if it's just a man-centered or a male-centered position, I can also, you know, fight for that and I don't be bullied by these men. That's equal opportunity. That's what feminism is all about. Equal opportunities for both gender. It's not selective to women only. But we've seen here that, you know, most men, like I said, I don't have a problem also with masculinity, because masculinity is a natural trait. Let's not twist it. But when you talk about, you know, extreme masculinity and toxic masculinity, that's where I would obviously draw the line, because it's normal for a man to be a man, even with children, right? If you have, I don't know if there's any, the boys are always trying to suppress their sisters. It's just natural. From small, boys, they are very stubborn. They just like to suppress their sisters, and it has been like that. Thankfully, I don't have an elder brother, but it has been like that. But at the same time, they also try to protect their younger ones. You will see it that way, right? But what we're seeing today is toxic masculinity, in the sense that most men feel threatened by women in a way that I feel the masculinity we're seeing today is threatened by women. How will I put it? Men go to their office, right? They go to work and they subject to other authorities. They subject to authorities of their, but they don't go there and do, oh, I'm the man. They go there, they bend to, you know, to their office wheel, like to whatever authority they find there. But they come home and try to dominate a woman. They try to suppress a woman, trying to, you know, that's where their ego is high. Whenever a woman, I'm telling you the truth, it just happened here.
Chi, you have 30 seconds to wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it just happened here right now. We could see that there was a lady who spoke, trying to call this guy, and he just centered everything on her. Even saying that he cannot marry her, he has a woman like her, trying to belittle the lady. You don't even know this lady from Adam. It's possible that she's older than you. So masculinity today is being threatened by women, and that's why most of them, they don't like this feminism thing, because it kind of like, they feel like women now have a voice. They don't want women to have voices. They feel if a woman should speak, it takes away their power, because they've been in control for so long, right? But women are recognizing their worth. I just feel there should be a balance. Nobody should try, and when it comes to marriage, I keep telling my husband, when it comes to marriage, drop your feminism aside, drop your masculinity, whatever it is, aside. Let's just coexist, love each other. I will give you your respect as a man, you give me marriage, but you don't bring ideologies inside marriages. You bring your alpha male rubbish inside marriage. How do you want it to work? Because at the end of the day, you don't know me, where I'm coming from. A lot of women were providers. Even there are times where it's not all men out there who are actually providers, in their homes. It's not all men, actually. There are times, if they do a statistics, you find out that most of our mothers were the ones who at some point carried the home, right? But you see a man saying, oh, because of our parents, those days it worked. Did they tell you that they were happy? Those women were not really happy. If they should give like some sort of open podcast for all these women to express how they feel, you find out that most of them were not happy with those men. they were really not happy. But it's just the facade, like let's just coexist. Most of them they don't have the strength to walk out of their marriage.
All right.
Right?
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Chi. I from the way you're going, you can have the next 2 hours just expressing yourself.
I swear, I
love the passion.
It's a very interesting topic.
Yeah, it is. So hang tight. You're still gonna be on the speaker section, though we have people requesting for the mic. Guys, I see you, and everyone's gonna have equal chance. I see Daniel, Chief. Why did you drop, Chief? All right, guys, check your Twitter app. You might want to update it. Maybe that's the reason why it keeps dropping and coming back up. So we have new speakers. I can see Sky is up here. Ada has not spoken. And by the way, guys, it's not necessarily on Twitter. You can join me on the live stream channel. That way you have priority over people on Twitter. But yeah, let's keep it moving. I think I should do a male, a female, a male, a female in that order, right? Regardless their views, right? I think I should do that to keep it balanced. I see people raising up their hands. What I want to do is to make sure people that have not spoken have actually had a chance to speak. Then we have an open floor for people to ask questions. Again, please, guys, people just getting used to my platform. I encourage a pen and a paper because it's always going to be intellectual engagement, and I want people to get used to that mature, different kind of engagement. You write down questions, you don't interject people, we keep it civil. Just as simple as that. Thank you so much. It is off the cuff with Jimmy, and I do this every Friday. Thanks for being part of this, guys.
Jimmy, can I respond to?
Hell no, you can't. I just made mention of that now. Please, let's keep it civil. You're not the only person here. They mentioned a lot of people. You will at a point in time, but I cannot keep doing only you replying to people. They mentioned a lot of people, and a lot of people have not actually spoken at all. So let's keep it at that. Write down the questions, pen and paper. Let's keep it like that. Someone is knocking on the live stream. Sorry, I'll prioritize people requesting for mic on here over people on Twitter. And that's just the way it is. People that been on my platform know that. So who is this? Who is this chief on StreamYard? Chief, can you unmute your mic and speak? Yeah, there you go. Who is this? Chief Ochendo.
Okay.
Can you unmute your mic?
It's Chief Ochendo. Okay.
Chief Ochendo. Oh, okay. You're the one requesting for mic on Twitter, right? Okay. You're the one requesting for mic on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. So before we go to that, you've spoken, but I'll give you 2 minutes because you're now on rest stream. Go ahead, 2 minutes. Chief, 2 minutes.
Okay. One of the reasons why I came in here. Okay. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Jimmy, one of the reasons why the mic here is.
Okay, you're breaking. Your network is really terrible. I don't know what is going on from your side. Chief? Okay. Integrity, are you there?
Yeah.
There you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I decided to since you said join on this platform, have priority. Yeah, am I audible?
Loud and clear, Crystal. Everyone can hear you on all the platforms.
Am I audible?
Loud and clear. Integrity.
Am I audible?
I can hear you loud and clear. Integrity, are you there? if you can hear me on Twitter, I can hear you. Everyone can hear you. So let me do this. Guys on Twitter, if you can hear her, show me 100. If you can hear Integrity, just show me 100. Yeah, people can hear you. All right, she dropped. So, guys, if you want to request for Mike on the StreamYard or the rest stream, just try and leave the Twitter speaker section. Otherwise, it's going to be conflicting. So I think that is what happened right there. So so let's go to Ada. Then we'll do a male, a female, a male, a female. Ada's been waiting patiently for a long time. She never interjected anybody, and I would respect if no one interjects her. After Ada, we'll go to Karigwe and ABM in that order. Again, if I have people on rest stream, I'll pull them up as a priority. Thank you. Ada, thanks a lot for your patience. Jumping 5 minutes. No interruption, guys.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for having me. So I'm going to say some of the same things that I said on the feminist space. Something being extreme is not the problem, because extreme does not necessarily mean bad. You're not going to say someone that is extremely rich is a bad thing, or someone they are at a disadvantage because it's extreme. So the problem is just patriarchal masculinity, which prioritizes traits like emotional suppression and dominance over being like strong-willed and opinionated, which are good masculine traits. Like there's nothing wrong with someone or a man in particular being strong-willed, opinionated, assertive, this thing, or what other masculine traits is there, or bold. There's nothing wrong with a man or someone else being bold. Those are okay masculine traits. But when it comes to being
thank you, Aga.
Yeah, when it comes to being domineering and suppressing your emotions, those are the worst traits. And let me focus on being domineering. Think about the most annoying person you can have a conversation with, like right now. Like for example, someone that dominates conversations. They don't allow other people to talk. They don't like hearing other voices. Like if you challenge them, they'll start crying. Or if they'll start bullying you because you challenge them. Like someone that just wants to only hear their voice because they think they are the smartest person in the room. For example, what Lotana was doing last week, she knew that people on the speaker section were waiting to talk, but she did not care. She just wanted to be the voice that everybody should listen to. That kind of person is insufferable. I'm not interested in dealing with that kind of person. And even in a man, I have never found domineering men attractive, or men that project this masculinity that is about being dominant and violent, or being this thing, how will I put it, being rough. Like for example, I've never ever had a crush on a rapper before. I have never crushed on rappers before. Their persona of being womanizers, impregnating different types of women, a bunch of women are producing baby mamas, that kind of irresponsible sexuality. Oh, irresponsible sexuality too is another masculine trait that I don't like. A man that is a womanizer or a Casanova, however you want it, or smooth operator, or any word that is used to describe a man that is sexually irresponsible. There's nothing attractive about men like that, ever. And I hate it when I'm having conversations with someone and the person only wants to hear their own voice. Like, first of all, who the fuck are you? Like, if you want to hear only your voice, then go talk to yourself in your room. That's it. Record yourself speaking in your own room. So and when you record it, press play, save it so you can hear yourself speak over and over again. Like, there's nothing attractive about someone like that. It makes people unsafe. Like people would walk around eggshells when you're here. Like no, and they will be gossiping about you too. Like so, yeah, it's being domineering, being sexually irresponsible, being violent, and being emotionally suppressive. Those traits are not healthy or likable masculine traits. If a man displays traits like that, I know that he's automatically unlikable for me. So yeah, that's me. That's my problem. But if a man is strong, is a willful person, stands up for himself and others, is responsible, takes accountability for their action, is honest. A girl that, like, I'm not even talking about men that are nice. I'm not a nice person. I'm not polite. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a man that is like actually kind, because to me there's a difference between nice and kind. Being nice and being kind. Being nice is being polite and agreeable. I'm not a polite or agreeable person, so I'm not really going to like that trait in other people. Like a man that is kind but will still tell you, because to me a kind person is also honest. Like a kind person would want you to do better. They're not going to say, oh, I don't want to hurt this person's feelings, so let me just keep quiet. Like, nah, a kind person is different from a nice person. So like you can be strong, opinionated, bold, all these traits, like stand up for yourself and others, be responsible. All these traits are still masculine traits, and I don't have a problem with a man displaying those types of qualities, because they are good qualities. You can learn from somebody like that, especially if, for example, let me give an example. Especially if you're someone that was bullied in high school before and you want to learn how to stand up for yourself. You can learn from men like that. A man that is self-assertive. You can learn from that person. Those are the kinds of people that will teach you how to be strong and stand up for yourself and others. So those people are good. But when you start being domineering, violent, and irresponsible, then like that's it. That's completely different. So that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, Ada. Beautiful. I love the way you gave your jabs without even mentioning names. But the person you're referring to knows themselves on this platform. So,
that bit a difference between domineering men and.
So as I was saying, you made a compelling submission regarding what you think of different men and women, and I love the examples you gave about the particular lady from last week, and we have a particular guy displaying such traits here right now, Double Chief. You're kind enough not to even mention him, and I believe you don't want him to interject you. That's the reason why you didn't. You're far kind enough for doing that. Double Chief, you always want to dominate. You always want to be the one to have the last say. You always want to reply everyone that says something. It's absolutely unnecessary. I have a policy on my platform, and everyone that comes here understands it. So, and the only person that goes against that is you. Just to you. Anyway, I'm not going to dwell on that. I'm still going to give you time
I wanted to mention one last thing too. Like I even forgot to mention it in my submission. I was thinking about it. So I want to say that it's even from men that I learned how to stand up for myself, because of how I observed them. That if there was one person, let's say that if there was a guy that was being like disrespected in the group, he will call that other dude out. And then me, I now started mirroring those actions too. And started doing it. But of course, the reaction was different, because it's not ladylike to express anger or to assert your boundaries. But it's actually from men that I learned those traits from. Like I was thinking about it, but I still forgot to mention it in the submission. But anyways, yeah, that's all I wanted to add.
I'm glad you mentioned it, because it shows the benefits you've made from that. But then again, you're not using it, in a bad way. You're not using it, in a negative manner. And as I was saying, it has to do with differentiating between the healthy part of masculinity and the toxic part of it. I explained it earlier on. The leadership style, you lead through inspiration, integrity, and fairness as a masculine sort of person. And the toxic part is control through fear, intimidation, and ego. And that's the reason why I played the video I played from the beginning of how we have this mindset, especially Nigerian men. From the research I did, particularly 9 Nigerian men they've been found to have actually unalived their wives in America here, simply because of this so-called toxic masculinity, right? I mentioned their names earlier on, and it's a situation of them going back to Nigeria, bringing the woman back here to America. Here, they specifically go to the village because they want virgin, they want the ones that are, their eyes are not open. Um, but by the time they get here, it's a different ballgame entirely. It's a different it's how can I put it? They change when they get here, and the reason why they change is simply because um their eyes are open to so many things. The things that they don't know before, they now know it. Um, the things that they're not used to, they're now used to it. They've now they now have access to freedom of speech, freedom of expression, um, the freedom of having their own financial privileges, and it's endless. Okay, but these are things that the men cannot stand, especially when it gets to a situation whereby the man owns a house, buys a house, the woman lives there, and it gets to a situation they have a misunderstanding. They call the police. The man is always asked to leave the house. It is especially if they have kids. It's a kind of law that is here. But then again, how do you now justify? How do you want to feel as a man in that situation? Because they believe the system is designed against them. And I'm coming on both sides. I'm going to be as neutral as possible because many of these men, they've been here for decades, 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And all they do is just drive cars. Cabby men, they are all over the place. Chicago, New York, name it. They've been here. They know all the nook and crannies of the city. They drive, they hustle. Many of them, they hardly go home to sleep. They've turned their cars into their bedroom, their living room, and everything. They struggle to gather money, and they want to go back home to marry someone they can bring to America. The moment they marry, and it's not just marrying, you see, it's more like an investment to some of them. Again, let me clear this part. It's not as if every man that goes to Nigeria purposely goes to Nigeria to marry women for material reason or to for benefit, for financial benefit, for them to you might want to call it modern slavery. That's not the case. A lot of people just prefer having a woman that will make their delicacies, show them respect and whatnot, and they're living well. They have a good relationship, right? But I'm talking about the ones that put it upon themselves to bring them here, finance them to go to school of nursing. They end up graduating. They start making their own money. They have friends. They speak to people. They get enlightened. And by the time they start doing that, they start holding back. They know the rules and the policies. They know the laws, right? They want to have their own independence. The man cannot keep collecting the check. I'm working and you're collecting the check. They stop all that. Now resentment builds up. The man is now angry. Money is not coming in the way it used to. The woman is now making friends, having people discouraging her. Now she's building houses in Nigeria without the man's consent. And the man is crazy. The man is mad about it. How dare you? I brought you from the village. Is this how you're going to repay me? You're building houses for your father and the village, and I've not built a house from. Now it's now a transactional thing. It wasn't based on love. It was based on the fact that I sponsor you to come here for a purpose. You work, I keep the money. That is modern slavery. And that is where it got toxic because it has led to 9 Nigerian men unaliving their wives. 9. I repeat, 9 Nigerian men. And to be on the balanced side, I did a search about Nigerian women in diaspora that killed their husbands. Just 3 of them. 3. against Nigerian men. I listed out their names, the different cases from the use of sledgehammer, knife, pistols, name it, in America here. And from the records, this it's common within just two tribes, Yorubas and the Igbos. All the names I'm seeing here is just seven Igbos and about 2 to 3 Yoruba people here. And it all happened in America. And all the 9 wives were nurses. And the husbands were in the situation of you chased me out of the house. You moved out with the kids. You're now marrying. You're now befriending another man. You stopped money coming in. You chased me out of the house. You brought your family. There was a particular case of a man shooting the mother-in-law, the wife, and himself. These cases are out there. Now, I'm not saying this is focusing on Nigerian men alone. I just use that as an example. The toxic masculinity has to do with culture and religion. And it's not just an African thing, it is a global thing. I'm just mentioning this because, we're Nigerians mostly here. But I want to take it further because it's an international space. It's a global thing. I have list of couple of countries here that they practice this toxicity across board. In India, there's something they call honor killing, a marital rape culture. That is toxic relationship at its peak. That is toxic behavior at its peak. It's a cultural root, patriarchy, the caste system of men going at women anyhow. I've actually witnessed the honor killing in UK. It was disgusting. It's a culture in the Middle East, but they now brought it to the UK. And it was such a gruesome situation back in the UK because the women don't get to talk. No matter where you are, they will chase you down and they will unalive you. There was a particular incident where the man actually beheaded the woman and he was walking on the street of UK with the head. Why? Maybe she wore a jeans to school. It could be as little as maybe she's putting on a makeup. It could be anything as little as maybe she was raped. Yeah, she was raped. That is when they start asking her, what were you doing in that place? What were you wearing for them to have actually done this to you? These are the issues. In Nigeria, the bride price issue, domestic control and submission culture. A couple of men have portrayed that here. And to back it up, they will quote the Bible or the Quran just to justify their pedophilic attitude. They will tell you because it's in the Quran, it backs it up, so therefore they can do it. Saudi Arabia, male guardianship. Some women cannot even go out without having the protection or the escort of a male. Now, this is where it gets funny. The male doesn't even have to be an adult. It could be someone younger than them, as long as it's a male. How about that? Deep-rooted patriarchy. It's a culture, it's a tradition, and it has to do with religion. But they cannot stand it. A couple of weeks ago on my platform here, I had a man come here and he went ballistic on me because I was challenging the fact that, look, you're talking about this religion thing, the Islamic religion, and you tell women are meant to do this, they're meant to do that. I'll wrap up in a minute so we can move on with the hands, guys. Sorry, I just need to put out this point so we know it's not just a Nigerian thing or an African thing. It's an international issue that we need to discuss on a global scale. So people don't think I'm focusing on Nigerian or Africans alone. It happens in the United States as well. So, but as I was saying, this particular guy, he is so embedded in the religion. He's a Muslim guy. And he's telling me things about how the Quran, what the Quran said and what the Quran did not say, how women are meant to submit to men and all this nonsense. And I told him, I said, okay, fair enough. Do you know that the origin of the religion you're portraying right now, that they're allowing women to let go of their hair, to let loose of their hair? Do you know they're allowing women to now drive? Do you know Saudi Arabia allow alcohol now? The guy went ballistic. Dude, stop. You need to stop. Don't say that. Don't do this. Don't do that. He couldn't stand the fact that I was pointing these things out because it's a shame on them. But then again, they don't want me to talk anything against their prince. Iran, they have that as well. Control over women's dress and freedom. They've killed women based on this fact alone because of the way they are dressed. Recently, we saw a woman protest. I think she went naked with her bras and panties just on. We saw how that played out. In 2022, Masha Amini, 22-year-old woman, was beaten to death by morality police. Morality police for not wearing a hijab properly. It's not as if she didn't put it on. She wasn't wearing it properly. She was beaten to death. Men always police their women clothing as a sign of religious duty. That they believe they are entitled to that. Pakistan too, they do that. Blasphemy and gender violence, they do that. Honor killings, they practice that as well. Male entitlement. South Africa, high femicide rate in South Africa. Male superiority plus violence normalization. It's now a pandemic in South Africa. It is casual, the amount of rape, and it's how they just tone it down to, why were you walking alone at night? And what were you wearing? And that skirt was just too short. How would you be wearing a short skirt like that? Why won't they rape you? These are the issues. They have something similar to that in Japan. In Afghanistan, they have Taliban rules and misogyny going on. In Mexico, they have the machismo culture. In Philippines, they have this, what's it called? Misogynistic leadership, where it's more like a colonial thing, but they want to rule it under, Catholicism as a religious thing. They back it up with something, either tradition or religion. The former president, Rodrigo, publicly joked about rape, disrespected women journalists, and encouraged violence, all as a symbol of strong man leadership. That is what we're talking about, not just focus on Nigerian men. Masculinity versus toxic masculinity. That's the topic. Karigwe, jump in, then we go to ABM in that order. Karigo, you there? Okay, I guess Karigo is actually busy. You can always join in anytime. ABM, come in. Been a while. Jump in. You're poking my eyes with your waves.
What's up? Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear. Crystal, go ahead.
Wonderful. Happy Friday to everybody. I'm just gonna just say I'm gonna talk from a point of view of a black man, not a Nigerian man, but as a black person, as an African black man. So sometimes for me it actually hurts sometimes because when we talk about masculinity, we always want black masculinity. We want to always tie it to extreme or toxic masculinity, which is oil and water. Weak men do not beat their women. All right? Men are supposed to be men. Women, of course, are supposed to be women because I love a woman's cooking. Okay? Like, I can cook, yes, but I love a woman's cooking. There's something that they do with the way that they cook that makes me love women. Okay, I don't expect them to go and get a construction job. I'll go and do that. And then I'll be like, okay, yeah, oh, there's the money, do your thing, you clean the house. Yeah. That is how nature is how God made us. Okay? But when we talk about extreme or toxic masculinity, those are weak men, and it should not be tied to masculinity or even male, the gender male.
So ABM, are you saying there are no women that does construction work?
Of course not. Come on now. We're not. We're talking in general terms. Come on, Jimmy. Right. What I'm saying is, what my point is that I will go and do the hard work, and I can. Just as nature has made it, a man is faster than a woman. A man is stronger than a woman. Yes, I'll go and do the strong man shit because I can do it. But then the woman, she can do the cleaning shit. She'll be, oh, look, this stinks over here. I need to wash this. Okay. A guy does not think about that, right? So that's what I'm trying to say.
So when you say stronger, you mean physically, right?
Yes.
Okay.
As a black man, right? We are stronger. That is why even white men came and tried to take over us, and that is why they even took some of us and shipped them over to their own land, because we are strong, right? There is no doubt about that, right? But then they introduced this thing called feminism now, that tried to victimize the black man, all right, by lying to our women that you are being oppressed. Where in the hell in our culture does it say that we should oppress our people? Where I come from, you do not insult your mother. Right? You can probably throw a punch at your father, but if you insult your mother, even the afterlife, you're gonna meet it. You know about that. We value our women so much, but then these white men, they came in and brought feminism and lied to our women that, hey, you've been oppressed. Hey, how come he's got 4 wives? You've been oppressed. Huh? Where? Okay? Because they were gay. These white men just like us. Okay? Look at them now. They have their birth rate is falling because they want to be gay, they want to be women. Okay? And they lie to our women. This is why you get these issues when women go to the diaspora and now they think that, oh, what we've seen on TV is really what it's about. And now, hey, we're not in Africa anymore and you want to try and fight the husband as if the husband is now suddenly Satan. No, I think that there has been a constant attack on the black man because they want to weaken us. They don't want us to speak. If you marry 2 women, oh no, you're bad. Okay, but those women are happy. Nobody is complaining. You want to get into my bedroom and tell my woman that you are oppressed? That is very weird behavior, and we allow it. All right, like I do not like feminism at all because we do not need feminism. We are good. You do not see no white man saying, first of all, I want to attack my mother, ever. Like you see a black man wherever he goes, first of all, I want to attack my mother. Okay, like the man, he just gives a big piece of meat. Okay, but then the mother is everything. All right, so I just want to just put that out there because masculinity is not a bad thing at all, and it should be promoted. In a world right now where we see people that are just being taught to be victims all the time, man, we need to grow up. It's 2025, and we need to realize our power, our divinity, and why we're so important on this planet as black people, as black men. Because our women do need us. Right? They need us to be strong. Not to beat them. I'm not talking about no violence. And by the way, Jimmy, I do not condone any violence. And what you told me about how a man was killing a woman and walking around with a head, I do not promote that. That is not masculinity. All right? We revere our women. Okay? I love black women so much. If I could have them all, I would. Okay? Just for the record, ladies, if your husband is beating on you, come to me. Okay? I'll give you a bit of time. But I would just like to say masculinity is very important.
black people, we are strong, we are good looking, and we are in demand. Right? Everybody fetishizes about black men. And we should not shy away from the responsibility of being good looking and being able to do what we can do. Right. And toxic masculinity, and if you're a man, for the record, if you're a man that beats on a woman to make yourself feel like a man, then you're not a man. Why are you gonna go do that? Okay? That is just very weak, and I do not promote that. You know, I promote, you know, chivalry, court your woman, make her like you, do that because she likes that. You know, send her to go get her nails done, like I did today. Yeah, send her go get your hair done. You know, here's some money, and you know what? She'll love you. Okay, she will never say, oh, but you know what? Just because you're a man, you know, I can do this by myself. She no, she's not gonna do that. Okay, she's gonna love you, and you know, she'll come and probably come back and give you some fellatio, right? Just to say thank you, right? But I'm just trying to say, let us promote masculinity. There is nothing wrong with being a man, being a strong man, being a hard-working man. Work harder than your woman. You should be working harder than your woman. You should be stronger than your woman. Because if a thief comes in the house, all right, are you going to say, okay, you know what? Equal opportunity, baby, let's go together. Okay, you're not going to say that. Then, okay, hold up. I'll go and check this out. And there's a reason for that. And the woman, that's why she loves you. All right, you can be stupid, and you're allowed to be stupid sometimes. Yeah, and we all have our weaknesses.
Right.
Right. So I'll just land there by
Thank
saying,
you.
you know what, as black men, you know, masculinity should be promoted.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with it, and we are lacking a little bit of it.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. ABL. Thank you. I love your takes. But let me push back a little bit. On the note you ended with this whole if a thief comes to the house. Let me say to you, it's an African mentality. When a thief comes to the house, it's always because it's an African mentality that we have. You know, we live in a society where we're used to thieves coming into people's houses, and the man is always meant to be the one to protect and face them or answer questions and all that. In the Western world, in America, everyone is carrying guns. You know, you want to think twice before you even go and, you know, invade anyone's privacy or their house, because that's their domain. You know, so these examples has to do with where we live and the mentality is tied to the mentality of a particular society. Another point to that is this: let's say you're an accountant and you married a Navy. Your wife works with the US Navy and the thief comes to your house. What is going to happen? Are you going to take your accountant hat as to go and face what is going to happen with a pen or what, or a calculator? When you have a wife that is well trained by the military, the best military in the world, are you going to say because you're the man of the house, you're going to face that? I think we need to switch all these points when we reason about this topic. Another point you made, you said men are stronger than women. I'm not arguing with you on that one, but I have some questions for you. When you say stronger, in what terms? Are you just referring to physical strength? Because I did a quick search, and statistically, women are way more stronger than men, psychologically, emotionally, and to some extent, they know how to manage pain more than we can. Scar, I don't expect you to agree with me. I have the statistics pulled up here, and I'll explain why to you. You see, you cannot compare the pain of childbirth to any kind of pain. And I did the breakdown. What is it compared to you getting burnt by fire? You cannot compare that pain. The statistics are there. Let me read it out accordingly. Okay, let me start from the number one. Childbirth versus kidney stone. For anyone that had actually gone through that. Similarities, both causes intense and wave-like abdominal pain. Difference: kidney stone pain is sharp, stabbing. Labor pain is rhetoric. It is rhythmic, radiating, and lasts much longer. Verdict: women who've been experienced both says childbirth is worse, especially during transition and crowning. That's number one. Number two, childbirth versus gunshot wound. A gunshot wound is sudden, traumatic, often numbed by shock and adrenaline. Labor pain builds up over hours, increasing in intensity and with no clear end until delivery. Verdict: many trauma doctors says labor is more enduring and psychologically complex. Number three, childbirth versus bone structure. Breaking a femur is one of the worst orthopedic pains you can ever experience. Childbirth involves muscle cramps, stretching of tissue, contractions, and tearing. Verdict: labor affects multiple systems at once, making it more holistic and exhausting. Number four, childbirth versus burn. Burn injury, especially third degree, are excruciating and even rated as top of the pain scale. However, labor pain is natural, repetitive, and serves a purpose, while burn pain is dramatic and senseless. Verdict: both are extreme, but labor is biologically intended, which doesn't make it easier, just different. Number five, childbirth and versus amputation. In pre-anesthesia era, amputations were, beyond comprehension. Some pain researchers urges that late stage labor is comparable to a digit or limb amputation, but with full consciousness. Verdict: comparably in raw pain level, but childbirth includes added emotional trauma and euphoria. The key take to this: pain during childbirth ranks at the top. Lastly, toothache, sensitive, painful, and disgustingly horrifying. But childbirth has to do with vaginal tear, emergency surgery, and fear of death. Key takeaway to the breakdown I just made: pain during childbirth ranks at the top of the McGill Pain Index. McGill Pain Index. You can Google it yourself. A scientific pain scale revealing the most extreme injuries the human body can endure. What makes it unique is not just the intensity, but the duration, emotional strain, physical exhaustion, and some, again, vaginal tear, emergency surgery, and fear of death. There you have it. I had to point that out for the purpose of people listening, educational purpose, right? Um, we can have that at the back of our minds before we throw these words of men are always stronger, we do the physical thing. I'm not disputing that, I'm not, but at the same time I want us to have these things I've mentioned at the back of our mind. I'm glad we have nurses, we have doctors on the platform. They can justify, put in the comment section if I'm right or wrong. Again, you don't have to take everything I say on my platform hook, line, and sinker. You take what you need, make use of it, and discard of the rest. It's not an echo chamber. I would like to move on to the next speaker right now. So we have new speakers on the platform. We have Uba, we have Scar, we have Integrity came back, we have Daniel. So this is what we'll do. I'm going to take Scar. Okay, ABM, you just spoke. I believe you want to say something before we proceed. I'll give you just 1 minute to do that.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. So I just wanted to clarify. Yes, I was meaning physically, because you're 100% correct when it comes to emotional stability and even pain bearance. There's been tests that have been made, where there have been induced labor pains in men, and men cannot handle it. So, but I was talking physically that the hard work will go and do, and the woman, of course, she can always take care of that at the emotional part and even the household and everything else because they are parts to play in life.
All right, beautiful. Thanks. I like how you came back from that. Thanks for that. Thank you. All right, so let's do Scar, Daniel, and Uba in that order. Scar, Daniel, and Uba in that order. Sky, jump in. How you doing?
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Thank you. It's very difficult to oppose what you said because you read out from a very credible source, but I don't quite agree. And I think there's a flawed concept. We cannot use endurance or experience to measure strength because even if that the pregnancy stuff is actually the most painful, they don't manage it well. It actually breaks them down. They pass out, they scream, they run around. Sometimes they have to use wheelchair.
Some of them die.
Yeah, exactly. It even kills them. Yeah, so they're not strong because the pain actually wins most times. It's not something that they actually manage or overcome without any assistance on their own. They scream, they shout. The screaming is compulsory. They always scream. They hurt people in the process. The pain takes over them. So they do not manage the pain well. Now, compared to I'm saying this in comparison to people who actually experience pain, who get better with the pain. It's people who have been shot multiple times. People who have been shot or who have experienced training, they don't scream. People who have broken bones, they look at it. Sometimes they won't take out the bullet on their own, experiencing it, and they don't speak like that. So I don't want to use that. Since the pain breaks them down, we cannot use that to prove them to be strong because it does break them down and kill them. Now, moving forward, you see, masculinity in itself is not for women to define. The reason masculinity is labeled as toxic cannot be because women disapprove of it, especially. And that is exactly what the entire world is doing. The reason masculinity is toxic, is bad, is horrendous, is because women don't like it or it affects them negatively, them particularly speaking. And that particular negative experience they have masculinity cancels it out despite all the tremendous good or positive impact of masculinity. That is a disservice. It's a disservice because we have to measure. We have made them. It's almost like we have made them the pariah, like the standard for what is good or bad. For us to know what is good or bad, we have to go to a woman and seek approval. Whatever she decides is what we label it as. Look at somebody like Adana using who she's attracted to define what is good masculinity or bad masculinity. So because she doesn't like dominant men are toxic. That's a fallacy. Toxicity is not defined by what you're attracted to. It is not. It can't be. That cannot be the definition. If the actual stuff, the substance of masculinity in itself has multiple tremendous impact, it cannot. A woman disapproval is not strong or valid enough to cancel it out, even if it is hurting her. Even if, yes, the masculinity that runs into burning buildings and saves people, that the masculinity that is the reason that you are still here, even if it sometimes or very rarely hurts them, even if it slaps them, it beats them, or it kills them, particularly speaking. Now, I prepared a speech, so I just want to narrate it very quickly before I divert. Masculinity, as we all termed it, is who a man is. It is the very essence of a man, and it has a purpose. But we have demonized that purpose, and we have suddenly decided that the only kind of masculinity that is acceptable is one that is in exclusive service to other people. For masculinity to be acceptable, it must be in complete servitude. It must be used to serve and benefit other people other than the man. No matter how much the masculinity serves the man's interest,
If it doesn't serve the interest of other people, it cannot possibly be good, especially women. This is why the worst men on planet Earth to this day are not terrorists, are not suicide bombers. They are men who hurt women, abusers, rapists, not even murderers, rapists, abusers, domestic abusers, people who commit domestic violence. That no matter how much it improves the lives of, no matter how much that particular act improves the life of the man, improves the life of those around him. If he hurts a single woman, it cannot be acceptable. It is not a fair judgment. I'm trying to get what I wrote down so I can just read it out. Okay, yeah, here it is. Thank you.
So, okay, all right, go ahead. I thought you finished. No, go ahead.
I'm not done. I'll be done in a while. Thank you. People tell us masculinity is dangerous. They say it's irresponsible for violence. It hurts this. It hurts that. It causes all the horrors in the news. But when a house is on fire, do we send therapists or we send firemen? When somebody breaks into your house, do you call a poet or do we call a man with a badge and a gun? A man that he has been trained to confront the very violence that we fear. People call it toxic because they don't understand it. They call it toxic because they cannot control it. They call it toxic because it does not serve them. They cannot use it to serve them. Or they call it toxic because they don't want to understand it. That is why most people call it toxic. Feminists, on the other hand, call it toxic because they do understand it. They understand exactly what it is, that it is unyielding. Masculinity in its purest form is unyielding, it is ungovernable, it does not serve anybody, it doesn't apologize for existing. And in a world that is increasingly allergic to certainty, it is the masculinity that says, I've got this. The masculinity that says, I will protect you at any cost. I will protect myself at any cost. Sacrifice you, sacrifice anything to ensure that we survive. But you will talk about the aggression. It is harmful. They can slap, they kill. Yes, it can. Fire also kills. Fire in itself is very destructive. It also kills. But water also kills. Flooding, typhoons, tsunamis, these are all destructive powers of water that can cause immense damage. Immense damage. Fire in itself can lead to wildfires that can cause billions in damages, even in human life. But when you harness fire, when you harness water, when you direct fire and direct water, aggression, just like fire and water, the aggression that is also hurting people is how we have survived to this very point. The very same kind that kills women is the same kind of aggression that has protected us and brought us to this very point. From the start of the world 6,000 years ago, or billions of years ago, from the first man to this point, countless battles were fought. Blood was spilled because the fight with the same aggression that hurt women is the same aggression that defeated all of the things on the planet that was designed to kill us. All of the things on the planet that was trying to end men and render us extinct. To the point that you know that for the first 3,000 years of human history, there was constant conflict. Men had to fight not just other men, they had to fight nature, they had to fight animals, they had to fight diseases. They didn't fight all of these things by being calm, by being mature. They fought this with raw, ungovernable aggression. And they won. That aggression that was raw, that was tough, that could cause harm and hurt people, had purpose. It was harnessed for a purpose and it led us to survival to this very point that we are. The freedom we enjoy today is not free. It was bought and paid for in blood. The freedom we enjoy today was not gotten from heaven. People paid for it, and the price was paid in blood, the blood of men specifically. That was spilled, and that blood was used to buy the freedom that we have today. Freedom is not free for all intents and purposes. Now, the aggression is how we got freedom. Aggression got us freedom. Aggression is how we won. Aggression is how we survived. It is how we push through illnesses. It is how we defeated all the diseases in the planet that tried to kill us. How we defeated all the wild animals that were coming to take people everywhere. It is how we mastered the planet, how we mastered nature, how we became top of the food chain. It is how we protect our families. It's how we climb mountains. And yes, it is how we stand our ground when the world tries to knock us down. Do you want to know what is truly toxic? A culture that demonizes strength and aggression. A culture that ridicules boys for being boys. They wonder why the current batch of men are confused. They are listless. They are taking medicine, taking drugs. They are going to see therapists. They have to take antidepressants. They are suicidal. The same society that tells young men that their instincts are shameful, that they are too loud, they are too strong, they are too aggressive, that their ambition is oppressive. They cannot shout, you cannot scream. Their masculinity is a disease that needs to be cured. And then you expect these same men who you are neutering, who you are circumcising, who you are emasculating, to be confident, to be decisive, and to be providers. It doesn't work that way. That is at odds. That kind of thinking is at odds with common sense. You cannot have one or the other. It has to be, you have to make your choice, and each choice you make has consequences. We have told a complete generation of men, oh God, to sit down, to shut up, and to stop being themselves. And when they do, we accuse these same men who listen to us, who desire to shut up. We now accuse them of being weak, of being emotionally unavailable, of being disconnected, of being passive. But we don't see that they are like this because we have cutted them. Now we cut them, and they will proceed to blame them for bleeding. The ideal man is the white European man today. The ideal man that women have been describing for ages, the one who respects women, who does this, who is equal to them, who doesn't argue with them, who doesn't speak.
30 seconds, Carl. 30 seconds.
Can I get 30? Make it 30.
Yeah, 30. All right.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. These same women, these men became exactly what these women want, and these same men are the same exact men who are women are divorcing at the highest rate. These women are irritated by the men because the men listen to them and became exactly what they ask. What is the great irony? The men we love, the men they seek, most of our grandfathers, our soldiers, and our firefighters, our fathers, they had everything that we now call toxic. They were hard-headed, they were stoic, they were proud, and they were brave. The world is changing, yet some aspect of traditional masculinity needs scrutiny. But condemnation is not the same as evolution. Let us not teach boys that strength and sensitivity are mutually exclusive. Let us let them be strong. Let them wrestle, let them run, let them speak, let them fight for what they love without shame. Because the world is a dangerous place, and when danger knocks on the door, we don't need a man who will sing poetry. We need a man who will run through it. They call it toxic masculinity, but I call it the guardian at the gate, and I call it the reason we are still here. Thank you very much. Are you the mic?
All right. Thank you. As usual, you've written down all the things you want to say about this particular topic. Yeah, you have the right to your views, and I'm not gonna argue with you on that one. But here's the thing: you've mixed up masculinity with toxic masculinity.
It's the same thing. I didn't mix it up. There's no difference. It's the same thing. It has both sides. The same masculinity can be used for both sides.
No, it's not the same. And I'll explain to you the reason why I said it's not the same. I explained it earlier on, but for the benefit of the people just joining the space, I'm gonna explain it again. Okay, masculinity versus toxic. When I use the word toxic, it doesn't necessarily have to be verbal, right? I'm talking about violence, perpetrated against other gender, simply because we see them as, they're meant to be beneath us, just simply because we're men, right? We have this.
But it's not what we see.
Says who?
The reality has shown it. If they aren't, there'll be no way to enforce it on them. There'll be we won't be talking about.
When you say When you say reality has
Yeah,
shown it.
it will be acceptable as women saying men are beneath them. It will be laughable because it's not
But
something
they're
that
not.
they can pass.
They're not saying that though. The feminists, the
But
extreme.
they can't say because it's not true. It doesn't align with reality. There's only one side that is fighting against reality, and it is that side. The reason why we can say this thing and it actually was reality for a long time was because it was true. It was true. They can't say it because it would be delusion for them to insist. It would be fighting with reality because it's untrue. But I'll wait for my turn again. Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks. So you made a point that I need to emphasize on. You said the worst men in the world as are the abusers, the predators, and all that. And one thing about my platform is this: when people make statements, I check it out immediately. And when I hear things I'm hearing for the first time, I check it out just to push back. It's an educational platform for people to come and learn, educate, and unlearn some certain things. So, and I did a quick search. And anytime I'm dealing with topics like this, I like to keep it balanced, right? So I did. Hold on. I did. Who are the worst men in the world? And here are the answers I got. When you ask who are the worst men in the world, it's always about names, it's about types, because the worst men are often not the loudest. They're the ones who hide in plain sight, wearing respectable marks and power as perfumes. Number one, the silent abuser. Number two, the respectable predator. Number three,
So I was right.
yeah, I'm coming there. Number three, the power hungry politicians. By the way, I'm listing out the worst men in the world. Let me take that again. Number one, the silent abuser. Number two, the respectable predator. Number three, the power hungry politician. Number four, the misogynistic intellectual. Number five, the rapist who blames the skirts. Number six, the spineless bystander. Number seven, the internet alpha male. Number eight, the entitled lover. Number nine, the daddy who was never a father. And lastly, the man who thinks being a man means being feared. Those are the 10
No
dangerous.
terrorists. Can you, oh God, no more terror.
Because they hide in plain sight. A terrorist, that is who they are. You know them for who they are. A terrorist, you know this one is a terrorist. We're talking about people that lie right in front of you and you can't even see them for whom they are. They are right in front of you in plain sight, but they use intellectuality to push their agenda. They use excuses to push their agenda. I played a video. Right. So, so you said what?
That silent abuser is worse than a terrorist.
There you go. And you just confirmed my topic now. The point I was making. So the point is, you just made my point. I just told you now that a terrorist is not in the list I just mentioned to you. I'm trying to let you know that from the point you made to justify the most dangerous set of men, I just broke it down. I did a search on it, and you mentioned two, and I broke it down to 10, and I did the same search for women as well. And it says manipulative victims. It says she twists every situation to make herself the victim. Okay, the enabler. She sees abuse, cheating, violence. The misogynistic mother, the gold digger with no loyalty, the gossip assassin, the queen of comparison, the one who raises monster and call it motherhood, the clout chaser, the woman who hates other women, and the envious saboteur. Those are the 10. 10 for men.
What do you mean? No feminists?
Well, the term feminist is within all these things that I mentioned. You can be a feminist and be a cloud chaser. You can be a feminist
No, but you
and
said they
no,
said
but you
something.
said
They
they said
said
something. They
the
said
internet
the
alpha male.
internet
So they didn't
alpha
say the
male. So
internet
they say the
feminists.
internet feminists. Oh yeah, I get what
Okay,
you mean.
Jimmy.
Yeah, no,
Okay, I see.
I see. I know what you I know what you mean by that. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the internet feminism makes the top 10. It might be on the list if you go down.
Well, it's not. I just read it out now. It's not.
No, you read 10. If
Right.
you go, if you
Carigwe, I'm bringing a sexy side. I'm bringing a sexy side for you.
I believe I think she's onto something, and it was just a sarcastic question, just to push back on what Carl was saying. So, the point is, she's trying to say from the 10 they listed, feminist was not there. But I mean, we all know feminists can hide between all these things. But the point is, it was not mentioned categorically, but it was mentioned internet alpha male, right? In the first one, that is her point, and she's trying to confirm that. I should read it again. Hope there's no feminist there, and I think I get what she means by that, because
No, but Jimmy, I get the reason why the internet alpha male is there.
Right.
Because it's an unnatural something.
Right.
It doesn't make sense to be there. What have they done that is make them a what?
Yeah, because they're not a threat compared to the toxic masculinity.
Scar, listen. I'm not saying that. The reason why they might be there is because the kind of message they preach affects the society badly.
But Carigwe, here's the thing. The internet alpha male can also be in everything that they listed for men. Meaning that an internet alpha male can also be a terrorist.
No, I want them.
How can you be a terrorist? Yeah, but being an internet alpha male alone, if you study the word alpha, and when you study the nature of dogs, the alpha male in that dog tries to dominate the others and not let them do anything. If they bring food, they take it away.
Carigwe, actually, the alpha concept is about animals in captivity. It has nothing to do with animals in their natural habitat. If you're a man in captivity, we can now start doing the alpha everything. But not men in their natural habitat like on Earth.
I'm not talking about dogs in captivity. How can you put that? I'm talking about when you see wolves. When you see wolves.
Hitler was not even there. Hitler was not even there.
When you see wolves in their natural habitat, the alpha among them.
Hitler that killed 6 million Jews is not on the list. Genociders are not there. It is abuser, it is rapist, it is alpha male that is the worst man on the planet. And you don't see that it's a list for women. It's a list that serves women. Don't you see? That's exactly what I said now. It's exactly what I said, confirming there. That the worst men to this world, if democracy is not serving them, they will use the one that affects them to describe the worst man. How can a select abuser be worse than a murderer? How can an alpha male be worse than a terrorist?
All right.
How can this man be worse than somebody who killed?
All right, guys. All right, guys.
Jimmy, can you let me talk?
Yeah. So you actually, guys, one mic, guys. Stop. 1 minute. So here's the thing. Carigwe is actually meant to go next because I called on him. I guess he was busy earlier on. But I'll allow the interaction since Carigwe wants to interject. Want to interact with Scar. So it's Carigwe's time. He can decide who engages him and who doesn't. After Carigwe, we take a Nonti, a female, then we move to Daniel in that order, please. Thanks, guys, for being part of this. Before we proceed, sorry, Carigwe. Before we proceed, let me just thank everyone for joining. I can see the 220 people on Rest Stream watching live right now on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. Thanks for being part of this. Other spaces are out there, but you've decided to be here with me on Off the Cuff with Jimmy. I handle difficult, sensitive, tough, unscripted topics, and I do this every Friday. I do this every Friday. Last week was an interesting one, and we air it today as well. It's a platform for matured conversation, civil interaction, and unscripted, unfiltered, matured mind coming to share their life experiences and ideas. People come here to learn and unlearn. I love the maturity so far. I love the interaction so far. Let's keep it that way, guys. And I'm enjoying the conversation. Thanks for being part of the Coffee with Jimmy. It's beautiful having you guys here on all platforms. Thank you. Karigwe, go ahead.
So, as I was saying, Scar, what Jimmy read out, the reason why you misunderstood it is because you let emotion cloud what he said. I remember I had Jimmy say, the dangerous men are those ones that hide in plain sight. Correct. A murderer, a serial killer, and a terrorist doesn't hide in plain sight. An abuser can be an abuser abusing your child, right, and playing it safe, and you would not know. Right. That is why that is why he's dangerous.
100%.
That is why he's labeled dangerous. If you've done safeguarding children as a course, they tell you that the most dangerous person to that child is the person the child knows, because right, you hide in plain sight. They did not, when they are listing the dangers to children, they did not list kidnappers. They listed those people that know them first. Then another thing, there's something you said in your submission, that you said that men fought for our survival, and the many things you said. The answer I have for you there is, yes, we fought for the survivor when we needed that fight. Today, we no longer need to continue fighting. We need to give everybody a fair chance, because the fight you're talking about. If you can't let me talk.
Yeah. So Karigwe. Yeah. So Karigwe, do you want to have an engagement with Scar? Yes or no?
No. If you want a conversation, we can have a conversation, but not interrupting me when I'm talking.
Okay. All right. So Scar, just pay attention to that. He wants to have an interaction with you. Let him land, and Karigwe, for him to know. You can just let him know you're putting a question across to him, so we can keep it civil that way. Thank you.
All right. So what you're saying is just like USA now going to fight terrorists to keep their people safe. Then after fighting, they come back to their country and continue fighting their people. That is what you're saying. You want the fight to continue forever. We are no longer in that era where being strong makes you the highest person. Strength is no longer the thing they need to survive in this world. There are other things that have replaced strength. So women should be given equal chance to men, because biological strength doesn't play too much role now. Nobody is telling you not to play your role as a man. There are biological roles you can play as a man. Play that. Allow the woman to play her own biological role. But when it comes to equal opportunities, when it comes to marriage, see her as your partner, not your subject. That is the only thing we are saying. If you're raising your children, raise them as humans, not as this one is boy, this one is girl. Give them the same opportunity you give to your son. Give the same opportunity to your girl, to your daughter. That is the only thing we are saying. We are not saying we should not recognize that men are men. Men are men, but there are things that statement, men are men, there are things that men were men before, that if you do it today, it abuses another person. It was abusive. So if you're raising your kids with men and men, they turn out to be those kind of children that go out and press people's nyash in the streets and tell you boys are boys.
Right. That's a good point.
We are saying.
That's a good point. That was a good
because
point.
That Nigerians do it a lot. They Okada riders touch women and they see it as a normal thing.
Right.
All those things are the things that we are pointing out. Nobody's telling you not to play your role as a man. But the problem is that whenever they talk about feminism, what you people see it as is that they want to come and replace you.
I wanted to point out that, you see, based on everything you said now, it always comes back to women. You can see that the reason why you said why you want to train boys is so they don't turn around to touch us.
Yes, now because women are you see when it comes to Scar, I like do you know why I want to have that conversation with you? You're somebody that likes making you're somebody that likes making researches. Go and research abuse and see the gender that are the victims and the genders that are the perpetrators.
I understand. I'm not arguing that, Karigwe. The point is I'm making is from everything you just said now, the actual loss here is the comfort of women or the safety of women loss that we need to prevent. That is the motivation behind all of these things we are doing. Now, another thing, the idea that force is no longer relevant in this world today is not really true. The strongest country in the world is not the smartest. The strongest country in the world is not the richest. The strongest country in the world is not the strongest because they are mature or because they are this. Russia, America, China, they are the strongest countries solely because of their military, because they can subject force.
Yeah, but that's because of the equipment they have. It's not because of their strength. We Africans, we are based on strength. If they throw away equipment,
Caribou.
we can win them.
Yeah.
Can I laugh?
Chief, just let the two of them be. Let them interact, please. Yeah, Caribou, let him speak. Go ahead. But mind you, Sky is still Caribou's time. I just want you to know that.
I know. I don't want to. I'm not even taking much time. The idea that we have to force or strength is useless because of the time you're living in. It's grossly untrue. Because a lot of these people do not hold their place in the world because of their intelligence or because they are rich, not because they can do something. The reason why Russia is at the top is a world power today. It's only because of their nuclear arsenal. Russia is not the strongest, not the smartest. It's not the smartest, not the richest country on the planet. But they have the highest number of nuclear weapons. They can inflict the most damage on the world. That is why they are among the world powers. The same thing with America. They are not the most intelligent country in the world. They are not the richest. Okay, I think they are the richest now. They are not the most mature. They don't have the best values. They're not the most egalitarian or the most equal country. But they also have the biggest navy, the biggest air force, the second biggest nuclear arsenal in the world. Their place in the world is secured by strength. Without that particular strength and what they can project, they will lose it instantly. Even with all the money that they have, even with all the intelligence people that they have, they will not become a world power anymore. They are countries with smarter people that are not the world powers. Now, moving on, you cannot say if you can divide it from women, you can divide it from women. That is not the worst thing that an untrained boy can do. The fact that you are more worried about these boys pressing a woman's ass than going to an entire school and shooting up the entire school or creating a disease that can wipe up half of the planet. We are worried about the wrong things. The boys we are training, they can inflict. This is why that list, the rate is irritating my ear. Because how can you say is the worst man? What exactly can a man who is hiding in plain sight do? What can he do? The worst part is he kills one person. Nobody knows. Or he kills two people, nobody knows. Or he kills three people, nobody knows. You think he does that, people discover. But do you
know that those people that go and shoot up schools always hide in plain sight before that? That's why they are not noticed.
Those people are the ones that
that is why they say that is why those that don't press ass are the most dangerous.
They're the ones that don't press ass. They're the ones that are weak. They're the ones that that cannot have. They're not strong. Those ones who are mentally weak, that cannot control their emotions. Those are the told to cry. Those are the told to express how they are feeling. Those are the people who do those things. Not the boys who are told to be strong. Not the boys who are told to fight. Not the boys who are told to impose your will. If you check all of these things, harmlessness is not a virtue. And those people who shoot up schools have done more damage than the boys who are pressing yash. You cannot tell me that we train boys so they don't play snacks, even though these boys can go and shoot up school because they're not
They
playing
have
snacks.
all created damage. One is not smaller than the other. You press somebody's snatch without consent is traumatized. It's abuse.
It's abuse. Can you let me talk? Even though preventing of production, you have to just hijack my time.
No, don't worry. Karigo, you regain your time. Scar, wrap up in.
I'm not running up.
Yeah, wrap up in 30 seconds. Let him regain his time so we can move on.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Even though what it would take to prevent those from doing this is to emasculate those boys. The moment you emasculate them, you put them in touch with their emotion, they become so sensitive that any small thing will make them explode. But you are more worried about the fact that they will press the ladies' ass than the fact that emasculating them will lead them to shoot up a school, to kill hundreds of people, to blow up a building because they cannot control how they are feeling. But you will still choose that outcome. That one does not bother you over them, over leaving them to be masculine and they will press the ladies' ass. The pressing of ladies' ass is the worst outcome than blowing up a school on committing mass murder. How? How can
they are both acts of violence? Please, let's not reduce one over the other.
How can a person who is a rapist,
right,
dangerous and a terrorist that is killing 40,000 people, that Shekau? How? How?
Can you imagine? I mean, can't you say that they're all evil? Are we doing evil Olympics here?
Yeah. All right. So here we go. All right. So that's time up, Scott. So here's the thing. I love the engagement. I love the back and forth. Karigwe, you retain your time. You still have 2 minutes to wrap up. Scott, you cannot minimize it. What is wrong is wrong. You can't put a scale on it. You can't say one is worse than the other. We can talk about the severity or the impact they make, but you cannot say it's minimal. It's okay to grab women's asses than blowing up a building. But it's still bad. I agree with you on that one, but it's still bad. So we can't put them on a scale. So we can't scale them.
We can't put it on the scale. One is worse than the other.
All right.
We cannot put it on the scale. You cannot say what is worse.
All right, Scott, you let me land.
Because abuse has led people be mass murderers themselves and be traumatized. So you cannot say that.
So, Scott, I understand what you're trying to do here. Karigo, don't worry, you still have your 2 minutes. I'll give it back to you. I understand what you're trying to do here. And that has nothing to do with the conversation. You're just using that to divert the conversation. You have a point from what you're doing, but what I think you're doing is you want to emphasize on this little thing. You want to use it to now elaborate on your point. It's not going to work, all right? We have a bigger picture here, and I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do. But here's the thing. I have a quick summary of the comparison here. Homicide victims by percentage, men 81%, women 19%. Homicide suspects by percentage, men 90%, women 10%. Mass shooters by percentage, men 98%, women 2 to 4%. Gang members by percentage, men 90%, women 10%. Suicide death globally, men 64%, women 36%. Suicide ratio in the West, men 75 to 80%, women 20 to 25%. Substance abuse / disorder, men 11.5%, women 6.4%. I did another quick search about which one is more dangerous between a toxic feminist and a toxic masculine alpha male or masculinity. And I was stunned by the results. I was stunned. The result is here. Head-to-head comparison, toxic masculinity and toxic feminism. I'm not going to read it out yet. Karigo, you have your 2 minutes back.
All right, so going back to what I was saying, you see,
the example Scar made with how US and Russia and Germany are the strongest country. He just used that thing to make my point without even knowing it. We are the strength that the US have today is not the strength you talked about when you talked about us fighting for our survival. It's not the same strength. The strength, if we talk about strength, if we want to use that strength that you're talking about, Kenyans and Africans mostly are stronger than the US when it comes to physical strength. But US is strong today because you mentioned it, nuclear weapon and the arsenal they have. And those arsenal can be operated by a woman. You don't need to have muscle to press the button that will release a nuclear weapon. You don't need to have muscle to do that. Another when you were now trying to compare apple and oranges, talking about shooting up schools and terrorists, why not raise your kids with love so that they don't shoot up schools and also don't press a woman's ass? Why must you choose one against the other? You're saying that the reason why they go and shoot up schools is because they don't allow them to press ass. Why should you're encouraging rape? What you're encouraging is to raise. You prefer to raise
no. Yeah. So Scott, let him speak. He doesn't want any interruption. So let him speak. Let him. He allowed it initially, but he doesn't want it anymore. So let it be that way. You have your go. Don't worry. I'll circle back to you.
What feminism is preaching, as in the real feminism, I'm not talking about those ones that maybe preach what we call toxic feminism or extreme feminism. The real feminism, if you are an honest person and you do the research by yourself, is preaching to raise everybody with love. Raise your boys so that they understand that women are not their subjects. Raise your boys so that they wouldn't go to the office and tell a woman, I have somebody like you at home. Raise your boys so that they don't go and shoot up schools. Don't raise your boys so that they will know how to cook for themselves and not subject a woman as their cook. That is what feminism is preaching. Then raise your boys to recognize that if an opportunity comes, maybe he has a company and he wants to employ somebody, and that job is a job that the both gender can do, he wouldn't discriminate against a woman because the woman is a woman. Raise your boys to respect women. That is what we are saying. We are not saying don't raise your boys to be strong. You can be strong physically and still respect women. But what you just said here is that from the conclusion I can draw from what you said here is that you prefer to you want to raise your boys, as in you see a link between your boys not going to abuse women and them turning to a terrorist. If they don't press women's nyash on the streets and harass them, the other option is that they will become a terrorist. That is wrong. They can avoid both and still. I don't go about pressing women's nyash. I have nephews, I have younger brothers. I don't teach them to go and do such. Because I know if anybody presses my sister's nyash today, I will shoot the person if I have a gun. Jimmy, I think I'm exhausted, I beg.
Right. Thank you, Karigwe. Thank you. You've made compelling points. And I mean, besides the fact that we share a lot of, ideology, I'm trying to be as neutral as possible here. And I want to weigh on both sides. We have women that have actually done some things that would, let these alpha males come and say things as well. And that's the reason why I shuttle between both sides. So if I have a woman coming up to defend feminism, and to be honest, I don't have much artilleries compared to that because I've checked through the internet to pull out. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying there are not extreme feminism out there and they've not done some ridiculous things. In fact, I did the search to an extent that women saying all men should die. Is that a thing? Well, it hasn't led to any death. That's a fact, 100%. I did the search. It hasn't led to any death. But that doesn't mean it cannot lead to someone taking it up and doing something about it.
Thank you, G.
Can you mute your mic, please? Mute your mic. Don't worry. You don't need to give me any accolades. You will still collect too. I'm trying to be balanced here. We're having a mature conversation. And I used to stand on this mindset before. I think when I hear all men should die, I push back. I believe we can do better. Some women have actually gone through a lot for them to conclude on that. But I think they need help, psychologically. They need to seek help. I'm not blaming them for the reason why they're saying that. I'm saying you shouldn't generalize all men based on that, right? But when I did further search on this, it's not compared to when people actually say things like, use the Jewish, terminology. That is dangerous, and people actually died using that. But when it comes to the word all men should die, it has never led to actual death. But guess what? It could lead to it. Must we now wait for it to happen before we think it is bad? No. And that's why I always tell people it's not me being combative, it's me advising and educating us on the things we say, things we type on social media. Because when things happen, it might be coincidental, but when it happens, when there are issues around people saying these things and people around them just die all of a sudden, could be natural death or something else happened, they will start an investigation on them simply because of these careless tweets they made on Twitter some times ago. They've probably forgotten, right? And we see all these things. They called trails. When we see mass shooting in America, they've left clues on social media posts, their Facebook, the kind of things they say, their lives, the kind of things they say, their manifestos and all the things they put clues out there. And all of a sudden people are dying around them and you're wondering what happened. They've been talking about it. They've been giving hints about it, and it happens. So I would not push, I would not encourage, even though it hasn't led to anyone getting killed, but we shouldn't wait till it happens. So my feminist sisters, I know what you guys are pushing for, and it's absolutely worth it. But I'm addressing the extreme feminist. A lot of the thing is coming from Shimon. It's coming from past experience. It's coming from past abuse. Maybe you should get some help. Maybe you need to talk to someone. Maybe you need to yell out at someone. I mean, that's why we have all these therapeutic places around. You want to break something? Yeah, get a bat. They have a place like that in Lagos. Smash things, smash TV, smash plates, bottles, smash whatever. You wear protective gear and everything. You are letting out that anger. It is therapeutic and it's good and healthy. We need to go through a process to heal first. Otherwise, the hate will keep pushing us to say things we don't mean. And honestly, toxic masculinity is doing a huge disfavor. It's doing a huge damage to the planet as we speak. I'm not sure you were here, Scar, when I played the video of a man killing his wife. Shot his wife simply because he brought her from village in Nigeria to America. Paid for her school fees. She went to school of nursing. She got everything she needed to get. She started making money. The man was keeping the money. And then all of a sudden, she met friends. They enlightened her. She started keeping money, started saving money, sending money back home, built a house, and financial freedom. The man couldn't stand it. He couldn't stand it. He shot the woman in the head. Now, after doing that, he called 911. And it was the conversation with the 911 that we heard, we listened to. It's all over the social media. And from that conversation, about 5-6 minutes, It was narrating what had happened and the reason why he did what he did. At that point in time, you can sense a lot of resentment in that man because the woman was lying down on the ground there. The man was still kicking her because she flinched a little. She wasn't dead totally. She flinched a little bit. And he was like, oh, look at me. I'm the one that did this to you. You think you can take over my life? You think you can ruin my life? And was still kicking the woman. And he got the gun. We listened to all the. It's a compilation. It's a build up of anger that we saw, we experienced, and we heard. Mind you, this is not the only first person it happened to. It had happened to 9 different people. The same situation, different methods of unaliving their wives. But guess what? They're all Nigerian. The 9 people, they're all Nigerian. Nigerians, their wives, they're all nurses. And the same situation, they all brought them from Nigeria. They did the papers for them and everything. But somehow, nothing. Anyone working in the medical field, you're making a ton of money. I was listening to your space earlier on today, and I heard people saying they make the doctors and nurses, they make £60,000 in UK. 60,000. What the hell is that? 60,000. You have people making $500,000, $700,000 here in America. Now you can understand why people go crazy. It's a way of investment to some Nigerian men. They go to the village, bring someone else, walk, oh yeah, nurse, start making money, I will keep it. But the moment the woman tries to be independent, I mean, she's working. She's the one doing the work. Can she have access to her money? Modern slavery. So the topic, masculinity versus extreme or toxic masculinity, where do we draw the line? All this back and forth you've been doing, Scar, you've jump-packed everything together. We are drawing the line. We're not saying masculinity is not good. It's meant to provide, protect, and play a manly role, including emotional intelligence. I am talking about the toxic one, the ones that think they are the boss in their house. If it's not my way, it is no way. The one that thinks, how dare you talk if I'm talking? I am your master, you are my slave. The one that thinks we are not partners. If you are my partner, that means you give birth, I will give birth. That means you pay my bride price, I'll pay your bride price. That means you pay a certain part of the bills and I'll pay certain part of the bills. That is what we are talking about here. But anyway, I will circle back to you. We have a lady here. Sonia is here. Again, I give priority to people on the StreamYard or Rest Stream to speak over people on Twitter. Why? I can overemphasize it. Everyone on all the social media platforms can hear you easily, loud and clear, compared to just Twitter. Only people on Twitter can hear you. So let's move to Sonia. I'll give you 2 minutes to say what you want to say regarding what's been said so far. Then we go back to Twitter and take new cue. I can see Anuti. Daniel was meant to go next. But Daniel, I mean, I'm certain you're a gentleman. Let's hear from a lady, then I come back to you, and we take another lady. We do it that way, so we can move
Jimmy, I think let people speak because I've spoken before. So
Okay,
let them speak. I'll speak later. And I do think that Karigwe did justice with his submission, and there was nothing to add.
Beautiful. All right. So the 2 minutes will be used for something else while we before I move back to people that will probably speak. Let's go for a commercial break. OBG Foods, guys. I'll be right back.
Are you yearning for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? OBG Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. Why choose OBG Foods? From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and ukazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. OPG Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients. OPG Foods, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. OPG Foods, whether you are in Nigeria or abroad, OPG Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients for our smoked knife fish and banla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor, fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grains. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in OPG farms, ensuring high nutritional content, red and bleached palm oil, organic farm sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, okazi, oha, and more, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings, from Ehuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper, our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. Email info@obgfoodslimited.com. Website www.obgfoods.com. OPG Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
Right. Thanks, guys. Welcome back. Off the call from Jimmy, and the sponsor is OPG Foods. I can't overemphasize that they've been doing great work with us lately, and this is just the beginning. We're still working on the jingles. We want to make it in different version. The English, Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa version is still in the making, and we'll be doing that pretty soon. And we'll be giving out freebies to our listeners, followers, and subscribers, so they can be part of this, beautiful ingredient in the United States and Canada. Ingredient enjoyment they can make use of in cooking their delicacies across America and Canada. So I'm just going to take a moment to mention some of their stores across America here. This is where I, do my own shopping as well. But there is one at Dome African Market in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Africa on the Bay, Tampa, Florida. They have Africa Choice Food Market in Orlando, Florida, Africa Rib Market in Houston, Texas, Bomar Food in Houston, Texas as well, Chuma's Groceries in Hanover Park, Illinois, here in Illinois, Dora African Produce, Los Angeles, JTC Bless Imports, that's in Dallas, Texas, KB International, that's in Detroit. We have Mokola Market in Houston, Texas, Matthias International Food Market in Grand Rapids, Minnesota, and Daya Afro Tropical Market in Tucson, New Happy Market in Atlanta, Georgia, and we have Old World Market. That is where I do my shopping in Chicago, Illinois. But I've actually stopped doing that lately because they sent me two packages of, oh my goodness, banla, tiger nut, kuli, periwinkle, pepper soup spice, pepper, ground pepper, iru, jollof rice spice, and what else? Suya spice. The suya spice is off the hook. My wife used it to make suya for me. It's best to use with a skit beef. It's man, mind blowing. But anyways, you can check out their website. They have a website of www.obgfoods.com. Check it out, and you see all the great recipes. You see all the great ingredients they've got. It's a company in Nigeria. They have a farm, thousands of acres in, I think, Imo State or Enugu. And initially, they were sourcing for all these ingredients, but now they have a farm where they plant these things, they harvest it, they package it, and they ship it across Canada and America right now. So it's a beautiful It's a beautiful source of ingredient for people living in diaspora that wants to have a taste of African culture. So that's that about that. Thanks, guys. That's the sponsor of Off the Cuff with Jimmy OBG Food, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back to the topic. And who was actually meant to give their submission before we proceeded? Initially, that was people dropped. Let's go back. All right, so
I think you said after me, Sanonte.
yeah, so Sonia gave up a time, so we should go to Anunti. Right, let's do Anunti. Hold on. Okay, Scott dropped. He's probably gonna come back. So let's do Anunti, then we move to Daniel. Chief, you've spoken. Don't worry, I'll come back to you. I'll circle back to you. But let's do it that way. Anunti, welcome. How you doing?
Hi everyone. Good evening. Good evening from Nigeria. I didn't want to speak today because I'm outside, but it was something Scar said that made me to come here. So I don't know. I'm really appalled by what he said tonight, and I think any reasonable man on this space should feel a little bit of shame on behalf of men for some of the things that Scar said. So I'll just start by saying, if women can't define masculinity, why do men get to define it, or to define what it means to be feminine? If he says Ada said she doesn't like dominant men, that they are toxic, I don't see the difference between that and men who do not like assertive women. They call them toxic. They don't like feminists because they feel they are opinionated, they are dominant, they are controlling, and just not submissive. And he said women scream, they don't manage pregnancy pain well, that when men break their bones or stuff happens to men, they're not screaming and rolling all over the place. My mom had an accident yesterday. Her ankle literally twisted to the back. She didn't shed a tear. There was no tears, there was no screaming, there was no rolling. How would you even roll when you can't even stand? She managed the pain. But men who have never been pregnant and will never be pregnant, even science over how many thousands of years has not been able to make men get pregnant. So how will a man who doesn't know this pain know whether he's going to run, roll, scream, or even try to kill himself? We've seen videos of this pregnancy simulation. Men start screaming from level 2, and it's just for a few minutes. Women have to endure that pain for hours, for as long as the contractions go, for as long as the labor goes. They have to endure that pain. They even die. The children, the babies, sometimes even die or are born stillbirth because of that pain. So I'm hoping that someday him in particular would come and teach women how to manage pain that he has never had to manage before, and you will never have to manage. He also said aggression is how we built the nation. Aggression is how we hunted for food. Aggression is this, aggression is that, but aggression is not intention. As a man, you should be ashamed if you think aggression is the reason why you do the things you do. You should be very ashamed, because intention and strategy is what makes you, aggression is a byproduct of your thoughts and your actions. It is not the intention. You do not wake up in the morning and say, I'm Iran, I'm going to go and fight Israel because I'm aggressive. You have a reason. Now it is up to you to decide if that reason is worth a battle or not. And the fact that you think men are aggressive and they use their aggression to get whatever they want, what makes you think women have to do the same thing? What makes you think women wouldn't try a different approach? You have a gun, I have a hammer, and we both want to go hunting. I know my hammer cannot shoot. Neither can it be like an arrow or a dart or any form of, machine or weapon that can shoot to a distance. I have to be close to the animal. So I will have to devise a means of hunting that animal myself. You're the one with a gun. So you might go ahead and shoot, go on a shooting spree, but the same won't apply to me. So what makes you think that because men choose aggression, women have to choose aggression too. And he said, yes, of course, women have to be under men. If submission were natural, you wouldn't have to tell a woman to be submissive. It's just going to wear on her like a motherly instinct. It's going to wear on her like a sexual sensation. It's just going to come natural. But the fact that it is not natural is why women, it's why women, thank you for distracting me. Sorry, I was distracted. I don't even know where I stopped. But I'm just going to say this, that it is not natural for the African woman to be submissive. I'm going to use the Igbo cosmology as an example. Tina Eke is literally male and female. It's literally left and right, up and down. That is what it is. It's a complement. They complement each other. Without Chi, there will be no Eke. Without Eke, Chi cannot be. That is man and woman. They've always been equal. They've always been partners. Over time, from the most that I know, Igbo women have always been involved in trade and commerce, arts and crafts, science and medicine, agriculture. They have always been involved in their own way. It's not when a man is able to carry 2 bags of rice and a woman cannot carry 2 bags of rice, you say, oh, she's not equal to a man. That is not what it's about. It's about people performing in the peak of their ability, not limited, not restrained from doing certain things because you feel, oh, it's a man's work or it's a woman's work. It doesn't work that way. Igbo women and African women, for instance, I keep on hammering on the kind of cartoons and movies and novels that we read as kids. You see the princess, Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, Cinderella, all just waiting for one man, one Prince Charming, one knight in a shining armor to come and rescue them. Princess Fiona, you're in a tower, there's a dragon, and you're waiting for one man to come and rescue you when your life is at risk. It has never been said of an African queen or princess, at least for the most I have read. They don't just sit around waiting for a man to come and rescue them. African women have always been leaders in the home front, leaders in the economy, leaders in the society, leaders in every aspect where they can find themselves, because luckily for women, we are the ones who have been put with the responsibility of managing different affairs and all at once. You're managing the home, you're managing the children, you're the one who knows about the medicals, you're the one who knows about the schools, you still have your work, you're still running your business, and you're doing all of this, and the man's own job is to provide. And he said, okay, well, it wasn't him, but men generally say this, that when thieves come to the house, is it not me, the man that will go and protect you? I have to protect my family. There is a video of 4 men being surrendered by one gunman. Yeah, he had a weapon, but there were 4 men. I'm not saying they should go and fight to have be it from me. But my point is, how is it that you only assume you can protect your family when a woman is involved? But you are dead, 4 men. Why can't the 4 of you say, oh, I'm taking this other man as my family, I'm going to protect them? You didn't stand up to the thieves. So why should we believe that when it's just you, your wife, and maybe 3 daughters, just women, that you'll be able to stand up and fight? And then also, talks about your mentality or your financial state. Because if you're living in a good neighborhood, you wouldn't be thinking of the day thieves will come and attack you. Because you're paying security, you're sure your estate is secure, you're sure your environment is secure. Some people don't have enough to have their own police in their house.
30 seconds, Anuti.
Okay, I'm rounding up. So when you know that you have all these means of protecting your family, would you still be waiting for when the thieves come so that you can go and show your wife that you're a macho man? It doesn't make any sense to me. So I just came to address that women are not under men. Women were never made to be under men. Pregnancy pain is in a world of its own. Everybody goes through pain, but that is just one pain that men will never, ever, ever be able to experience or share with women. Women are humans too. Women deserve to be equal to men, and equity should be for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful submission. Thanks. Everybody doesn't need to agree to that submission. I can see thumbs down from Sky and Chief. Sadly, the other chief has dropped. Yeah,
senior man.
yeah, the other chief has dropped. But anyway, thanks guys for being part of this. That was beautiful, Anunti. All right, so let's do Daniel, and after Daniel, we take Imperfect. Imperfect was here before everyone on this speaker section. He dropped a couple of times, and he's at work, so but he's back now. So he's actually meant to go next, but Daniel has been here, and it's actually his turn to go now. So after Daniel, we'll take Imperfect in that order. Daniel, how you doing, my brother? It seems like you sacrificed your own space for mine today.
Absolutely, I had to.
Welcome. Nice having you here.
Thank you so much.
Jimmy, can I just use 10 seconds to say something?
Yeah, ask Daniel. It's up to Daniel. That is up to Daniel. Okay, Karigo, you're breaking.
Can I go ahead or want me to hit the mic for now?
Karigo, you're breaking. What did you say? Karigo, you there? Okay. Karigo, I can't hear you. If you yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead. What did you say?
My talk is breaking.
Yeah.
I'll talk later.
Yeah, I think you're probably driving. So check, and guys, please check your Twitter app. There's a new update. Check it out and update it and come back so it doesn't drop you when you're making important submission. Daniel, go ahead, please.
All right, thank you very much. All right, quite an interesting topic. First of all, I want to apologize. By that, I want to, on behalf of the men and from a few submissions that I've had to listen to, it's quite sad, really, that we still have people who think in this way or think this way because some of these things that we still hold on to were passed on to us by, our parents, all right? And it's why we have a lot of men who still think in that direction. Times have evolved, and it's sad, really, that we still don't have, we do not have places where we have more like rehab or reformation centers for men, and then we have lots of that for women, especially in Africa. There are no places where the male child can go to and his mind is renewed, all right, his thought pattern is aligned, because it's sad that we have people thinking this way. Now, what we're talking about today, masculinity versus extreme, chief, give me thumbs down. Anyways, it is what it is actually. What we're saying is there are pros and cons. If you want to check it out, I think Jimmy has done a great job by putting a balance to this. You can be a man, and then there's a part where you become toxic as a man. You can be a woman, feminist. Feminism is not a bad thing, all right? But you can be a woman, and then based on the idea or based on the experiences you've had, you want to paint all men as same. You'll be wrong, right? Because you would not choose a few experiences you have with men to judge all men. And same for men. You won't use that. Now, let me go back to many of our parents, especially our fathers. I can say categorically that many of our fathers were slave masters. Many of our mothers didn't entirely enjoy what marriage was, all right? They were just there for the pain. Now, many of our mothers didn't understand what sex orgasm was. They didn't even know it because they were slaves to our fathers. All right, and the world has evolved, and we now have women. Just like I think one person said here that it's okay for you to train a child that's a male and a female child and give them equal opportunities to life. You do not say that a man is supposed to, do much more than the woman in terms of achievements and purpose on earth. We all have it. Everybody God created with opportunities to become whatever they wanted to become. So it would be wrong for you to think as a man that opportunities in life is only available to you. And then the only way you feel you can
exercise your authority over a woman is by force or by trying to show her that you have strength, physical strength, you are the weakest man I know. Because even in leadership, you don't lead by force. You lead by influence. All right. You don't enforce things, and that's what our fathers used to do. We tell our mothers, don't do this, don't go here, don't do. That was a tyrannic, era. We are no longer there. People are seeing, they've come to light, and then you can't still think in that manner that men must be in a certain way before they can assert authority over women. Who told you that that's the best way? If it worked before, women are saying that it was not okay with our mothers, and we want more. They are not wrong to want more. Now, and now I think Jimmy had done the balance to it, which I really appreciate. All right. The thing feminism is not, these guys are just saying they want more from our men. They don't just want to come to a man's house and sit down and cook and just, clean the house, and that's all that there is to them. Tomorrow you'll still be the man that will say that the woman is unproductive. And then here she is, she wants to, come out and also support. Because you see, what defines you in a home as married or a married man or woman are basically roles. There are things you cannot do as a man in a home. It's the role and responsibility of a woman. For example, you cannot get pregnant. It's just what it is. Let's not try to twist it. It is what it is. If we're talking about masculinity and toxicity, in masculinity and all of that, we are trying to say that there are disadvantages to it. All right, there are advantages and there are disadvantages to it. Just like in feminism too, there are people that are extreme, feminists, and when they want to address this issue, they go all out, not minding if these men even have a good side. All right, same for the men. There are women that are entirely sweet. Yes, there are women that are entirely sweet. So what this is basically saying is we should try to balance. You see, when I see men come out to want to enforce who they are over and trying to tell a woman that I'm the man, when you begin to tell a woman that you are the man, I'm so sorry, you have lost your place as a man. Because you do not have to enforce it before the woman sees it. Play your role as a man. And then while you're trying to do that, be a human being. That's the greatest thing. A lot of us are not human. How would you even want to treat a fellow person that is your spouse, and you are treating them like your slaves? And then you can. I clear the dishes in my home when I eat. I do that. My wife sits down. I clear the dishes sometimes. It doesn't take anything from. It doesn't stop you from being a man. There are a lot of things. I think that many of the problems that we face in marriage and of course in our homes, even as men, it's just ego. We just want to, because of we saw our parents do this. Let me give you an example. I grew up in a very I'm a preacher's son, right? I grew up, I never saw my father and my mother exchange words. Never. So I thought it was a norm. But when I got married, all right, I didn't think it was okay for myself and my wife to have a squabble at home, and then we can even yell at ourselves. I didn't know it was normal. I learned it. I had to unlearn what my father thought was right or what I thought was right. Now, how I went about it, how solving this issue was the main thing. But I got to understand that it was normal for a couple to have issues. And I had to unlearn that. It was a good thing my father showed me. But when I grew up and I got married, I realized that it was not right entirely for you to stay in a home and then you can't have a squabble with your wife. It's okay to have a squabble. I had to unlearn that. I think that many of our men need to seek therapy just as women. Honestly, I think we need help because we should come out of this whole manly, I want to assert my authority over a woman and so it has to be forceful and all of that. The best
Daniel,
of the best.
30 seconds, please.
All right.
Thank you.
The best submission you can get from a woman, all right, is you being able to lead that woman with love. All right. If you feel that you want to be forceful, in leading a woman, I'm telling you, you are going to raise another tyrannic human being in your home. Thank you very much, Jimmy. I hit my mic at this point.
Thank you so much. A beautiful submission. I can see people dropping. Please check your app and download the Twitter updates, please, guys, and come back up and let's have this conversation. Right. So thanks for that, Daniel. I I listened to every single thing you said, and a lot of these people will not agree with you. I can see them tumbling down. I can see Scar tumbling down. And Chief, what happened to Chief? He dropped. Okay, come back up. Yeah, so that's the beauty of my platform. We don't all have to agree, but we're here to learn and unlearn, and everybody has the right to speak. Okay, we can agree and disagree on certain things, but the fact that people can come here regardless their political affiliation, sexual preference, I don't really care about all those things. It's about what they come here to speak. It's not in my place to tell you you're stupid. The people listening will be the judge of that. It's just a platform for people to hear their own opinion, and the listeners will be the judge of how you sound. And it's a marketplace for people to come and dance naked or dance with a cloth on themselves. It's totally up to you. But thanks, that was beautiful. Imperfect. Thank you so much for your patience. You've been dropping, coming back and up. Thanks for the support. Your work at the same time you try supporting me. Thank you, my in-law. One of the in-laws that doesn't joke with me. He sends me message on WhatsApp to check up on me when I had my accident. Oh my goodness. I was like, hey, is he because I married an Igbo woman? Which kind, all this Igbo love? My goodness. Welcome, my brother. How you doing?
I'm okay. Good day to you.
Good day. Nice to have you around. Nice.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I was at work there, but I was having network issues also. I was listening to when one guy was speaking then. Was it Ibrahim or something like that? Or like 4 hours ago.
Right. Yeah, Ibrahim.
Exactly. I don't know. You guys were talking about something about Omega male, Alpha male, and something else. But anyway, I've forgotten about that one. Now, I would love to ask the last speaker some questions, please. Is he still there, please?
Oh yeah, he's here. If Daniel, I think someone wants to engage you. If it's okay by you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Even to you, sir, from my end. Please, you said something about pregnancy. Men don't get pregnant. Can a woman impregnate herself?
Of course not.
Okay. Could you please tell me the approximate amount of men that have died on the course of Russia-Ukraine crisis? They are compared to women.
Okay, I may not have that stats at the moment.
Let me try and pull it up.
Okay, you can do that. Also, so whilst you do that, basically sorry, 1 minute, please. 1 minute. What I was just trying to say before I don't know where you're going, but let me just quickly do this because of time. All right. So I was basically trying to define the roles, men and women. For example, you just said something very striking. Of course, women can't impregnate themselves. All right. Of course, women also can't get pregnant. So that's it. So if you want to look at it from both ends, you know that there are responsibilities and roles that define, each of this gender. Thank you.
Okay, good. From the way you sounded, it as if the world is fair to men. Are you aware that when that crisis started, they asked all the women to leave and children, the men should stay back and die?
That's just in a place now. You can't. That's not a global thing, brother. That's just a place. That's not a global thing. You can't use that to judge. Yes, okay. that would be an injustice as well. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know if you were told about the civil war that happened in Nigeria. Let's not go far. Let's come back to Nigeria now. Were you told about the civil war? Tell me those that
just go ahead. Just go ahead, please. I'm listening to you.
Okay. The issue there is that I don't like the way some of you men come online and talk down on men or something like that. Like, come on, guys. Some of us don't travel. Some of us don't carry weapons. Some of us don't sell for 1 or 2 places. When I stop all these things, it's not fair. Jimmy, this afternoon, I'll send you a picture later. There is a particular job I've been seeing all over the world. It's a very tedious and very difficult job. I have never seen a lady do such job before. Not one. Now, talking about roles in the family, this one, or how women back in the days really being, let's say oppressed or whatever, the women back then never had orgasm or whatever. Are women these days not having orgasm? According to Daniel, are women?
Of course they are. They are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They are. Yes.
The credit. Who are you credit?
Chief, nah, you're not involved. Just it's a back and forth between two people. So let's keep it that way.
Now the thing is, before now we didn't have other ways women could orgasm or get orgasm. We also still know that there are still some men that can't give women orgasm.
Is it that we don't have a way, or it was an abomination back then? Sir?
No, it's not as though it was. The fact that the sensitization was even available at that as much as we have right now.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, a lot of them didn't even know that they could.
Yeah.
They could even orgasm. Yes.
If you even try it, your tag doesn't answer. If you try, your tag doesn't answer. If you even make a attempt of approaching your husband for sex, if you make advanced, how dare you? Yeah, that's the mentality back then. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead.
You come up with a style back then. Of course, they will see as a wayward person. But now women have stood up to say that, we can also be human. The point is this. I don't know what that name is. Imperfect. All right. So what these guys are saying is they also want to feel like human beings. I'm not saying that. See, if you want to look at it, if you want to juxtapose it, at the end of the day, you might be unfair to women and also be unfair to men. All right. So we're not trying to say we want to make who is getting it better or not. We are just saying we need a better society where men can also treat women as human. Women can also treat men as human. And then you do not generalize when something happens or when you have a particular experience. You try to generalize it. Men are going through stuff.
So I don't think it's generalizing. I think it's trying to just lay a point that men do more difficult, jobs than women, and they do the tough and the dangerous ones. I think that's the point he's pushing. And to be fair, we cannot all agree on the same. Don't worry, I muted your time. You get your time. We can't all agree on the same view. He has a different view. I have a different opinion where I'm not meant to be biased. I'm actually balanced on this topic, and I want to keep it that way. But I think I understand where he's coming from. And to be fair, I think the jobs, okay, so let me put it this way. Imperfect. If you can mention the job you're referring to that so tedious that women cannot do. Let me do a search about that and I'll put it out there. Whatever it is, I'll put it out there for record purpose. So we just don't throw numbers and mention things without clarification.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Are you aware that Nigerian military women don't go to war?
Nigerian?
Our women don't go to war.
Well, yeah, so now that you mentioned it, I mean, based on videos we've been seeing lately on social media, I've not seen any, to be honest. I've not seen any women. I've seen them in their camo and everything. The only thing they do is beat people up for wearing camo. I've not seen them in the forefront, to be honest. They slap people for approaching them for saying, you are beautiful. They beat the hell out of men regarding that. But I've not actually seen them in war front. The way we see our men shooting and lamenting on their out of ammo and all that, to be fair, I've not seen any. And if anyone has seen, please send me a clip or video. I'll play it so everyone can listen to it. But yeah, I think you have a fair point there. Imperfect.
Well, me, I don't generalize. I could give you like 1,001 jobs. You can never still be in the construction, for example. It was over 30 debate today. Guys, like they took up the men. I was forced to go and buy them drinks, and they were so happy. I was like, I'm not talking this topic because it triggers me somehow, because I might say some things people will not like on this space now. So Jimmy, it's your space, and I respect you, but I don't want to say something that will make me feel attacked.
No. Imperfect. You're totally. You're free to speak your mind. You know, we're not just doing bad moves, but you're free to speak your mind. I mean, we've had that earlier on.
I don't want to be misunderstood, because I will give you guys fact of figures now. They will say, yeah.
No, please go ahead. Be free to speak. People are absolutely free on my platform. Please.
I just want like correct some things Daniel said. I wasn't okay with some the things he said.
Right, go ahead.
The back and forth you had with what is his name? Is it Ibrahim back then? He said a woman should be able to cook and take care of the family or something, right? That was the argument you were having with him. I stand to be corrected, if you remember, Jimmy.
Yeah, so what I asked him was, can you respect a woman that doesn't cook, clean, or obey? And he said no, that what is the point of marrying a woman that cannot cook for him, clean for him, and obey him?
Like a woman like your wife or girlfriend.
A woman, a wife. Let me rephrase, a wife. Like you marry someone, so it's more like what can a woman do to you for you to change towards her? You know, or how did I put it to him? So I said, what will put you off from a woman changing from the way you married them compared to how they're acting now? What would trigger you in a way whereby you're not attracted to them anymore? You know.
Okay, do we have different roles in the family as men and women, as husband and wife? Do we have such?
Do we have what?
Different roles. Are there roles for the husband and also for the wife?
Yeah, I believe we do. And when I say I believe we do, is a woman can only get pregnant, a man cannot get pregnant. I believe that's a distinctive role. And besides that, I believe.
Now, when I joined this place, I think one lady was speaking.
Right.
Whose role is it in the family to provide and protect?
Okay, so it comes in different contexts when you say provide and protect. So I've used so many examples, but I want you to come with your examples and I will reply you based on that. So when you say provide and protect, we have women that are doing high earning jobs and they make more money than their husbands. They can provide, they can be the breadwinner of the family. And when it comes to protection, and a lot of analysis that's been made lately is about women not being able to protect their house if a thief come around. That mentality has to do with an African mentality, because not only Africa thief they come rob for house. They dare not try it in America because they know say people get gone, they will blow your head off. But then again, to answer you, even in Nigeria there, right? You are an accountant and your wife is in the Nigeria army and thief come your house. Who do you think is going to go out there? You will be accountant or your wife? Where Sabi carry gun?
Yes, no. When they come to ask who is the man of the house.
Why? It has to do with who can protect the house. I don't even think it's debate. I don't think it's the. I mean, we see all these things. I mean, well, maybe because I live in America here, there are situations whereby thieves or gangs will come to a house. They will hold the guy hostage. Now the wife will go carry R15. The thieves will carry pistol come. They will base. I'm talking. I think this is a societal thing, right? And it has to do with the society we live in. And we try to corner our perspective towards that society. But if we bring it out of a society and we put it in a context where who can do the right thing at the right time, it's about working together, right? So if she can do it better than I can, I'll let her go for it.
Jimmy, sorry. Can we even put this in the right perspective? When you talk about protection, are you only talking about physical protection? Because protection can be in any form, all right? A woman can fend for the home. She can protect in every ramification. A man can also do what a woman would do. Now, are we trying to say that it is only men
that can protect when it comes to, see, it is why we have a lot of issues in marriages, because men are trying to say, this is all I can do. I am the one that can do everything. And men are dying in their late 40s, early 50s. We have lots of widows out there.
And we are
because
we are not complaining that.
Yeah, Chief, just hold on. Don't worry. It's a back and forth between German Prince and Daniel. German Prince, you regain your time. Don't worry. I'll regain your time for you. You have no problem.
The thing is, it's a sad situation, because if we want to look at it, what is actually taking the unliving or killing a lot of men is because we're taking too much in our hands that we could actually share these responsibilities and roles, and then we can live longer for our families. Honestly, can we just try to see how we can break this down away from what we were told? What have you experienced as a person?
Actually, I don't know where you are speaking from, but you see, African men, they are being, should I say, westernized in this modern day era, I would say. We are becoming so, no, not only some of them are becoming so feminized. Now, women want to play the role of men. As at yesterday or 2 days ago, then in Africa, 75% of men in prison, not in America now or in Europe or something, in Africa, 75% of the men in prison, they were always by single men. Do you know why? And with the way things are going now, we might likely have more of that, because people now want to change. See, I can never be a woman in this life. It is not possible. Like, there are some things women can go through. I can never go through that pain. As a man, you get some things now where you do that, I will fit enjoy. But you get some things where women you fit enjoy, I can't do it. And me as a man, there are things I can endure. You as a woman, you can't do it. Can we please allow this? Why are we too quick to we are too quick to embrace this should I say power culture from the West? Look at Japanese, for God's sake. Look at those from Korea. Look at China. Why can't you emulate them? Go and look at their divorce rate. Nigerians, what in the Africa? When I see why Hitler doesn't go turn Africa to poultry. That's why Hitler said he was going to turn Africa to poultry. As black people, go to America. Go look at this black American. When one person gets kids for like 5, 6 different men, is that what you guys want to embrace?
That's not what we're saying. Imperfect. Yeah, I think
why is it that whenever they argue gender equality, you people will start arguing gender role and biology?
So
we are not talking biology. We are talking.
Karigwe and Daniel, let's Imperfect wrap up with his submission. We still have like 3 minutes. Yeah, let him wrap up. I want him to finish with this. So I think he asked you a question, and just wanted to exchange a conversation with you, and I think he's done with that. I want him to finish up with his submission uninterrupted. If he wants to have engage people, he can do that. I don't want, because I'll protect everyone else. I just want him to regain his time.
I'm okay, because if I should check now, growing up, there's some things our sisters could do, they will just like ignore them. But we as boys, the kind of beating way you go get, no be here. Please, what's her name again? Obi Ezekwesili, Dora Akunyede, these are all women from Nigeria, Alakejan and others. I beg Jimmy, these arguments, everybody, I'll just sit back and listen from now. I'm waiting for Scar and Chief to.
Right.
Time to get, please.
I mean, you still have like 2 minutes if you want to engage people with it.
Jimmy, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Jimmy, can you hear me?
Dr. O, yeah, I can hear you. People are on
perfect
stream right now.
Perfect.
Sorry, Dr. Ho, hold on before you go ahead. German Prince, you still have 2 minutes left.
I can use his 2 minutes if he doesn't want to use
No,
it.
I'll let him. I will let him be. I will let him call that whatever he wants to do with his 2 minutes. He's entitled to it. So let me ask him, what do you want to do with that?
I said, give my news to Chief Oscar, please. If possible, Kingmaker.
Well, so you're gonna have to pick someone. It's not gonna be two people, just one person. We need to wrap it up. So I need to go back on rest stream because they are prioritized today. Huh, Scott?
Yeah.
All right. Scott, you have 2 minutes. Please make good use of it.
Yeah, then you can I pass it to Kingmaker? Can I pass it to Kingmaker?
What is all this ping pong you guys are doing for crying out loud? All right, Kingmaker, go for it. 2 minutes.
So am I using the 2 minutes or I have mine attached to it as well?
No. You're using someone else's remaining time, and when it gets to your turn, you use your own. You have your own share of 5 minutes.
Would it be fair if I just pick off now once and just leave at once?
If you do what? No. You can only use the 2 minutes. There are people before you, so if you want to skip the 2 minutes, then give it to someone else. I don't really have time for this back and forth. So if you want to do that or not. Yeah, so if you're just gonna wait your turn, don't worry about it. I get what he's trying to say. He doesn't want to be cut short, so he wants to just give his submission at a go. I respect that, but there are people here before you. So Scott, do you want to take the 2 minutes now?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead. 2 minutes. Let's go.
Yeah. It's actually quite funny. It's actually quite funny. None of this is true in any sense of the word. What is actual slavery is asking men to be responsible for women without any authority to them. There's no other reality where they will be equal if the same men who are equal to them are responsible for them. It's insane. It's silly. It doesn't make any sense. The idea that the woman she gets pregnant, men cannot get pregnant, is ridiculous. Pregnancy is not a measure of strength.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. I explained it to you earlier on. It is. No, it is.
No, you measure it physiologically, but the pregnant woman is in her most vulnerable state. Without assistance of a man, it is going to make her life miserable.
But we have facts that women can actually survive and give birth on their own without any.
I got 2 minutes now.
Yeah. So don't worry about it too much. I'm the host. I can engage you. I can return your time for you. So what I'm saying is, there are women that actually single-handedly dealt with that without even going to the hospital. So I'm just trying to be balanced here with that conversation.
There actually isn't.
There isn't what?
Single-handedly, there isn't.
Single-handedly giving birth by themselves?
I do know that's what I'm saying. Not giving birth.
Oh, okay. All right. So what are you saying?
Not giving birth.
So what are you saying?
What I'm saying.
Umbrella, please mute your mic. I'm having a feedback, please. Thank you.
The presence of pregnancy in itself is not something that women single-handedly go through on their own. I'm not talking about one particular woman now. Pregnancy leaves them exposed and vulnerable. It breaks them down to the point where they cannot do things for themselves. It is not a measure of strength. Most of a vast majority of them only go through it with the help of other people who support them throughout the process. It is not a measure of strength. Let us not be using that to be saying, this is why they. And for the record, pregnancy does not create new receptors in women.
Yeah, so I'll push back on that, Scott. You can't say that from someone's perspective that has not actually been pregnant before. I don't think you can actually say that.
Pregnancy has been extensively studied. We know about it, sir. We know about it. The nervous system does not produce new receptors for pregnancy alone. The idea that it's a special kind, it has its own this and this. No, it does not. The exact same way men are naturally endowed with natural strength, women are naturally endowed with the ability to bear children. It is not something that the other person can do. As a matter of fact, it is not an advantage. The same way people are saying, men's strength doesn't do this, men's strength doesn't do this, you being stronger doesn't mean anything. Why exactly is the pregnancy an advantage? Even though it is something it is not something that they earned, not something that they buy, it is something that was given to them. Their body was designed to perform a particular act.
But now measure it because men cannot do it, that makes them equal to men, even though that particular thing makes them more dependent on men. That state makes them much more dependent on men to the point that men will have to be the one to be rescued. Without men, their chances of survival reduces drastically throughout the entire period. As a matter of fact, pregnancy makes women much more subservient to men and much more dependent on men. It cannot be used to equalize them with men because if women get pregnant, the men have more advantages over them. Now, the fact that they are getting the fact that they're not getting pregnant for themselves, they're doing it for other people. It's just all of this we are just trying to make live in a complete lie. Now, men, but the rules of the family that has been shared was not shared because of anybody's particular interest. What women want does not matter. We cannot design the dynamic between men and women based on what women want. We have to choose based on what works best, what produces the most effective impact, not based on what women want. So a woman wanting to work should have no bearing if her wanting to work does not align with how balanced the system should be. What a woman should do is what is necessary to achieve balance, not what she wants. So when somebody like Daniel before is telling us, oh, all women are asking for is that they want to work. Why? Why do you want to work? Your working here does not contribute to the progress or success to us contribute or help us achieve our common goal. What we need for you is to stay at home and one person to work, to man the home front, one person work man the societal front. How can your own wants override what we need to attain balance? Even though we need each other to achieve this particular, we are in a shared journey together, but a woman's want will now override everything that we need to do. What she wants now the priority, and we should just listen to them. Regardless of how that choice that they are making for themselves overrides and destroys everything we need to achieve.
Right.
The moment women leave the home to work, they leave the home to work, the home front is unmanned. If the man does not start staying at home to replace the woman's absence, the home front starts to collapse. Is that what women want? Because they want to do it.
All right.
We don't.
Right. Yeah. Thanks. I mean, the 2 minutes is up. I'm still going to circle back to you because you have a lot of important to make. So 1 minute, Daniel. I'm trying to cover up with people that have not actually spoken. Don't worry, I'll circle the mic back to you. Don't worry, I got you. But people on Rest Stream, they have priorities over people on Twitter, and I cannot keep over emphasizing on that. But yeah, there's a roll call. There's a list of people that will be speaking. I can see Umbrella, Kingmaker, Idea, Lacanzo, in that order. I'll call you guys. Chief, don't worry. You've spoken. You just keep waving. Don't worry. You are sit down here. You and Sky, just hold on. You guys are troublemakers here. But I actually want to circle back to people that have spoken, and I really want to hear from different perspectives. But again, I give priority to people on StreamYard. Oh, Dr. Ho dropped. You were actually meant to go next. So you can come back up. I'll let you go immediately. But for now, I want people that have not spoken at all to have a go. We just heard men speak. Daniel, don't worry, we're here together. I'll circle the mic back. I just want to hear from people that have not spoken to be unfair on them. Idea, please jump in. How you doing? Thanks for your patience. Idea, are you there? Idea is needed. All right. She's probably far away from her phone. You've been waiting here patiently. You never interrupted anyone, and now it's your turn, but no response.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear.
I can see Chief is already reacting negatively. I haven't said anything yet.
Go ahead. Oh, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I want to start by addressing what someone said. I'm not going to mention names, but when I say it, the person knows. That already, I don't know the name of the person, the lady who spoke brilliantly and addressed that, but I want to use my own words. So, somebody said masculinity is not for a woman to define. And the truth is, I have to firmly, vehemently, blatantly disagree. because masculinity doesn't exist in a vacuum. It exists in relationship to women, to children, to other men, to society. So the way masculinity is expressed affects everyone around it. Women live with the consequences of how masculinity is defined and performed. Children grow up defined by this definition of masculinity. Even other men suffer under toxic versions of masculine expectations. So we all have a stake in this conversation because we live in a world that these definitions create. So when you say masculinity is not for a woman to define, it's not just wrong, it's dangerous. Because when masculinity is defined in ways that harm women, diminish men, even damage children, we all do not just have a right, but a responsibility to speak up. And then you're also assuming that gender exists in isolation, as if masculinity is an untouchable thing that can be understood by people who embody it. But that's not how human experience works. We are social beings, and we are shaped by we are shaped and keep shaping each other. So the way a man expresses his masculinity ripples through every relationship he has, every space he occupies, every interaction he creates. I haven't even have a personal interaction with a lot of people in the space, but no cross-fertilization of ideas or anything. But hearing you spew your idiosyncrasy, what you believe in, I can form an opinion about who you are. So I would say that I've watched masculinity up close my entire life, as a daughter, as a friend, as a colleague where I work. And I've seen it in the most beautiful and also the most destructive way. I've also witnessed men in my life, men that I love, struggle against the impossible standards that are crushing their soul. I've also held spaces for their confusion, their pain, their desperate attempt to figure out themselves while still struggling over the societal impossible standard of being masculine, whatever that means. So this is not an abstract theory for me. It's a lived experience. But let me delve into what we are talking about today. But then I want to say this. What is even particularly insidious about that comment is that it comes from the same voices who try to define femininity for women. And that conversation, that belongs to all of us. Because at the end of the day, we are not just trying to figure out how to be masculine or feminine. We are just trying to be fully human in bodies and identities that society wants to limit, categorize, and control. Okay, there's this sagely saying that I think it goes like this. I may not get it correctly, but the way I usually hear it is that a river is powerful because it knows how to flow around obstacles, not because it destroys everything in its path. So the line between masculinity and its toxic distortion isn't even drawn in sand. I think it's carved in how we understand power, how we understand vulnerability, and what it means to be human. Because I don't know, for generations, we have been handed this bizarre menu of human traits, and we are being told to pick a side. Either you're picking strength or tenderness, you're picking logic or emotion, name it, independence or connection, provider or nurturer. And this is a social manipulation that has convinced us that half the human experience belongs to one gender and half to the other. So this segregation has created one of the most damaging myths of our time. I hear people say women are emotional beings, men are logical beings. And when you think about vulnerability, how we have butchered that word in the context of masculinity. Toxic masculinity treats vulnerability like it's a disease, something to be quarantined, something to be medicated away, something to be buried so deep, as if the capacity to feel deeply somehow shrinks your worth as a man. So the truth is, I'm just here to make my submission, and I want to say this. Every human being is both logical and emotional because that's how consciousness works. Your emotion informs your logic and your logic processes your emotion. I don't think you can make a purely logical decision about certain areas of your life without your heart being involved. It's more like it's impossible because you are a human, and that is an inhuman thing to do. And look at domesticity. We have somehow decided or agreed that nurturing, cooking, creating a home, raising a child, raising children are inherently feminine traits. As if the ability to sustain life, to create comfort, to nurture growth is not one of the most essential human capabilities. You know, as if caring for your own space and the people you love is somehow beneath a man's dignity. You know, as if it's something inherently feminine about, you know, something that is deposited inside the human, you know, the female child, about making a house feel like a home. And then the funny thing is that we have also policed each other with these ridiculous boundaries. You know, you're not acting like a woman right now. Maybe because I'm not so soft. Oh, that's unmanly. As if masculinity is so fragile that it can be shattered by a moment of tenderness. We have created these impossible standards that no human being could possibly meet because they are not based on humanity. They are based on caricature. And this brings it to the devastating tragedy of toxic masculinity. Yes.
30 seconds, please.
The violence that it penetrates against women is horrific. The physical abuse, the sexual assault, the diminishment, the constant threats that colors every woman's entire existence, the way it reduces us to objects, to conquest. I hear people speak here and I don't know what to say. You know, it reduces us to, I don't know, just like somebody was talking about subservient puppies. Crawling like a subservient puppy, stripping ourselves of our dignity and self-respect. So you see, when I say it's carved in how we understand power, toxic masculinity has, you know, convinced a lot of people that strength means never bending, never breaking, never showing, domination, conquest, ability to make others feel smaller so you can feel larger. But the truth is, I hear when Daniel was speaking, you cannot be truly brave without acknowledging what you're afraid of. You cannot love without risking being hurt. You cannot live without admitting you don't have all the answers. So, toxic masculinity has asked men to amputate essential parts of themselves.
Right.
Cut away your tears, they are feminine, slice off your need for connection, sever your capacity for tenderness. I can go on and on.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, you know, what is being left of you is a walking wound. A human being so diminished that he can only feel powerful by diminishing others. But being human means being whole. It means containing multitudes, both strength and softness, logic and intuition, independence and interdependence. It means understanding that the same hand that can build and protect can also comfort and caress. That the same heart that can be fierce can also be gentle. So this is not asking men to be something they are not. This is about liberating them to become everything they already have.
Thank you.
You know, cold, complex. And the revolution isn't about making men less masculine. It's about making masculinity more human.
Thank you, Thank you. Beautiful. If I leave you alone, you just keep going. You're fired up and you're ready to just devour. I love that spirit. And you've been patient.
Sorry. Jimmy, why don't we have Bell? Like Bell for hailing people on this StreamYard.
I'll figure
because
it out.
girl,
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
check your inbox. Idea.
All right. I've got a lot of requests now. That was beautiful idea, by the way. I love the passion in your voice and the energy of you. You know, it's fierce. I love that. All right, Dr. O, jump in. I'm giving priorities to people on Rest Stream, which is the online platform where people can actually engage and reaching out to more platforms. So yeah, Dr. Ho, you there with me? Dr. Ho, can you unmute your mic?
Jimmy, I'm here. Jimmy, I'm here.
Beautiful. I can see you.
Can you see me?
Clearly
I saw you rolling. I'm getting a feedback from you.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I got it. Yeah, so it's because of this.
I saw you rolling this thing.
I went to it's quite. It keeps me busy. All these fidget toys that I just play with, you just keep the conversation, keep me. I love using my hands to do something while listening to conversations like this. It's quite therapeutic. So, yeah, sorry guys on Twitter. I give privileges to people on the StreamYard because they can reach out to more people. Dr. Ho, jump into this conversation. How are you doing today? Nice to have you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jimmy. I can still hear myself. I can still hear myself.
Yeah, I don't know why that is.
It's my God that is dealing with Dr. Obo. I digress. He should remove his his headphones.
Even yours is echoing.
Excuse me. I don't want to hear it.
So are you on Twitter? Are you on Twitter at the same time?
No, I logged out of Twitter. I love that computer. I already love that computer.
Yeah, so I don't know why that is. Okay, let me try and mute my mic if you can. Let's try that. What about now?
Okay. It's better. No. I can hear myself.
All right.
I can hear myself.
Okay, so let me.
But I can still hear you. If
But
I can still hear you. You have to mute your mic. Just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Fine. There is no feedback anymore. Yeah, good. Thank you. Good evening from my end, and to everybody on Twitter. Good evening, Madam Sonia. Your God no get level. That's by the side. Anyway, Jimmy, it's been a lovely conversation. I've been listening while I was at work, and it's been a lovely conversation. And of course, we always get the divided views from different sections. Actually, I didn't want to take the mic. I just wanted to listen and learn until I'm used to getting riled up by double chief. So I just didn't. I was just laughing and wasn't interested in responding until Imperfect came on the stream or on the space and asked some questions. And those questions, in my opinion, are very pedestrian. I'm sorry to say that. I hope he's listening. They are very pedestrian and very shallow. Why am I saying so? Asking if women go to war, how many men or women have been killed in the Russian-Ukraine war is very shallow, because if we go to the concept of life, you and I, Jimmy, as men, macho men, muscles, strong species, whatever, will not be here if our mothers did not give birth to us. So why don't we start from there? If our mothers, people like Scar, who is an alpha male, speaking boisterously, people like Imperfect, Double Chief, myself and you, Karigwe, we are all men, and we will not be here today speaking to ourselves if our parents, if our mother did not carry us for 9 months, did not go through that near-death experience, and many women die from giving birth. They did not go through that body change from getting fat or having acne or having, so many things happen to their bodies. If they did not go through these things, we would not be here today speaking to ourselves. So the greatest job on the surface of earth is conception, gestation period, if my biology is correct, childbirth and nurturing, breastfeeding, and every other part that postnatal, postpartum, thank you, postpartum, my wife is correcting me here, postpartum stress disorder is a thing that women go through that no man can ever experience. Who causes the war in the world? Let's go back to the question that Imperfect asked. When he asked how many men or how many women have died in the Russian-Ukraine war. Who is Vladimir Putin and the other, president of Ukraine? They are men. Who causes the war in the world? They are men. Iran and Israel are exchanging ballistic missiles. Are they led by women? No. Men are causing that problem and causing the war. So why are we blaming, asking ourselves how many women go to war?
Dr. Ho, did you just say ballistic missile?
Yeah, that's what they are doing. No.
Boliko.
Whether ballistic or ballistic, whatever you want to call it.
Ballistic missile.
Jimmy, Iran and Israel are exchanging missiles right now, whether now ballistic or ballistic. It is, you understand what I'm talking about? They are exchanging missiles right now, and those two countries are led by men. They are led by men. So what are we talking about? And then to the masculinity aspect, I would say it is the attitude of Nigerian men towards, you have to obey me, you have to respect me, I am the man of the house, that has left our society in a chaotic way that we have it today. Look at Nigeria now. Does it look like a country where there is love? No. There is no love in that country. It's a free for all. Men have been leading Nigeria. Look at the way Nigeria looks. The strong men have been leading Nigeria. The macho men, the masculine men have been leading the country. Look at the country. So why do people fight to keep the traditional setting that has taken us backward? Why don't you sit at least and reason and ask yourself, what if we tweak or change this whole scenario and see if we can produce a better society? Nigerian men will hold on to whatever traditional norms that they were raised with, just to dominate a woman. But they will never sit down and unlearn and ask themselves, can we make our society better? And the issue of provider and protector, I don't know how anybody listening to me was raised. My mom was the majority provider in my house. Was the majority provider in my house. And my mom is turning 60 very soon. My dad will turn 70 by a day after tomorrow, on Sunday. My dad will turn 70. So my dad is not a kid, my mom is not a kid. My mom is the majority, or was the majority provider in my house. At least now we are grown, we can take care of ourselves, we can even take care of them. But while we were growing up as kids, my mom was the majority provider. And in my own community, many of the women were also providing. Many of the women, if they were not going to farms, if they were not doing government jobs, they went to markets to make money to take care of their children. So the concept that many of us on Twitter carry around and claim the man is the provider and protector, it is just something that I don't know the societies that you people grew up from. I don't know the home bringing that you people had. Definitely we have different home bringing, but in my own case, my mom was the provider. So our masculinity as Nigerian men of talking down on women and not trying to shield all this mentality that, oh, a man should not cry, a man should not be feminine, a man should not listen to a woman, a man is the head of the house, is the reason why the Nigerian society is not progressing. Unfortunately, it is a widespread problem across the country. And if we must turn the tides of our country around, the political change we are waiting for cannot work if we do not change the primary sphere of the society, which is the family. And in changing the family, Nigerian men, you need to calm down and listen to your wife, because most times the only thing that makes you feel that you are a man is the penis that is hanging between your legs and nothing else. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Dr. O. Thank you so much. That was powerful. People are giving you.
Dr. O missed. There's something I was expecting Dr. O to say, but I don't know how him of all people missed that. These people keep saying, let's go back to how our forefathers did it. Let's go back to how it was. But they don't want to let go the religion that white men brought. You don't want to take the way the white man society is.
We'll get there.
Or you will take their religion.
We'll get there, Karigwe.
Karigwe, they also don't want to go back to slavery.
So let's do this. I want to move on to people that have not actually spoken. Then we'll have an open, platform for people that have spoken to have a back and forth. So the next person now is Kingmaker. After Kingmaker, we have Umbrella and Lacanzo. Is Lacanzo still? Okay, yeah, it's still here. Lacanzo and Magnus. And then we can have a back-to-back with people that have spoken earlier on. We'll just circle around with the mics. Kingmaker, go ahead. How you doing? 5 minutes, uninterrupted.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just dive into the conversation. It's been a long time I did this. I stopped having kind of conversation because it's mostly sentimental. And you can tell because when you start talking, you hear somebody say, they will start bringing numbers, bringing facts. I understand when it's sentimental, people hate numbers, people hate facts, but I'm sorry, that's all I have. I'm fascinated by the idea of time travel, and this is why. If I can find a time travel machine, I'll enter it and go back at least 1,000 years. I'll tell the men with spears chasing mammoths. I'll tell them no need. I'll tell them stop chasing the mammoths away, stop chasing the wild animals. I'll tell them no need, because 1,000 years from today, women will say you did nothing. I'll tell them not to bother. I'll tell them the natural barrier they've created, the jobs they've done to keep the wild animals away and pave road for people to now come outside and live in society without fear of wild animals. It was wasted because 1,000 years from today, people looked at them and spat on their face and said they didn't do anything, that they were just men because they had penis beneath their legs. That's what I'll say to them. And I'll tell them no need. It's funny that women waited till men did everything necessary for their safety before they came outside and said men did nothing. They waited. There was no feminism when they were wild animals. There was no feminism when smallpox, when the Spanish flu were killing all of them. There was no feminism. They waited till men found solution to even their problems. It's men that found anesthesia for women. It's men that found every problem that's been everything biological, medical that have been a problem to women. Men went out of their way to find help for them because in our core as men, we love women. The charge on us was to look after these people. We love women in our core. I look at this conversation and I shake my head because there's a 5-year-old, 7-year-old boy in Anambra today who knows he will not be in the classroom. His sister would, but he'll be sent to go and do what we call apprenticeship today, or that's called one boy, because they know he has to foster the family. But the women went to school. But today, those women are not educated and saying we cheated them because we don't allow them to join home activity. It's a sad reality. It's a horrible reality. And some men who were raised by a certain kind of household will come and speak from authority and tell me that women were slaves. Many women were slaves in their household. Many fathers were slave owners. I'm sorry, my father was not a slave owner. My mother had the voice in our home, but she knew her place. My mother knew the importance of a manager. My mother knew the role of a manager in a company that had the CEO. She knew her role. She had a say. I don't know how your household was. I don't know if your parents were tyrants that made you have this kind of view about men, but I'm sorry, that's not the majority. And I hear them say things like, hey, but women work, check the numbers. Even till this day, all my facts are from Group, because Group will give you the where it's cited from. It's still around 30% of women or wives who are the breadwinner of the household. 30%. What is 70% of 200 million? Do the math. What is 70% of 200 million population in Nigeria? Women are working now, but the numbers still show it's still men doing it. And I hear things like, but men don't cry, men are not vulnerable. Is it until a man cries before you know that he's human? Is crying and being vulnerable the only emotion available to men? If you want to see a man cry, why not give him like it's not a thing called tears of joy? Why must it be tears of vulnerability? Why not make him happy so you will share tears of joy? But you don't want to see a man down. But I wonder, ask this question sometimes. If Garden of Eden was so perfect, if the Garden of Eden was so perfect, I'm still somebody who is a reverend, who is a Christian. If Garden of Eden was so perfect, if it was so perfect, why then did Eve eat the fruit because of the promise of that she would be like God? So even in a perfect place, Eve was not still okay. She wanted to still be like God in a perfect atmosphere. It was not still enough for her. That's the core of a woman. That's their core. They're not evil people as a group. No, they're not. As a group, they're not evil people. But amongst their ranks, there are people who have been raised by, I'm sorry to say this, but the worst of men, because the worst of men actually exists. And I'm sorry for your reality, because to be honest, if you've never seen a father, I'm sorry for you. Life robbed you. If you've never experienced a father, I sincerely apologize. Life robbed you. Because if you have a father like me who experienced a father, you walk around with an imaginary crown on your head, because fatherhood is the most precious thing on earth. And that is why the charge was given to men to maintain structure. That means you never had structure. That's what it means, because if you to grow up and have a view about men that is this decade, that means you never had a father. I'm so sorry. It's a painful reality. It's a painful reality because there will be days, and these people talk about, men want to be strong, men don't want to be vulnerable. There are days your father did it because he wanted your mother and you guys to eat. It takes selflessness to do that. And these people coined toxic masculinity is from the pit of hell. It's a coven of witches that came up with that term, toxic masculinity. Everything you call toxic is what a man, is what humans need to thrive in this world. Everything you define as toxic masculinity is what human require to strive in this world. That is why when a woman is climbing in a ladder occupied by men, she becomes aggressive. She becomes aggressive because that is what is necessary to attain that height in life, not regardless of gender, in life. And I will talk and will tell us pregnancy. Pregnancy. From a boy who just entered puberty, is carrying life cells in his scrotum. From the day he started puberty, from 13, for most men, he's carrying life cells. And everything that's peculiar to men, women should realize it. Even some men, I see them come to trivialize it. What are men even doing? When anything that concerns the woman is so incredible. Now here we did. A doctor said a pregnant woman is a walking corpse, and women shared the most smallest microorganism in reality gives birth to their young in their own species. Well, human women decided that this is a fate or a cause to them. Human women, only human women feels pregnancy is a cause to them. Every other species embraces it. Every other species in nature embraces it. Only human because for some reason nature cheated them, and which is crazy because nature has always conspired to make women and their offspring survive. That is why in so-called survival of species in other species in nature, you see women choose the strongest of men so that in those period of gestation, when they are vulnerable, a man can look after them. When it came to mankind, and we spat on that, and we called it disadvantage. Disadvantage. I will talk about it sometimes, and they say, but pregnancy is so painful. Is it men that put that on you?
30 seconds.
Is it men that put that on you? Look at some of you here who are so loving to your husband because somebody was talking and said wife the background. So I'm guessing you are so loving to your wife. That's why your wife cannot be around you and have connection. So why are you picking the worst of men to be our standard? Why not use you? Why not use you? Why picking the worst of men to be the standard of us men? Why not use you who your wife loves you, you love your husband? Why can't you be our umbrella standard? Why do you think the worst of us are plenty? It took, check the numbers, it took less than 30% of men to put Afghanistan women in hostage today. If the men of the world are as horrible as you think, all women will be prisoners. If the men of the world are as horrible as people think or claim we are, every woman on earth will be a hostage. It took less than 30% of men in Afghanistan to put the women in the condition they have today. And for some reason, no match. Feminism have been quiet. It will take a man too to liberate them for where they are. It will also take a man. The charge was on men, I'm sorry.
All right.
It was on men.
Right. Wow. Kingmaker, that was okay. Now I understand the reason why Scar actually forfeited his time to you earlier on. Interesting. And thanks, guys. I love the fact that no one interjected him. I respect every single one that held back and waited for him to land. But let me say this. You've made some compelling points. Some might see them as aggressive, but a lot of your points are not actually accurate. A lot of them. So women, as we know them, they are preservers of life. And based on facts that speaks on its own, it's out there. We have them at a lower involvement when it comes to violent crime and war that we're talking about here. More ethical and inclusive leadership. We know their roles in that. Higher emotional intelligence. You can Google it. You use Google, so use it as well to, counter all these things I'm saying. Stronger environmental advocacy. They're the ones pushing for that. In as much as you want to be masculine with your point. These are points I would love you to actually check out as we're speaking now, and you can use it to fact check me afterwards before we move on to the next speaker. Regardless how you put it.
Can I say something?
Let me land. Yeah. So they are life givers. They are not life takers. Men have been proven to hold the highest percentage of life takers. They are the ones that go to war. They are the ones that kill people, gang wars, high level of rape, high level of shooting, mass shooting, high level of suicide. Men are the ones in charge of that, undisputed. The facts are there. Women, less ego-driven, risk-taking. And I love this particular topic because it's a continuation of the last week's topic, which was feminism versus toxic feminism. As a matter of fact, when I scaled the boat together, and I mean toxic feminism and toxic masculinity, guess what? The men are all disputed champions. We are the destroyers of life. We are the eaters of war. We are the alpha and omega of disaster. I'm not saying this because I feel like saying it. I'm saying it because I did my findings since the last time we had the space. It was a 22-hour space. And I did a lot of research. And I was stunned. I mean, I've listened to Scout speak. By the way, this is my first time listening to Kingmaker speak. And I'm stunned. To be honest, I'm stunned. And Chief, of course, you keep giving 100. And Scar, I wasn't expecting anything less. But these things that I'm saying here, I'm not just speaking. You can fact check and put them into perspective. I hope Kingmaker is coming back. It's a platform where you can give your submission and listen to other people counter that submission. You can't just speak and leave just like that. I deal with facts and figures here. And I actually want to dismantle every single thing you've said because you've just come here to hype and push a particular narrative of masculinity. But Sky itself is even throwing cap for you. It's a trade of we are here. We will represent. Yeah, you guys are here to represent. I love that. But I'm being factual here. Use the same group you've been using. Use the same group. The kids you're talking about that they have they carry billions of life in their ball sack. Who gave birth to them? Who gave birth to them? I mean, a woman. Hold on. A woman has the choice of actually getting rid of.
Wait, Jimmy. Wait, I want to understand. Did somebody actually use that as an argument in a gender role?
Oh yeah.
Somebody did.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So, but let me wrap up with this. Yeah. So the thing is, and here's the thing. You see where you guys, Scott, where you guys missed it is, a woman had the chance of actually having an abortion, and either you, I, or the other guy that just spoke wouldn't even be here be speaking. She has the power to have done that. I'm referring to our mothers. But they are not life takers. Compared to men, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they don't kill as well. But I'm telling you, the percentages, we're talking about 90%. I read out the statistics earlier on. So this is based on fact. I'm not interested in your thumbs down or your whatever it is you're doing. The bottom line is women may not be perfect. No gender is. And that's a fact. But when it comes to preserving life, protecting the planet, building peace, their track record speaks for them. If destruction is a fire, that we know it is, a woman have more often been the water than the flame. And that's another fact.
That's not true. They're just impotent. Our inability is not virtue.
You think so? That is your own perspective, but don't worry. We'll get to that. Don't worry. Hold on to that thought. That one thing I like about you is you know how to write things down. You're writing out the points. You have the time to speak on these things. But for the benefit of people that have not spoken, Lacanzo, thanks for your patience. I know you're meant to speak, but I think Umbrella came before you. So let's do Umbrella, Lacanzo, and Magnus in that order. AJ, you just joined. Hold on. Okay, Dr. O is coming back. All right, let's do it that way. Mind you guys, I have Sonia on. Is she still here? Sonia can chime in
I'm
at
here.
any time. She has privilege over people. She wants to say something. So Sonia, I'll give you 2 minutes.
So, Jimmy, I remember when we had the
Sonia, are you
conversation
there?
about. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you
Put
hear
on your
me?
mic. Your mic is muted. I can't hear you, Sonia.
Can you hear me?
Huh. Hold on. Okay, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. So,
Okay. So, 2 minutes, please.
Jimmy, when we had the conversation
When
last
we had
week,
the conversation last
there's a
week,
feedback.
there's a feedback.
Okay, so when we had the conversation
Okay, so when we
last
had the
week,
conversation last
I told you something. I said there were key things I said, even though one hasn't yet occurred, but I feel like it will occur as time goes on. One, men will leave the conversation. I would have thought that this conversation will be about men really being vulnerable. In terms of talking to other men and saying, listen, guy, we are men. We get that we are men. We're supposed to be men. However, it's okay for you to not be strong every time, right? I thought that was what we were going to do today. Instead, they spinned it. Right now, talking about femininity. I hope you know, we're no longer talking about masculinity. We're not talking about women. I mean, it has left. Last week, we were talking about feminism and the misconceptions. And of course, we went into the extreme feminism and how it can actually rub off the wrong way, right? Today, I have seen men say, yes, it's okay to be toxic, and actually enforce to some man who might be listening to you right now, Jimmy, that he has no choice than to be strong, or he can go silently and unalive himself. Because there's no way for him to be vulnerable. Because vulnerability is a feminine trait, right? And men should not be vulnerable. So instead of keeping the conversation on how to help to, on a conversation where we can say, you know what, it's okay to be strong. You can be strong, but you can't be strong every time, because even Jesus in the Bible, at some point, he needed to go and pray, tire for the ministry. A whole God. I mean, that's in the Bible. He went and told his father that if this cup can get over him, I beg, carry this cup, they go. This is a whole Jesus. But somehow, one man from Unkano, or another one from Abriba, another one from Ijebu, are telling you that, man, vulnerability that Jesus, who they said they worship, exhibited, is now a feminine trait. Huh? It's now a trait that they cannot exhibit because it makes them weak, and they need to be destroyers. They need to subdue people to show your masculinity. I'm going to say this. If you need to tell me you're a man, you are a rat. Because really, all my life, I never heard my father say, my mother, I'm the man here. He didn't need to say that. And trust me, my father raised children. He sent them to school. He was the primary provider. My grandfather, the same thing. And so I'm just trying to enforce. Secondly, I'm waiting for when they will start. You know, I think for men, toxic masculinity is shaming people with rape. Yeah. Toxic masculinity is agreeing that women should be slapped front, back, and center. Toxic masculinity is doing revenge porn. That is masculinity to them. But actually, outside of that, there's no masculinity anymore. It has to be toxic. The type that kills, that men, I mean, look at the stats on men who are killing themselves. Do you think that life is not hard for everybody? It is hard for everybody in one way or the other. Systemic. A black man, whether you like it or not, you're going through your own systemic issues the same way women are going through their own. However, you cannot create a safe haven for yourselves. What you are doing is to enforce. Jimmy, I don't know if you are here, but I cannot hear you. You are talking and I cannot hear thee.
Sugar. I'm sorry. I was saying 10 seconds so I can go
Yes,
back to
yes.
this.
So I'll just say
And
this.
what the point is this?
Every men, the only time men remember that they have that there are things that they are going through, it's only when women are talking about their own. They'll go there and start Me Too movements. Today, that I expect them to actually encourage men like them and be a shoulder to men a man who probably just is thinking about unaliving himself today that might just be listening to your space, Jimmy. They are here making them feel like they are weak men for even having an emotion. Wonderful. According to my friend, wonderful. Them.
Right. Thanks, Sonia. Beautiful. I intend asking that question again, and I think that question is directed to Scar. A couple of people sent me a screenshot of a tweet you made regarding, endorsing a woman to be raped and all that, to pelvic bone, something, something, something. Don't worry, I'll circle back the mic. You have enough time to talk about that. But let's circle back to people that have not actually spoken, so we can have their submission on this. Then we can go back, circle around, and people have we have an open floor for people to hear their rebuttals and ask questions. It will be free for all at that point in time. So Umbrella was here earlier on. Okay, Umbrella dropped. Okay, Lakanzo, how you doing? Thanks for the patience. 5 minutes, please.
Hey, Jimmy. Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, by the way, for giving me the mic. So, real quick, I'm not going to hog the mic. Sorry. My typical question, I'm just going to say one, right? And that is, these two concepts are social constructs, all right? And I truly believe a lot of men here had, made the submissions they give. I don't know that they, at least, I don't know that they completely believe what they had to share with us. And this is because I truly know that none amongst us men would want to have a daughter that would be subjugated, be alienated, be kind of pushed to the fringes of society, right? Whether we like it or not, gender roles are changing, right? And for me personally, I would always endorse the feminism that is more focused on equity, right? I do not subscribe to radical, feminism, and that's for a reason. But I'm not going to get into that debate. But I do not think that women should be treated the way historically ancestors or forefathers or grandparents treated the women that bore us. And one thing, though, that Imperfect raised, Dr. O had indicated in his opinion, some of the questions he asked were kind of pedestrian, but I picked up something he said, right? And I believe that was when he asked the question of the divorce rate, right? Now, in whatever you do, I believe there is a need for reasoned, measured moderation. Yes, by every right, if every woman has the right to be treated fairly with equity. But, biologically, physically, in terms of abilities, we are different. There are things women can do that men can't do. And there are obviously things that, men can do that women can't do. So, the point is, for me, coming up here and listening, I enjoy it. I love listening to, the intellectual discourse. It's not personal, and I had to believe that a lot of the men that have come up to, kind of talk with a little bit of animus, I had to believe that they truly mean what they saying, because I don't think that I honestly don't think it belongs to this age and time. The society has evolved. We've moved on past that stage, and I think it's proper that men learn to adopt and accept the reality. I've had someone say they do their dishes. Well, you should also be able to cook. A real man actually is not intimidated by a woman. A real man welcomes a strong woman, right? I think it's, and again, this is me being realistic. I'm not talking now just for the exercise. I truly do firmly believe that real men would embrace and love to have a strong woman by their side. I do not want a woman that I can, control by the flip of my fingers. I want a woman that can challenge me, right? I want a woman that can, push me, right? Now, I don't want a woman that's recalcitrant. I don't want a woman that is actually bordering on, borderline personality disorder, because that will bring out the worst in me, right? But of course, my woman too wouldn't need a man that is so full of toxic masculinity, because I don't think any woman, of this age should be comfortable to accept that, in any relationship. But I would hang my hat on this. I dare all the men that have spoken so eloquently to imagine having a daughter, right? Now, would they want their daughter to live in such subservient, way like they just described? Or is this just an abstract intellectual exercise for them? But anyway, I gotta go. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Lacanzo. Thank you. Beautiful submission. Magnus, without wasting time, jump in so we can go back to the hands and circle around again. Magnus, you there? Okay, Magnus is not there. All right, so before we go back to Omnita and AJ, let's circle back. Chief, go ahead. 2 minutes. Chief,
Okay,
then we go to Daniel, and I'm moving around from there.
Yeah, you give me a little more minutes because I've read a lot of things that actually I was just laughing.
Did you write things down? Did you jot it down?
Yeah, but yeah, I didn't write it down, but they're all in my head because
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. See, there's one thing we are not addressing here. We need to understand that there's nothing called toxic masculinity. There's nothing like that. The only thing that is giving birth to toxic masculinity are feminism. Why do I say so, Jimmy? Let me tell you. In a situation whereby you're trying to reprogram a man that is programmed somehow, you get some result of people that just use their emotions in everything they do. Something they are supposed to protect, they will kill it because they've started using their emotions. Let me give you an example right now. You have this family whereby everything is 50-50 and a son is raised in some certain way. Now, he will grow up to believe that life is all about his emotions. Anytime, whatever he does is all about his emotion. He won't be the man he's supposed to be because a man is supposed to be very, very masculine. A man is supposed to lead. That is the purpose of God creating a man. There's nothing again. You're supposed to lead and protect, provide. Anything short from that, Jimmy, you're going out of the way.
Chief, sorry to bother you. Can you please define emotions first of all before you
continue. Can you please define emotion?
Please hold yourself. Allow me to
And
finish.
please, I also wanted him to define toxic masculinity and masculinity.
That will squash
So-
your point immediately.
So
That will squash your point immediately.
So
Can you please define emotion?
Dr. Ho, so let's do it this way. I don't. He doesn't want to be interjected. So we'll leave it at that.
No,
But Chief,
he's saying raising boys to think everything is about their emotions. I
Right.
want him to define emotion first of all, because Nigerians have this way with words they don't know the meaning.
I don't
Let's
think he's ready to
define
answer you. I don't think he's ready to answer you. So
define emotions so that we can understand.
Yes,
Because my
so-
dictionary clearly states what emotion is.
so Dr. Ho,
And a boy child should be emotional, a girl child should be emotional, but it's all based on your response. Emotion is response. Logical thinking is part of emotion.
but Dr. Ho, he doesn't want to engage you. That's the thing. He doesn't. I get where you're coming from, but he doesn't want to be engaged. So let him have. By the way, I paused your time. Let's let him have his time. And when you're going, I don't think he can ask you any question. He doesn't want to be, asked any question. And I know where you're going with that question. But he himself, I don't think he's ready to answer that question clearly. But let's give him his time to wrap up. He has. I'll retain it to 2 minutes, please. Go ahead. You don't have to answer that, but that was a very good question. You don't have to, but go ahead.
Yes.
2 minutes.
Jimmy, I'm not going to answer the question, Jimmy. I'm just saying you should allow me finish. Then he will ask me any question he wants to ask me. I'm not running away from questions. Now let me continue from where I stopped, Jimmy. Feminism is betting terrorism, is betting everything that our society is against.
What?
I'm telling you.
Feminism is betting terrorism.
It's betting weakness of men.
Even Scar self laugh.
What's to do?
Even Scar self laugh.
Just calm down.
Okay.
Allow me.
All right, go ahead.
Do you understand? So let me tell you what a man thinking like a woman does to a man, Jimmy. Simple, you become a weak being. That is the honestly truth. Because God that created the woman and said the man should protect the woman knows that a woman is a weak being. There's a reason why God said the man should protect the woman. There's a reason. So when a man turns to a wicked being, they are prone to go to my timeline and see what I wrote about suicide and the likes. Suicide are very, very feminine, Jimmy. But today, men are doing it.
Please don't. Jimmy, please, I want to say something. We need to know where to draw the line with certain conversations.
So I'm not telling you things that are not factual. It has been proven that when a man starts thinking like a woman, he's prone to problems. He's prone to violence. How can I beat a woman that I'm supposed to protect, Jimmy? That is masculinity. A man is supposed to provide and protect. That is what a man is for. So if I'm supposed to protect something and I start attacking and beating the dog, kill the thing I'm supposed to protect, who does that? So it's the opposite agenda that is bringing this violence. Men are no longer men. You see men come to talk about families. They are in front of their wives. They are telling you it's 50-50. My wife's decision is very, very important. And the woman is listening.
30 seconds.
So what am I trying to say, Jimmy?
Jimmy, how's this guy? Is he married?
Please, I have a question for him. If he's married to Muhammad Ali's daughter, would he be protecting her? Because she's the one that be protecting him.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So I didn't ask the question, someone just did, but it's totally up to him.
I will answer every question.
30 seconds.
Yeah. So what am I trying to say, Jimmy? See, a man, God, let me tell you, God is not a fool. And our forefathers are not fools. A man, God said a woman should see her man as the God she is facing. Because if God comes to a house, the first person God goes to is the man.
What?
So He's supposed to see her husband as the God.
Wait. If God goes to a house.
See, Chief, which God? First of all, Jimmy, which God is he talking about?
Yeah.
Any God you believe in, whatever God you believe in.
Oh my
if you come to
no, which one do you believe in so that Chief, which one do you believe in so that I will know how we talk? Which one do you believe in?
What I believe in? I believe in the Almighty God.
The biblical God, the biblical one, Abrahamic one.
The Christian one, the Islam one.
That created me is a God to me.
Okay.
You're still not answering my question. You said God said. Many gods have said something.
And I'm saying
which one said what?
I made the man.
No. Every of the 4,200 God created men. So which one said that thing that you said now?
I'm saying anybody that created me and programmed me.
Okay, so Karigwe, hold on. Let's do it this way. Chief, you're a Christian, right? 100%. So that's the Abrahamic God.
Is it not simple?
Yeah, no, well, it didn't get it the way you're putting it, so I had to put it in a better way. So now you understand. It's talking about the Abrahamic God. So Karigwe, shoot up.
Okay, so I've had last week. I heard you say you want things to be done the way our ancestors did it, and here you're quoting Oyibo man's God. Which one should we follow? Because our ancestors did not believe in this God you believe in.
Jimmy, there's something.
It's not Jimmy, it's Karigwe.
I know, but I'm just trying to correct Jimmy. Jimmy, if you're listening to me very well.
Right.
I'm one of those guys. I don't do away with my. I do not do away with my tradition.
Right.
I'm also a Christian.
Okay.
So I believe in the God that made human being happen.
Jimmy, what he's saying is that he does gbogbo.
Anybody, if it's a human being that molded a human being to happen, that person is a God to me.
Sonia, I cannot hear you. If you can unmute your mic, I cannot hear you at all.
I think you reduced your volume.
Sonia, you're speaking, but I cannot hear you.
You believe in any God. You believe in any God that favors you. If the traditional God favors you, become a traditionalist. If the Christian God favors you, become a Christian. Because I remember there is a place in your Bible that you quoted where your Bible says submit to each other. Why are you not considering that? Although I'm not a Christian, no.
So
I don't believe in
so let's do this real quick. Karigwe, you have a question for him. I think Sonia too has a question. So we do that, then we move on to the next person, please.
Yeah, I asked him the first question. He dribbled around this.
All right, so guys, please, I got this. We'll do it one at a time. So 3 people want to ask you a question, so we do it 2 moving forward. I only allow Dr. Hawkins. He mentioned a question earlier on. So for the benefit of people that are just joining and people that actually wants to, have a go again, I can see Idea. Daniel is actually meant to go next. But again, I prioritize people on the StreamYard. So Karigwe, wrap up with your question. Chief, you can answer straight away. Then we go to Sonia.
The first question I asked him, he dribbled by saying that he believes in our traditional and Christian God. So the second question I want to ask you is, since you believe in the Christian God and you quoted him here, why are you not following where God said that we are equal in God's eyes, and also where he says that you should submit to one another? Why are you not following those places? Because I can remember the bedrock of Christianity is that we are equal in God's eyes, although I don't believe it's true.
Right.
But that is what Christian doctrine is preaching.
Right. All right, Chief, go ahead. Answer that.
Okay. Very shortly, this is your question, my brother. See, at every chapter in the Bible, there's a message for you to make use of whatever thing you want to make use. Is left for you. Where he mentioned we are all equal. Did he mention anything about marriage there? it was for a purpose. Now, when he mentioned marriage, my brother, he said how he said how marriages should be. He didn't tell you marriages should go bend or go left.
No.
He said when he mentioned marriage, he said submit to one another. Submit to one another.
I beg, I won't use God. Take beg night. It was Paul that talks about marriage. It has nothing to do with Jesus or God. Paul, a human being like you and I. The Jesus that died for him did not die for only you.
Jesus is a human being, but make we just talk about the one we talk about now because he believes in the Bible.
Right.
But he's choosing to avoid the places where the Bible instructed him
right
to see everybody as one. I want you
love your neighbor as yourself. It doesn't get more equal than that.
All right, guys. I don't want us to, guys. 1 minute. I don't want us to get it all rowdy. As a matter of fact, I will soon wrap up.
Please, I want to ask Chief a question.
One second, Sonia. I'll wrap up on StreamYard now. I'm 19 minutes away from 8 hours. So we can focus on Twitter just the way I normally do. So we have 90 minutes to do that. Then we can focus solely on the Twitter app, and then it's gonna be free for all. But before we do that, I want everyone to have a go here. Daniel has been waiting patiently. Idea has been waiting. Scar to waiting. I want us to circle the mic around. Clearly, Chief, all the questions they've been asking you, it's been back and forth. No direct response to that. I don't want us to dwell on that. Okay.
It doesn't allow me to answer the question. That's the problem.
Yeah, so I mean, in as much as I'll be expecting a yes or no or direct answers, because I need to go on to other people as well. There are a lot of people waiting and they have not actually spoken. I had to put them on mute. AJ here has not spoken and he has not unmuted his mic. Magnus has not spoken and they've not unmuted their mics.
It's something we'll have to go deep on. In most words we use.
Right. So let's do this. Let's be compassionate, okay? Let's be reasonable. Let's be what's the right word? Let's put other people into consideration. These two people have not actually spoken. You've spoken more than 3 or 4 times, okay? You just need to reply a question. If we can do it as brief as possible, then we move on to the other one. Because right now we have 3 people that wants to ask you a question. I only allow 2 questions, so we can go back and forth. So I'm trying to manage this as reasonable as possible. So please, guys, work with me on this one. So, Chief, you need to answer Karigo's question and Dr. Ho and Sonia. Let's do this again, please. 1 minute each. Please.
Okay. Let me answer his question very straight.
Whose question?
I said, my question, remember, is 2 of them. Karigwe, listen. I said, just mute your mic and listen. I said, where he mentioned we are all one in his presence is a total different message he's trying to pass. Me and you, Karigwe, we are one.
Huh?
Me and anybody can be one. It doesn't matter.
How is you and Karigwe one?
And I'm just saying,
we are married.
Karigwe, is there something I'm missing here?
Marriage.
Karigwe, this is the second person calling you gay here. What is going on?
Jimmy, you not leave me
Karigwe, no, hold up. This is the second chief accusing you. Double chief came here, he said the same thing. And this one is coming here to tell us you are one. What am I missing here, Karigwe? You and chief are one.
Jimmy, the thing is, he said there's a place God said in the Bible that we are all one. And I'm telling him the being one can be male, it can be female.
Hey, Jesus!
Being one in the presence of God. So I'm trying to tell him that in my own analogy in marriage, that a man is placed to be the leader, to be the protector, to be the king. In short, if God walks into a home, the first person he interacts with presently today is the man.
See, have you seen God walk? Jesus Christ.
I'm telling you, Jimmy, it's okay. Let him answer the second question.
Oh my goodness. All right, go ahead. Answer the second question. We need to move on. Yeah, we need to move on. Answer the second one, then you answer Dr. Old and Sonia, and we can move on to the next person. Daniel has been waiting patiently. I don't want to misuse the opportunity, please, guys.
Okay, now the second question, it was actually the first, but what I said is, since you want us to do things the way our ancestors did it and not borrow what the white man brought, why is it that me and you sat here now and we are discussing the religion that the white man brought? Why not focus solely on what our ancestors did and leave the white man alone?
Okay, let me tell you. If you listen to me very well, you know that I'm a protector of our culture. I'm fighting for our culture, not the white man thing.
Go Trump.
You're using Bible to fight for our culture.
It
doesn't make sense.
Let me tell you.
Right. So we need to move on, guys. We need to move on. Seriously. Let's just So let's leave it at that. He's not answering the questions, and we're not satisfied with the responses. Yeah.
Jimmy, just 1 second, please, Jimmy. So, Chief said a male child should not be raised to think everything is about emotion. That word emotion, I can categorically tell you that people like Chief do not know the meaning of emotion. They don't know the meaning of emotion. So from the dictionary, a natural instinctive state of mind deriving from one's circumstances, mood, or relationship with others is the definition of emotion. So every sane human being, be you male or female, should have emotion, because this is how you survive in this world.
Right.
The way you react to a person A is not the same way you react to person B.
Right.
So a male child should be raised to be emotional, because with emotional intelligence comes logical reasoning. So all these alpha male hubris that people go around talking about, don't be emotional, a man should not be emotional, you are just talking nonsense that you cannot explain. And it is not good. Please.
All right, thanks. Chief, we need to move on. By the time we move on to just Twitter, it should be free. It should be free for all. We gotta move on, please. Don't worry. You're not dropping from the speaker section. Just hold on, please. I beg of you. All right. Daniel, jump in real quick. Thanks for the patience. Thanks for being here. 3 minutes. Go ahead, Daniel. Sky, I see you. Don't worry, you're going afterwards. Daniel, Scott, Idea, and who else? Okay, I'll take it from there. But let's do that roll call now. Daniel, sorry, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so what I get to see here is a lot of emotions from the hurt and the whatever it is people are dealing with from their previous understanding of what a man should be or what a woman should be. I think it is why we have lots of men that are damaged, right? Parading, marriages, and then we now, when we feel in these responsibilities, we now tend to look at it that the woman was the person. I said something during my submission, and that's what I'm going to reiterate. It's okay for you to want to do all the manly thing, but men, please, can we at some point, all right, cry when we need to cry? It's okay to cry. Men, can you at some point delegate certain responsibilities in your home to a woman? Yes, it is okay to do that. It doesn't reduce you as a man. It is okay to do that. Because see, I don't care about your thumbs down. That's totally fine. But you see, if you feel that you can do everything, then I don't think you should even think of a woman. If you feel a man should be isolated or he should dominate in some way,
generally, you don't even need a woman. If that's the case, I don't think you should think of even bringing a woman in your space. A woman that's going to be, servitude and you treat her like a slave. Do we even have brothers? Do we have younger siblings or maybe elder siblings that are women? How do we get to treat them? Have we thought about it? Because see, I'm not saying that many women that try to vilify men, are entirely right. Like I said in my submission, it's okay for you to have the experience as a woman, but do not generalize. It's also okay for you to have experience as a man, but do not generalize. We have some very good women out there, all right, who are all out to protect men, to see how they can also help men become whatever they were destined to be. Women are also saying, just like you men, all right. I think it was Carl, somebody that made mention of if women are supposed to, just stay at home and cook and all of that. Who says that a woman must only be the person that should cook and a man cannot learn how to cook? Do you feel very okay when you have a pregnant wife and then the lady is still struggling to make food for you and you are just there because you're a man, and then she's going to bear you a child or going to bear your children, and just because you want to come under the umbrella of I'm a man, and you just keep feeling that way, and then the woman is let me tell you why.
Daniel, 1 minute.
When you have one minute. When you are 50, and then you are whiling away, your hands become feeble. You would need that woman that you're trying to vilify. You're trying to, make her feel less of a human being. Now, this is why I said that it is okay that when you have decided to pick somebody to be a wife, please, first of all, be a human being. Let's leave religion. All right, let's leave religion aside. You're first human before you're a religious person. You're first human before you are even whether you are a natural or a chief or whatever it is you are. You're first human. Can we learn to treat women as human as well? And then can women also treat men? Because see, this whole gender equality and all, they don't actually exist really. If you ask me, if you really understand your place in somebody's life or a man's life as a woman, or a woman as a man's life in a man's life, you understand there's no friction. It's just you having misplaced priorities. You just want to lord over a woman just because you're a man. Just because there are certain homes that have been broken today because the men fail in their responsibilities as leaders. And that's the truth about it. So because you are a man, you just want to do everything manly, even when you are failing, even when you can delegate it, you just want to keep being the man. Even when everything is going down, the woman should still keep for it. It doesn't make any sense, to be asked me. It doesn't make any sense. Let's think about it. That's all I just have to say. Thank you very much, Jimmy.
Right. Thank you, Daniel. Beautiful. By the way, Daniel, guys, he has his own space he runs as well, and he talks about social issues like this as well. So you can check out his handle, and I think he does it every Friday and every Monday. You can check him out. So thanks for being part of this, Daniel. Thank you. So real quick, Scott, jump in. 3 minutes.
Oh my God, I'll need more than that, but let me try. Oh God, you see, this is the problem. The absolute gynocentrism that people.
Hey, say that again. Absolute waiting.
It's gynocentric now.
Okay.
It's all of this is just gynocentric. Oh God, why exactly is it vilification? Why is it vilification or treating her as less for her to be a woman and you to teach as a woman? When your boss tells you to do your duty in the office, is he vilifying you? Is he treating you as less? Is he being unfair to you? Because his office that your husband is not your boss.
Guys.
He's your boss. He's higher than your boss. I think your husband is higher than your boss.
Guys.
Your husband is higher your life than your boss. If your boss tells you this, your husband tells you that, you're supposed to listen to your husband over your boss.
Guys.
Why is your husband over your boss?
One mic.
He is your boss.
Yeah, Dr. O, let him go ahead. I mean, the 3 minutes is not even enough for him, but guys, let him speak. You people will have the time to push back. Don't worry, let him go, please.
Not only is your husband your boss, he's above your boss in the office. If your boss tells you to do something, your husband say no, you're supposed to listen to your husband before your boss. What do you mean? Now, in this particular instance, it is an institution. In the institution you work, you're doing your duty does not make you less.
Let us your boss require you to do your duty means it's vilifying you. In that same breath, marriage is an institution, and if it's an institution, it must be organized. For it to be organized, it needs to have structure. For it to have structure, there must be hierarchy. If there's hierarchy, there must be leadership. And if there's the leadership, who is supposed to be the leader, if not the most competent person that women themselves, by virtue of polygamy, have chosen for themselves a more competent man than themselves to lead them. So why should it not be the man? They'll be the boss, for God's sake. How is that vilification? How is that enslavement? Is your boss a slave? This goes to what Jimmy was saying earlier. If you bring a woman from the place to come and work and give you the money, is that slavery? When a club buys a player to play for them and make them money and bring people to the club to come and watch them, is the club enslaving the player? What about music producers when they find an artist and they use them to sell the place? That music model enslaving those
Guys,
people.
let him speak, please. Let him speak.
He said, let me finish.
Guys, let him speak, please.
Let me say please. Please, let me finish.
Yeah, Dr. Ho, let him finish. Don't worry. Let him finish. Yeah.
If that's not me, if Don Jazzy enslaving all those boys under his label, it is the exact same thing. He's using them to make money. But if these boys do not remit, they don't keep on the other side of the bargain, he will take them to court and lock them up because it's a breach of contract. But when these men require these boys to keep on the other side of the deal, you are saying he's enslaving them. You are not being fair to men. Now, moving on back to my former point. God. The artillery unit in the military is the hardest and the most physically demanding part after the infantry. The idea that, everybody can do it. It's a ridiculous argument that, it's easy, it's not just a place of a button. The artillery units and combat pilots undergo the most rigorous form of training because of how sensitive it is. Carrying the weapon, handling the weapon, the missiles that they shoot, those ballistic missiles that they shoot, it's very intensive and difficult to operate. It is physically taxing and demanding. Women cannot do it. They know that it's something easy. As a matter of fact, the most difficult training in the world is still the same people who have the most powerful army. The British military, US Navy SEALs, Russian Spetsnaz. Those people undergo 2 years of training. They can defeat any Kenyan in any world of reality in hand-to-hand combat. In close quarters hand-to-hand combat. They're not stronger than Kenyans are not stronger than them. Let's not do that. No, coming to my last point. Oh my God. Harmlessness is not a virtue. You can see when the lady was speaking on this place, she was describing what a toxic man is not. And a toxic man is not a person who will slap a woman front and back. A toxic man is not a man who will post revenge porn. A toxic man is not this. All of these things a toxic man is not, it depends on what a woman, how you affect a woman. But harmlessness is not a virtue. A harmless man is not a good man. A good man is a very, very dangerous man who has chosen not to do harm voluntarily. A person who has decided not to do harm, not a person who cannot do harm. A person who cannot do harm is a rabbit. It is better to be violent if there's violence in our heart than to wear the cloak of harmlessness to cover our impotency.
Scott, 1 minute.
If you are harmless, can I finish?
1 minute.
If you are harmless, you are not virtuous. You are like a rabbit. That is what you are. A man who cannot slap a woman, who cannot slap anybody, who cannot cut a fly, is not a good man. Neither is he a virtuous man. What he is harmless.
A man who cannot slap a woman?
I'm coming. A rabbit is not virtuous. He cannot do anything except get eaten. That is what he's good for. If a rabbit cannot bite the bone, a rabbit is good. A truly moral person can easily injure you, destroy you, but instead they choose over and over again to do the right thing with their ability. And that is what we should teach our boys. Moving to my last point. The idea of teaching boys to respect women is the program we run on is emasculating them. It is the idea is do not hurt a woman. Not for them to see why that is wrong. Oh my God. If you teach these boys to be strong, to learn aggression, to learn to be dangerous, they themselves will see the impact of this thing and voluntarily choose not to do it. That is how you build men. Not to make them impotent or harmless or not able to slap a woman. Not to teach them that you cannot slap. Don't ever do it in your life. Teach them how to slap. And when they understand the effect of the slap they can be, they themselves will control it. That is how you teach men to be men. The program of it is not one or the other. It is either being a master or a rapist. That is exactly what emasculating men do. When you make them vulnerable and talk with their emotion, let me say this.
Yeah, so Sky, your time is actually up, but 10 seconds, wrap up. Yeah, so 1 minute, Dr. O. Dr. Hold on, he has 10 seconds. Let me wrap up. I really want to, I want him to land, please. Oh, go ahead. Wrap up with that, and a lot of people want to engage you.
Yeah, make it let me just round up. Now, for the program, people used to tell boys not to be happy, not to do this, or the idea that is either this or this. When you teach a man, don't do this. When you touch your emotion, be vulnerable, express yourself. That is exactly what you get. These boys who believe all emotions, everything they feel must be expressed. What you are telling them, the moment you feel like slapping a person, slap the person. The moment you feel like shooting up a person, shoot the person. The moment you feel like killing a person, kill the person. But man, you cannot build men that you tell them to put that emotion they're feeling under control. You not surrender to it. You're feeling like slapping this person, control it. That is not harming, that is not toxic. In what is it toxic to tell a person to control how they are feeling? You are here telling us that telling people to express everything they feel is better. Telling them to be vulnerable and expose themselves to harm. For people to be able to harm them is better than telling them to control themselves and put this thing in whatever they're feeling inside, master it and control it. Are you serious? The people who you are telling not to harm other people, what by telling if you are using the replacement of that thing is to tell them to express how they feel. What you are teaching them is to go and shoot up schools. Yes. So you teaching your child not to touch women's ass by teaching them to be harmless, is teaching them to express themselves and go and stop school. It is directly related. If your son is not sitting up in school, he will be touching ass. But he will decide on his own because he can touch ass, how this thing make this woman feel. I should not do it by himself, voluntarily. Not because he cannot, but because he knows it is wrong. Not because he is capable of doing it. Not because he is capable of slapping a woman. That is what we teach boys, for them to decide and be strong enough to understand the effects of their action. Not for them to be incapable of making such actions. That is, oh God, what is actual slavery is responsibility without authority. If these men are to be led, they must have accompanying authority over it. A slave is a person who requires to do something that requires benefit or authority to carry out those acts. Let's get it.
All right. All right. My goodness.
The moment of silence for everybody. Sorry. Epic, I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah, that was, oh wow, that was a lot. I don't even know where to start. So, number one, Chief, you have no idea what this guy was saying, and you were just throwing 100, you were clapping. That is just by the way. I don't want you to engage. Most of the vocabularies.
Please, I have a question for Chief.
Yeah, 1 second, guys. Sky, you said some things, and I'm glad it's on record. You actually want a man. You want men or boys to be able to slap women, to be able to shoot at them. I'm not sure if I got that right. You're saying you're promoting the fact that men should teach their boys how to slap women. Men should teach their boys how to shoot at women. And men should.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so what? Please rephrase in a way.
I'm saying men should teach their sons to be good men. And what it means to be a good man is where we differ. A good man is not a harmless man. It's not a man who cannot slap a woman. A good man is a very, very, very dangerous man.
Right.
A very, very dangerous man.
That can shoot anyone.
Who can shoot, who can decapitate,
and who can slap a woman, right?
Yes, but then choose not to use that unless it is necessary by voluntarily.
So at what point do you think it's necessary?
Only those who are dangerous and disciplined combined can truly be a good person. A person who cannot do this thing because they cannot do it is not a good person.
So at what point is he allowed for them to do that?
Yeah, there are times when it is necessary. When it is necessary.
So
what do you mean, like?
So at what point do you think it's necessary for a man to go violent? That's my question.
There are very reasons for men. Come on now, we don't have those rules of engagement in the military. If in times of
conflict, somebody comes into your house and is threatening your family, you are supposed to be able to shoot that person in the head, not to be whimpering in a corner where the person is executing you. You're supposed to be able to use your cutlass and strike when necessary.
Okay.
To protect your life and those of the people that depend on you. If it is a full-blown battle and what is needed to end that particular war is a shot to the head or to the chest, and you cannot pull the trigger because your hand is trembling, you are afraid not to see blood, what have you done? You failed everybody. As a matter of fact, that inaptitude has cost the life of numerous people because we don't think it's a good thing to be capable of violence. That's not a good person.
So
there are valid times to use force and it is necessary. Men should be capable of doing that and they choose not to do it unless it is necessary.
So did you hear were you here when I played the video I played at the beginning of the space?
I did. I did hear it, but I heard you narrate it.
You heard me narrate it. All right. One minute.
They want to be enough fight, right?
Hello, sir. My friend, I said I shot this demon in the face. Yes, me. Subike. So go and you can come and take me. She's always on.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir. I know you're very upset, but can you please tell me if there's anybody else hurt? Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Is somebody else hurt? Or you hurt yourself? Hello?
No.
Okay, sir. Thank you for that. Now, can you please give me the address of that location? Can you please confirm the address? Sir?
Chukuna, Subike. So this is how it is for you. What, Jojo?
Oh, okay, sir. Emergency personnel are on their way as we speak. I need you to put down the gun so we can talk.
No, I can't do that. I can't do that.
I understand that, sir, but for right now and for the safety of
I will shoot myself before your people near me. You think I'm playing?
Sir, I know, I don't want you to do that. I don't want
Tell
you to
me
do
that
that.
my brother cannot come and live with me. You cannot come and live with us in towers. Who the hell are you? You're enough, so you are gonna be.
Sir, are you there? Are you there?
So you can build house in your mother's village. You can build house in your mother's village.
Okay,
I cannot tell you money. Please. As you be
Okay.
Spend my money.
Okay.
I want to keep you. Money spirit keep you. Money spirit keep you. That's what you are. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. You kick me out of my own house.
Sir, please calm down. Sir, please calm down.
You want to be the man of the house? Impossible. I'm gonna request you.
Hello, sir, are you there? Please talk to me. Sir, are there any children in the house? Sir, I would really like you to.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at my face. Look at my face. Me that shot you. So you think you can mess me up and go for free? It is me that shot you.
Okay, sir, can you please put the gun down? Can you please put the gun down, sir? Please. Okay, I have emergency services en route to your destination. All I need for you to do is put the gun down on the floor. Can you please do that for me? I was good.
You think you can ruin my life? My destiny. Spoil my name. But if you kill me spiritually, I will kill you physically.
I understand you're very upset right now, sir. But I need you to please calm
what
down.
are you talking about? Are you any better? Me upset?
No.
Did I say you broke my phone? I said this on Monday finished my life. And she took everything from me. All my hard work. For what? Because she's a nurse, Because she's a nurse.
I understand your frustration, sir. I understand. But if you don't want to put the gun down, can you please go to another room?
That's everybody, I bet you who you are. Eh? She was in the village like begging me to marry. Eh? All her family members. Oh, breaking me. It was me. She was nobody. You was nobody. You become a nurse and then you start crying. Start carrying shoulder. Start carrying shoulder, acting like madam. Eh? So that you will not give me your check anymore. Eh? Eh? I'm gonna break it anymore. I'm gonna break it anymore. Eh? I'm gonna break it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna break it anymore. Eh? Tell me that you leave that. Tell me that you leave the house. Are you? Tell me that I should leave the house now. Eh? So tell me to cut my load from the house that I bought. Eh?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
You know how to call it. Wake up and call it now. Wake up and call it now.
Hello, sir. Pick up the phone. Hello? Hello? Sir.
That was a 911 conversation between a Nigerian man and a dispatcher. And I have 9 other names I'm going to mention now. Kelechi Charles, 36, murdered his wife January 2nd, 2007. Stabbed her multiple times with a kitchen knife. David Ochala killed the wife, Priscilla Ochala, 28. Shot a wife and confessed during the 911 call. Martin Ibedobi killed the wife, Isioma. March 22nd, 2014, shot her wife at home and then called the neighbor. That happened in Texas. Babatope Owosheni, pregnant wife. Well, she's not Nigerian, she's Senegalese, but the same circumstance. He went to Senegalese to pick her up, bring her back to America. Orange County, she strangled her in the bathtub. A Nigerian man, a Yoruba man, double murder charge because the woman was pregnant. Babajide Okeowo killed the wife, Funke Okeowo, in Dallas, Texas. Shot his wife while she was in the car. Moses Ebereva killed the wife, Grace. 2014 in Dallas, Texas, with a sledgehammer, blunt force to the head. Christopher Ndubisi killed the wife, Christiana Ndubisi, in Galen, Texas. Sledgehammer again to the head. Godfrey Unwodo killed Agni Unwodo. Shot both wife and her mother-in-law with a shotgun. Remington. Caleb Onwundike killed the wife, Chinyere, 36, on New Year's Day. Stabbed her with a kitchen knife. Joseph Mbu killed the wife, Gloria Mbu, 2014, Los Angeles. Drag wife by vehicle until fatal. Chuku Dume Okafo killed the wife, Victoria Okafo, August 25th, 2010. Shot the wife, then shot himself. Murder and suicide. Olufemi Oladapo Ademoye killed the wife, Juliet Ademoye, June 17, 2010, Florida, beaten to death with a baseball bat. The pattern and observation is that victims were all registered nurses, widely cited as targets when the family dynamics changed due to their financial and social empowerment. Now, the method of killing primarily ranges between stabbing, shooting, and blunt force, maybe hammer or sledgehammer, often in domestic settings, in a car or in the house. Motivations: pride, control, perceived disrespect, role reservoir, role reversal, and tension tragically echoed across several states in the US. They're explaining the reasons why this thing happened. Again, pride, control, perceived disrespect, role reversal, tension, tragic, let me put it that way, tragic echo across several states in the US. And these things were common within certain region in America, places where nursing get paid more money, Maryland, Texas, Dallas, Minnesota, New Jersey, Florida, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and California. These cases underscore a disturbing trend: economic empowerment of wives, particularly Nigerian nurses, sometimes triggered extreme lethal reaction rooted in fragile or toxic masculinity. Scott, now that you've listened to that, and I read out the 9 Nigerian men that murdered their wives, what do you have to say to that? Because initially you were given this impression of when it's required. Do you think what that man did was justified based on your submission saying when it's required, then it should be done?
The question you just asked me now is a two-pronged question. I think it's a loaded question, but categorically speaking, no, it is not. It is not. The man's action is not because he believes it's justified. What he did is an emotional reaction because he was overwhelmed. We can't tell because by the fact that he's crying afterwards, meaning he's regretting what he did.
No, it's not regretting what he did. He never regretted what he did.
Did we listen to the same?
He never regretted. He never regret was the last thing on his mind. As a matter of fact, let me remind you, when hold on, she was shocked. No, he was crying because of all the things he went through that he was, explaining. The regret was not on his mind. And
Jimmy, he was beating the dead body. I hope you know.
God bless you, Sonia. God bless you, Sonia. I was going to emphasize on that. So, Scott, listen to this. I was going to emphasize on that. If you listen carefully, that woman has been shot. She's on the ground, right? She wasn't dead totally. She was still moving her body. And the guy was like, "Oh, you're not dead. Look at me very well. I'm the one that shot you. Look at me very well. Marine spirits." And this man was still kicking her and was saying to her, "Get up and call the police like you always do. Get up and call the police as you always do." And if you listen carefully, he cocked the gun again. It was ready to make sure he saw her die before he gets shot. He wasn't ready to lay down his weapon. He wasn't ready to go to jail. He was killed. He was shot by the police because they'll just warn you a couple of times, drop the weapon. And it doesn't matter if you want to raise the weapon to shoot yourself. The moment you raise your hand up, they will go at you. That's it. So that was exactly, he knew they were not going to take him alive. He was ready for that. And that was exactly what he did. But the point that you're saying he regretted it, he never regretted it.
Jimmy, I think he was crying because he knows his life has ended.
Ended, thank you. Because he said it. He said, so he didn't regret what he did. It's more like having a flashback on his own personal life. He had no regret whatsoever.
That's exactly the point. He's reflecting on what led to the situation, and he's narrating it. And he's like, okay, I believe he's trying to, based on what you just said now. I didn't hear the part where he was keeping her, still talking to her. I only heard him talking to the customer care agent, but it actually sounds like he's trying to justify what he did if he was doing all of those things. But he called the customer care agent himself.
No, it's not customer care. That's dispatcher. The 911, dispatcher. They want to keep you. And another thing I want you to observe is he refused to give the address. They got the location based on just tracking the mobile phone that he was talking with, and the woman was actually directing the cops. And the guy never gave them the address, so they had to pinpoint. And that was the reason why it took them a while to get there. If he had given the address, they would have been there sooner before this whole thing happened. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, with with this thing you just said now, it doesn't feel like he's regretting it. What the tears is where is throwing me off, because he doesn't need to cry. He actually believes all of these things. He should be very, very sober. He should be defending it anywhere it happens. He shouldn't be finding a way to escape and get away with it. Him calling the 911 authority, him crying and reflecting. It's synonymous with regret. Well, I didn't hear him tell all this stuff.
So do you think it's not manly enough for him to have waited? I think it's a brave thing that he waited. He rather die than run like a coward.
He's very weak. He's actually very weak.
Oh, for waiting, right?
Yeah. For the what?
Hey, Jimmy, that guy is a coward. You know why I say so? He's not even strong. He can kill someone, but he's not strong enough to kill himself.
Right.
That's why he waited for the cops to come and kill him.
That's not why he's a coward.
Yeah, that is why he's a coward. If he wasn't a coward, he would have ended his life and not even called police.
No, not being a coward. Him being a coward and a weak man is the fact that what he's actually complaining of is not justification to murder that woman. Okay, it's not actually justification to murder her. It's exactly what I was talking about. It's an outburst of emotions. He actually felt hurt. He couldn't control it, and he's expressing how he's feeling. He felt like killing her based on what she was just did to him.
No, it was based on economic empowerment of the wife.
No.
Yes.
It's based on feeling.
No. It has nothing to do with It was based on economic empowerment of the wife. If you listen carefully, it was saying it. He mentioned those things. If you remember, it was saying.
Why does he feel?
No, Jimmy, it's feelings, and the feeling is jealousy.
Now.
Yeah, no, it's not necessarily jealousy. The feeling, hold on, guys. The feeling is No, not even that. The feeling is I own you. You betray agreement. You betrayed me. The feeling is I invested in you. Hold on 1 second. The feeling is I invested in you for a purpose. I brought you from the village. I paid for your school fees to go to school of nursing, and now that so it's almost like an agreement gone wrong, right? So what happened is at a point in time, she started going to school. She graduated. She was making money, and initially, the check was being collected by the man. But as time went on, it was almost as if the lady, obviously she's going to have friends, and they're going to tell her what to do and how to go about it. And she decided to hold back. The guy said it. Now you're telling me I cannot collect your checks anymore. Now you're building houses for your father in the village. Now you're telling me so person cannot come and stay with me. So it's a transactional thing. I invested in you, and you're meant to come here, do the work, give me the money, because you're meant to submit to me. That is the whole point. That is what I'm saying here. So it has absolutely nothing to do with what you're trying to point out. And I need to make that clear.
But that ties exactly to what I'm trying to point out, Jimmy.
Go ahead.
If something about betrayal, when you say betrayal is something that happens in the mind. It's a feeling. If you feel betrayed by somebody, it's one of the greatest things that will hurt a person, especially if it's one person you trusted, that backstab you. It is a feeling. And that's exactly what I'm trying to point out.
But there is no betrayal there. I mean, your wife is not she's not someone you can. It's modern slavery. It is modern slavery.
The employer issue that you talked about, the employer issue.
Right.
Employer issue. Hold on, please. Hold on. Employer issue. So, if you say a woman should be treated like an employee rather, in a marriage, does the employee have the right to quit the job when they are being mistreated? Of course. So why do men go gaga when a woman requests for divorce for maltreatment? Who are you to decide what is maltreatment in the side of the woman? Who are you?
That is not exactly, that's not how it
All right, so Dr.
No, that is it. Because this woman was killed because she felt mistreated or she met.
All right,
And the
Dr.
man killed her.
Right, so
That is it.
let's do this. Let's do this. I want us to move back to the Twitter. I know I'm 25 minutes long due from shutting down from the live stream. So now we can focus on the Twitter aspect. I want it to be an open monologue so people can actually have this exchange. I love the conversation so far, but Scar, you have some questions to answer. I've received a couple of messages. I think I sent one to your DM regarding the tweet you made. And these are signs of toxic, masculinity that we're talking about. You're here to defend yourself. It's not a platform for you to rebrand yourself, which I believe in. It's not something you're trying to do. You're here to just defend whatever it is they're putting across to you. It's not in my position to make any judgment on my platform. As I always say, you come here, you speak, you're 100% entitled to your opinion. And everything you say, you're responsible for it. I just create a platform where people can come and speak. It's not in my position to tell you if what you're saying is right or wrong. I will speak my mind and everyone else will speak their mind. But before we wrap up real quick, let me use this opportunity to sell our market and hear from our sponsors once again before we call it a wrap on the live stream. Then we retire back to
Are you yearning for the rich traditional flavors of Nigerian cuisine? Beauty Foods brings the heart of Nigeria straight to your kitchen with a diverse range of authentic, high-quality ingredients. Why choose Beauty Foods? From sun-dried vegetables like bitter leaves and okazi to richly smoked knife fish and snails. Obiji Foods offers a diverse range of traditional ingredients. Obiji Foods, the quality you can trust. Each product is carefully sourced and processed to retain its natural flavor and nutritional value, ensuring you get the best of Nigerian cuisine. Obiji Foods, whether you are in Nigeria or abroad, Obiji Foods ensures you have access to authentic Nigerian ingredients. For our smoked knife fish and panla, thoroughly washed and slowly smoked over a firewood oven, giving the fish a lasting wood smoked flavor, fully fermented and sieved, resulting in fine grains. Our gari is processed from cassava grown in Obiji farms, ensuring high nutritional content. Red and bleached palm oil, organic farm sourced, unrefined and expeller pressed. Our palm oil has zero cholesterol, no additives or preservatives, and is sustainably sourced. Dried vegetables, including bitter leaves, okazi, oha, and more, all sun-dried to retain the natural color and nutrients. Spices and seasonings from ehuru, the African nutmeg, to Cameroon pepper. Our spices are carefully sourced to enhance your cooking. Telephone +1 832 710 6747 or +234 703 062 3860. Email info@obijifoodsLimited.com. Website www.obijifoods.com. Obiji Foods. Good delicacies beget longevity.
Right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end of today's episodes of the Colorful Journey. Today we've peeled back the layers of important topic. Today's episode, which is masculinity versus extreme toxic masculinity, not just by cultural expectation, but by human reality. Masculinity in its purest form is a strength guided by wisdom, leadership rooted in love, and being the protector without becoming the predator. And this is what we push for. This is what we want in our society, in our community. The provider without demanding control, the anchor without becoming a cage. Toxic masculinity can be dangerous. Extreme extreme or toxic masculinity can become either a weapon or a tool. Masculinity itself is a tool to build. The toxic is a weapon to destroy. That's the max that tells boy not to cry, the lies that says real men never ask for help. And I'll realistically put that to Sky here himself. A couple of weeks ago on Twitter Space, it was challenged for asking people for money. And I don't see anything wrong in that, and that's one of the things they keep saying men don't ask for help. And now he's asking for help, and it's now a different topic entirely. I'm not saying that to push your ego, I'm just saying that to make a point. The lies that says real men never ask for help, it's a myth that's been broken. The silent killer that wraps itself in ego, rage, and insecurity and still calls itself power. It's insane. It's ridiculous. But here's the truth. Our sons are watching. Our daughters, they are taking notes. What we allow to define us today becomes the standard that they will inherit tomorrow. And we need to understand this. We need to know it's not just about coming on Twitter spaces, on live stream to show how macho we are, to show the extreme masculinity or extreme feminism that we preach or we push for. It's way more than that. Um, the truth of the matter is this. As a father, we need to understand that we have a role to play. And I'm specifically saying this, it's not to belittle people with people that don't have kids. It's not to belittle people that are not married yet. If you're the age of giving birth, you are a father. You're an uncle, you're a protector, you're a provider. I'm talking to you in the context of father. I'm talking to every man that has what it takes to be a father. You know yourself. Sunday is going to be Father's Day. We have a duty. We have a tax on our hands. And how we carry out that tax is going to determine the role model that we, preach to be. So as Father's Day approaches, let this not be the celebration of men who raised children, but a reflection on the kind of men we are raising ourselves to be. I'm talking about our sons. I've got two boys. I have a responsibility of making them better men, even than I am. So to every father who teaches his son or their sons what kindness is, to every man who leads with love, not fear, to every brother who, on learning what we've been talking about and planning on getting married, we come on my platform to talk about these things. No one is perfect, no one knows it all. It's a platform for people to learn and unlearn, especially our culture. We have different interesting cultures. Things has been going on like that for a long time doesn't mean it's right. You are the blueprint. You can make a difference. You are the difference. We have a generation to build. You are the reason why the next generation will know that masculinity isn't toxic. We can decide to make it toxic if we feel like, but it's not. It is powerful when it's human. It heals and it's honest. It protects, it provides, and it shelters. The extreme part of it is what is dangerous. It has been my pleasure to host this episode on Off the Cuff with Jimmy. And as we count down to Father's Day, I'll leave you with one challenge. Be the man your son can become and the one your daughter can trust. The world doesn't need louder men. It needs better men. Let's do better for our kids. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. And that will be the end of Off the Cuff with Jimmy episode today, Friday, 13th of June, 2025. And we'll be retiring back on our Twitter space so we can carry on with the conversation. Thank you for being part of today's episode.